down the lineup, great at-bats. 6 walks, that's something we were talking about with our, earlier the past couple of games, and even back at home was our ability to walk but not being able to cash them in. But the guys had great at-bats, great swings, big day by Pete, Kobe, Jackson, Cowser, Leote. It was a great offensive performance tonight.
The 1-2 weekend dropped the O's a bit in the standings as they now sit at 57 and 61 and 2 games back of the Rangers for the final American League wildcard spot. Baltimore will be right back at it Monday night as they'll head to Minnesota for a 3-game set against the Twins, who sit a half game ahead of them in the wildcard race. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT sponsored by Jerry's Home Services with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Target Field is set for 7:40. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long broadcasting from Odyssey in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's right, my man Jeremy Kahn holding it down back in Baltimore. Get your feet on the floor.
Hey,
Jumpstart your day, man. What's going on, Jeremy?
What's up, man? Trying to get you. You got a little overmodulation. You're coming in hot. You're coming in hot, Rob.
Is that better?
You still got some, but we'll get it figured out. We'll get it worked out. I know you're on the road and finally got one in Texas last night.
Finally.
It's so odd how, like, at the Angels series, everybody's talking like, oh, my God, we've got a shot at this. With that, they dropped the last game. They go to Texas, then lose the first 2. And they were in both games. But the weird thing is just how people look at that. And so you're coming into that. There you go. Coming into that Sunday, and it's like, what the hell, man? Like, we're out of it. We're 3 games out now. It's over with. Then they went on Sunday. This ride.
They're back in it. Yeah.
Man, it's just unreal.
First of all, Jeremy, in the 2 years I've known you, that's the first time you've admitted that I'm hot.
Yeah.
That's first of all. Second of all.
This is why I'm hot.
Second of all, you're right. There's a big difference between being 4 games out and being 2 games out. A loss yesterday, you're 4 games out. You start looking at the season differently. Maybe you start making some business decisions because that's a lot of games to make up. But at the same time, winning yesterday tells you how crazy this season is. This is one of the crazier. I think to Ben McDonald before the game yesterday, I said, Ben, I wouldn't be surprised. I think I said it on broadcast. I wouldn't be surprised if the third wild card team, and I've said this to you before, is 80 and 82.
Yeah.
So for all these people saying, I don't care about where they are in the standings, get to 500. You're insane. You need to care about where they are in the standings because they may never get to 500 and still get to the postseason. That's where this season has gone so far. I care about where they are in the standings. I don't care about the record. I don't. Or the fact that they're under 500 right now, I don't like it, but they're 2 games back. That's to me where they are in the playoff standings in the standings to get to the playoffs is more important than the overall record. That may never get to 500. So if that's your barometer to success, getting to 500 first, then you might be hustling backwards because this team may never get there, but I wouldn't guarantee that doesn't get in the playoffs.
No, and again, we don't know what we're going to see later either. I don't expect any of the major pieces that they traded for to get called up and be a part of this team. But stranger things have happened. I mean, I was just scrolling through Twitter and I saw the Orioles have 3 of the top 10 pitching prospects in all of baseball. So,
yeah.
But
again, I wouldn't be disappointed with Oriole fans who are rolling their eyes right now saying, who cares about these damn prospects?
Yeah. I get it. I'm just saying, they keep doing this, and I understand what people have pointed out. It's like it's a matter of time before you finally go for it. But all things considered, did they make the right decision those 2 years that they sold? Do you know what I mean? Because this year is the one that's kind of up for grabs. But again, you're battling with 5 to 6 teams, and I think the move they made with Adley, as much as you didn't want it, it was a move that had to be done.
It had to be done. But see, Jeremy, this is where you and I stand. And I think I speak for you on this. Mm-hmm. We understand what Elias had to do, but we also understand the disappointment of the fan base.
Yeah.
I think I understand both sides. I do. Because I'm a fan. I'm a fan who may be privileged to more information than your average fan. So I guess that's why I understand both sides. You are a numbers man by every definition of the phrase. So you understand from the GM standpoint, the front office standpoint, because you study numbers, that at the same time you too are a fan. So you understand both sides.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's a tough position to be in. Mike Bordick was one of the greatest defensive shortstops of all time. If you don't believe me, yesterday Jacob Wilson broke Mike Bordick's 24-year record of 110 consecutive games played without an error.
I was watching the Red Sox game yesterday when they were announcing that he had, what was it? It was like 2 innings left, and the announcers are going, "Do you think he hopes they hit it to someone else just so he gets through the game?" But like, that's so freaking impressive in this day and age.
110 consecutive games lasted for 24 years. Jacob Wilson of the Athletics now at 111, breaking Bordick's record. His last error was Bill McDonald would say, July 6, 2025, in a game against San Francisco. So hats off to Jacob Wilson for breaking the record. I'm sure his dad, Jack, will be proud of him. Is very proud of him. But, again, that reminds you of how good Mike Bordick was.
Yeah, guy was, flashing some leather out there. It was fun to hear his name mentioned, and they were talking about, I'm like, at first I didn't know who they were talking about. I'm like, it can't be somebody on the Red Sox. They just make errors every damn game. Earlier in the year, we were talking about who was worse defensively, the Orioles or the Red Sox, and boy, have they got it clicking. And so much so that, like, you're surprised when they lose now. You're waiting for them to come back, and they dropped 2 of 3 to the A's.
It's funny because I think it had to have been yesterday because I wasn't on TV the first 2 days. The Red Sox were trailing in the 9th inning, and Kevin Brown said, "You got to think the way they've been playing, they've got the Athletics just where they want them."
Yeah, it's kind of been that way. Like, the Athletics should have swept them. Technically, they had that crazy ass win on Friday night, but they're rolling. Their starting pitching's been otherworldly, man.
I thought only Earl Weaver could get ejected from a game before the game started. But Chris Sale did it yesterday. Chris Sale, I don't know if you guys are paying attention. On Saturday, he got charged for a balk. Now, by definition of the rule, he balked.
Did you watched it all? Because I was watching that live too. I was on the Braves game when he did it because there was a runner on third and they had 2 outs, I think, and he was, he had weathered getting through that inning, and you got the guy on third, and then all of a sudden, like, the announcers are saying, yeah, under the definition of the law, he balked. But I think what he was trying to say is that the batter wasn't ready, and he thought the ump was stepping out and calling time, so that's why his hands adjusted like that. But whatever.
Yeah, but the umpire wasn't calling time; he was calling balk.
Yeah.
The reason, do you know why he was called balk?
Because his hands moved, right? He moved his...
No, because he went from a wind-up, he went from the stretch to the wind-up, and because of his unconventional
I got you.
delivery, he has to announce to the umpire that he's changing his wind-up.
See, that makes sense because he's being such a douchebag to that ump because now he's going, I'm going from the wind-up. Like he was yelling to him. That's what he was doing.
The big thing with him there, though, his argument was, I've never had to do this. You guys are now making me do. Like, it was he was saying it was the first time that an ump has forced him to do it.
He was losing his mind.
And I understand that, Ben. I do understand that. But that's like saying, I know the speed limit is 55, and I've gone 70 through here for 3 years. No one has ever stopped before. Doesn't mean you weren't wrong those other times. Just means you didn't get caught. And I understand what he's saying, but by definition of the rule, he does have, because of his windup, he has to inform the umpires that he's changing his windup.
I think that was me saying it, which means technically I'm not wrong because I thought I was wrong once, but I double checked and I wasn't.
You weren't wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how that goes. And then Walt Weiss got kicked out of the game because he went out to say, all right, what's going on? He kept trying to push Chris Sale back, so Sale avoids getting kicked out until, as you pointed out, the next game before the game he gets kicked out.
And I thought Walt Weiss was great with that because if he doesn't get kicked out of the game, Sale gets kicked out of that game. And they did end up losing that game, but Walt Weiss was the ultimate smokescreen. Don't look over there, look over here. And he just became the smokescreen and got kicked out of the game for him. 410-583-1057 is the number. Lots going on with the Ravens, with the Orioles. This is a good time of this year because you're getting to me, the preseason games are crap. They don't mean anything to me. But I love the anticipation of getting ready for the regular season. That part in and of itself is exciting, even though the games aren't. But the anticipation, the build-up, the excitement for the NFL's regular season is always a plus for me.
Yeah. And again, I said it before when the Hall of Fame game was coming up, you're so excited for football, and then you go and watch it. This one actually ended up being a pretty decent game, all things considered. But, it gets started, and you're going, this isn't it. This isn't what I wanted to watch. But, this time of year has to have everybody up in arms, and we have a future Hall of Famer at Ravens training camp. So, and I know we'll talk about him later.
Absolutely. Just when you think just when you think Derrick Henry is just the model of durability, we've got something for you that may even add to that. We'll talk about that at 6:30. But on the other side, Pete Alonso has a day, and so does the Orioles offense. We're talking Orioles baseball up next on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Minneapolis is a great town, but one thing they don't have elephant in the room. I'm going to miss it. Going to be away for a while, but I advise you, do it for me. Go take one for the team. Head on over there. Have a drink for me, not on me, but for me, but also have the steak because that's what I would have. Or Jeremy would have the bacon wrap dates, the shrimp and grits. Outstanding. Trust me, if you love shrimp and grits, you're going to love it. You know why? Because it's Maryland cuisine with a Southern twist. The owner, Jeremy Allen, is from Alabama. So he's going to take all of Maryland food and put a Southern twist to it, and that's what makes it so special. The food, the atmosphere, everything you love in your go-to place. It's right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Check them out. When you get there, find Jeremy Allen and tell him your boy Rob Long sent you. He's also a big fan of my man Jeremy Kahn. Go to Elephant in the Room online, eatdrinkelephant.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Vinny Soto. Simplify your busy schedule at Town Appliance's back-to-school shopping event. Elevate your kitchen with the premium quality of a new Bosch refrigerator, or power through after-school dinner cleanup with an ultra-quiet Bosch dishwasher. Whatever you need to keep your family on track, Mayor and Mayor offer flexible financing to make it happen. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell them Vinny sent you. Just ask for Mayor, and you can't go wrong.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 83 the JFX northbound just before exit 12. That's Ruxton Road. An accident has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. 95 southbound at exit 77. That's Route 24. An accident has two left lanes and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
.16 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from our Odyssey sister station in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jeremy Kahn holding it down for us in Baltimore. Ed Norris will join us at the 7 o'clock hour from Sarasota, Florida. We're all over the place right now, Jeremy.
Yeah, you guys out on the road and me stuck here. Thanks. So have a good one.
Speaking of having a good one, Pete Alonso did yesterday, did he?
Yeah.
3 for 3, 2 walks, 4 RBI. When did he start? Did I miss something? When did he start the hip gun shooting on a home run celebration? When did he start that?
I don't remember that. I don't remember seeing it. But like the 2-run home runs happened. I was at a birthday party yesterday, and then I got the notification, and time must have been going by a little bit faster than I thought. And then I got the notification again, and I'm like, is my phone on the fritz? And I went back and checked. I was like, no, he had himself a nice little 2-homer day. So, look, in a day that we needed to see some offense, because that's exactly what this team hasn't been doing since, we can go back here since the trade deadline. This offense has been anything but spectacular.
Pete Alonso had himself a day. He went 4 for his last 7 in that series, tearing it up. He just is hitting the ball differently. I mean, right now it's his first multi-home run game as an Oriole, but after this year, he has 4 more years. I got a feeling it's not his last.
Is Tyler O'Neill their second best hitter now?
I was about to. I was segueing into that, Jeremy. What is going on with
We didn't
Tyler
talk
O'Neill?
about this. I just brought it up. I'm like, I just looked at the numbers going, he has been on one.
He has hit 4 of his last 5 games, including 2 home runs and 4 RBI. You don't want his OPS is climbing. It's 724.
So you're saying you couldn't done this before the trade deadline is what you're saying. No,
maybe Tyler O'Neill duped everybody by not wanting to get traded.
Yeah, I mean, look,
So he called for Operation Shutdown until the trade deadline. He is this month though, Jeremy, alone. He is batting .353, a .500 on base percentage, and .882 slugging. His OPS this month is 1382. 3 home runs, 5 RBI. And he's only struck out 4 times.
That's impressive because that's kind of what I expect from him. And again, I expect him to run into a few and miss a few. So
7 games, 17 at-bats. What is that? 22 plate appearances and only 4 strikeouts. He has more walks than strikeouts this month.
It's incredible when you think about it because, like, again, where he was at the beginning of the year and to show you, like, I guess anybody can turn it around and people are hoping we start to see something like that from Gunnar. Just hasn't happened yet.
But can I tell you something that's really going to shock you? Mm-hmm. This is good. Ben, I don't know you because, Ben, you are a numbers geek more so than Jeremy, so you may already know this. He was injured some in July. So it's not really a small sample size, though. In 44 plate appearances in the month of July, his numbers were .286 batting average, .690 slugging, and a 1.009 OPS. He had 5 home runs and 9 RBI in July.
I heard Ben talk about this, but he said a different month. He said
July.
Oh, there it is. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, so for the past 2 months, really, I mean, well, that gives you an indication of how poorly he started because he's only batting .219.
Yeah.
But
he was
again,
on the interstate for quite a while, though. I mean,
724 OPS.
Yeah.
But imagine me telling you in the middle of May or early June that this is how it's going to play out. Nobody would believe that.
Oof.
He is cemented as the DH and in the middle of the lineup. And I think he's okay with that because I watched his activity between his at-bats. He's very vocal in the dugout. He's more vocal in the dugout as a DH than he is in the field. Like while the guys are in the field, he's very vocal in terms of the communication onto the field, the communication with the coaches. And I noticed he doesn't go back. He goes back to the cage in the tunnel, but he doesn't do it as much as some of the younger guys. I think Kobe Mayo, when he's DHing, he stays in that cage all the time. I'm suggesting that maybe it's too much. That's what I am suggesting. When Tyler O'Neill, he goes back there maybe once or twice, but he's not constantly back there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we were talking about Pete Alonso to start this off, and I know it turned into Tyler O'Neill because I don't think any of us expected him doing what he's doing right now. But with Pete, everything he said post-trade deadline shows you why he was such a great pickup in the offseason, man. And I know you get to see some of this stuff, and Ben, you're going down to the games and going in the clubhouse. Like, you get to see this stuff up close and personal. But, like, the stuff he said, even when they had him mic'd up, which, by God, stop miking people up during the damn game. Do it in the All-Star game. Like, they have him mic'd up over there. He's like, hold on, guys, I got to go over here. But he's screaming. Like, everything that he said has been what you want to hear from a leader after the fact.
He even spoke after. I did the interview with him, the walk-off interview after the game yesterday, and even then he's saying, because normally the interview, we try to keep it short, let the guys get to the dugout. It was the longest interview that I've ever conducted. I would love to ask Melody if she watched it. It was the longest one I've ever conducted. I only asked him 3 questions, but he was so transparent in everything. And I asked him, I said, look, a lot of people I'm sure consider this to be a challenging, that you have the toughest schedule in the American League for the rest of the year. I said, but I know you probably consider it to be an opportunity. And he just ran with that. And he basically said it's Major League Baseball. There's no higher level than this. So what better way to end the season than to play the teams that you have to beat in order to get to the postseason? You don't have to worry about what other teams are doing. You get to play. You don't. Some of you are saying, man, they have to play this, they have to play. But there's some guys in that clubhouse that are saying, no, we don't have to play them. We get to play them because now we can control our own destiny. Yeah, they lost 2 out of 3 against the Rangers, but again, why won't you die? Yeah. Because they should be, after the first 2 games and the way what they did on offense, and they gave up 5 runs yesterday. The way they've been scoring, giving up 5 runs should have been a loss, which means today we should be talking about a team that's 4 games back of the wild card, but we're not. We're still talking about a team that's 2 games back of that final wild card. And I'm going to talk about it until they're out of it.
It's funny you're saying this because, like, we talked about this last week, but tonight we get Dean Kramer versus Trevor Rogers, which
I can't wait.
Going to be a fun one. I mean, look, I think Dean Kramer comes out and kind of does similar to what Grayson Rodriguez did. Gets amped up for this game because I think that's his makeup, is to come back and just shove it. But we'll see if the Orioles' bats can come through. But the way they've been swinging outside of yesterday, I wouldn't be fearing this offense.
I was given real numbers. On what Dean Kramer's numbers are when I violate the rule, and I talked to him before the game, unintentionally, of course. Mm-hmm. So I was told to stay far away from him because his numbers are pretty good when I violate the rules. Let's go out to the phone lines and get Rashawn in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, man. Tough series this past weekend. I was surprised by Friday, man, that we went out there, played as good as we did against the Italian guy Friday night. He didn't even last that long, though. Would he last like 5 innings Friday night, though?
Yeah, the Italian guy.
And Shane
Who's the Italian guy? Sure.
Yeah, I know his name, man. We ain't going to start this.
Nate. His name is Nate.
Nathan of Vito, right?
Yeah, Vito. You got it.
Yeah,
Vito.
Yeah.
You question him, Rob, and he comes through.
There you go.
but listen, man, imagine we could have stole one of them games. Took 2 out of 3. That call Friday night at the plate, though. I don't know how they got that wrong, though. he never did tag him.
It's Danny Avito's brother. Hey, Rob,
Yes.
what did you think about that play at the plate? Because
me?
Yeah.
I thought there was two angles that showed what Rashawn just said, that he missed the tag.
Right.
It means, but because there were two angles that you couldn't see, well, I thought that's what the replay was. I thought replay was put in place to get the call right. You had two angles that clearly suggest he didn't tag him until after he crossed the plate. I just don't, and I know we criticize NFL replay, but I think baseball replay is far worse than the NFL replay.
Yeah, it's way worse.
Yeah,
it's way worse.
And
man.
Rob, you made the 1 point too. Why send him?
Why send him?
But I guess with this offense, I can't question that. I get it.
It was one out though.
I know. That's why Rob's saying why send him. Yeah,
right,
but again, hold on. We've watched this offense. How many times we talked about second and third, no outs, bases loaded, no outs, and somehow, some way we don't get a run in. So I can't fault him there. But with what Rob was saying, I can't argue that either. That you shouldn't have sent him because you'd hope you'd come through with a fly ball, a ground ball somewhere that at least is not a double play ball that gets you in, but. It's been rough all year from a scoring standpoint.
Right. Do y'all think that was Baez's best game he pitched this whole season so far, though? Because he was
DeVito, Baez. It was definitely his best game of the year. There's no doubt, man. A complete game shutout loss. He was on one on Saturday.
Yeah, Joan or Javier? Which Baez was it?
I mean, on Friday. Yeah.
No, look, he started on that contract, though.
I thought the first two starters really, really showed themselves on Friday and Saturday, and they needed some runs on yesterday because Slim Shady did not. Hey, Rashawn, thanks a lot, my man. We got to run. 410-583-1057 is the number. Zay Flowers' quad injury. Are you concerned with the lost time? We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, Derrick Henry, his durability is unquestionable. But I found a stat, Jeremy, that I found this to be unbelievable. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You already know Elephant in the Room is your place to go for orange and black, but football is just around the corner, and it's also your place to go for the men in purple. Right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville, go to eatdrinkelephant.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow! I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken
Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Coming to the Anthem, it's Coetzel on August 20th, Social Distortion on September 4th, Ringo Starr and his all-star band on September 28th, and Morrissey on October 15th. Tickets at impconcerts.com.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball!
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The JFX 83 northbound, just before exit 12, that's Ruxton Road. An accident has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. 95 northbound at exit 74, that's Mountain Road. An accident has you backed up a little bit there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
As Ravens training camp rolls on, Jacoby Lane continues to make his presence felt. The rookie wide receiver has been turning heads with highlight reel catches throughout camp. Lane was asked how he feels his first training camp has gone so far.
Yeah, definitely super blessed to be able to be at a place like this in Owings Mills, feed off the energy and the environment that I'm in. I think that's just who I am, be a product of my environment. Every time I look to the vets or even the young guys, I'm getting better every day. So I just want to try and do that every day.
The Ravens will get Monday off before returning to the practice field Tuesday. Shifting to the O's, the weekend didn't go as they'd like, but they were able to salvage the series finale with a win over the Rangers. They'll now travel to Minnesota for another important series with a team just ahead of them in the wildcard race. A familiar face will take the mound for the Twins in the series opener as Dean Kramer gets the start. In his first outing after being traded to Minnesota, he pitched 5 innings of one-run ball. Trevor Rogers gets the nod for the O's. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Jeremy Kahn. Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm snitching. You hurt my feelings just now. You hurt my feelings just now.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
So, Elephant in the Room sent Jeremy and I a something that says dinner in the dark. And Jeremy Kahn responds, will Rob be there? You will never know.
Yeah, because I didn't know if you were going to show up for that, because if you were on the road that date. That's what I meant.
Not only are you an ass, you're a liar.
Dude, ever since you went back to the lighting not being good for your team picture with the Orioles photo, this has not been let go.
You know, they took everybody's photo over. We're taking everybody's photo over, not just yours. Everybody gets a new photo.
Man, that was so funny. Dinner in the dark.
Well, Rob,
it's 6:02 in the PM. He's here.
Rob Long, the darkness. Listen, if you think you're impressed with Derrick Henry and his durability, this is unbelievable. So, running back to the last 10 years, Derrick Henry, 13,000 yards. By the way, his career is 10 years. That's it. Ezekiel Elliott, 9,100 yards. Saquon Barkley, 8,300 yards. Those are all impressive numbers. But the guy behind is Derrick Henry with 9,130. Derrick Henry has more yards after contact than Ezekiel Elliott had for his career. Ooh. Derrick Henry has 9,677 yards after contact, Jeremy. He has more yards after contact than Ezekiel Elliott had for his career. So that let
and you know how much I love Zeke. Like that was my favorite running back. That guy was something else. And then, but seeing what Derrick Henry's done, like he's actually been worth the contracts he's signed. Where
be your own blocker. That's what he is. No, but let's put this in perspective. We're marveling over this guy being 32 years old and still doing what he's doing right now. He'll be 32 this year, going into season 32. But look at the beating he's taken. He's averaging over 900 yards a year after contact. That means he shouldn't have 13,000 yards rushing. Who does that?
Or it also means there are guys in the secondary that are making business decisions after he's been touched.
Well, it also means after contact. After contact also means when I put my hand in your face. This is not just your contact, mine too.
I contacted you, and now I'm picking up all these. Look, he's. I don't know how many other guys we can describe like him. Like I felt like Curtis Martin played for a long period of time. Frank Gore, I think he's still playing somewhere, but not at this level. You know, it's. I mean, he could have. If you told me he ran for 2,000 yards this year, I wouldn't be shocked. And that just sounds weird to even say about a guy his age.
You realize, I will say this, though. You know, I mean, everyone talks about the mesh point. Mm-hmm. Derrick Henry had 5 yards to carry before becoming a Raven twice in his career. The last time was 2020. He's done it twice as a Raven already. At the ages of 30 and 31. He had 5.9 yards per game per carry in 2024, and he fell off a little bit last year, Jeremy. 5.2.
Yeah, you know what I'm excited about this year is I think with this offense, you're actually going to – I'm not telling you he's going to have like 40 receptions, but I think you're going to see Derrick Henry in a little bit of space catching a football and going up the field. So
what's scarier than that? Why has no one figured that out already in his career?
Well, it's like when people finally started throwing, and they didn't do it often, but they would do the same thing with Adrian Peterson. It's like, oh, he's got hands of stone. It's like they can't be that bad from about 8 feet away if you're throwing a screen pass to him, or even if you got him on a little wheel route or something up the sideline. Like, he's played football his whole life. You're telling me he can't catch that?
Jeremy Cohen, he has more yards after contact, 9,677. than Ezekiel Elliott had his entire career. 9,130 yards is a great career.
It's incredible.
That's a great career. And he did that in 9 seasons. It's not like he did that in 10 and 11 years. Ezekiel Elliott did that in 9 seasons. That's a great career. Derrick Henry has surpassed that after contact.
Yeah, I mean, look, he said he wants to retire, Raven. I don't know how much longer he can do it, but I'm not going to bet against him.
What an unbelievable specimen. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I'm going to give you over under of 1,500 for Derrick Henry rushing this year. Would you give me? No, I'll be, no. Let me be a little bit more reasonable. Over under of 1,300.
I'll take over.
You take over?
Because when you said 1,500, I'm going, one injury kind of saps that. And even if he missed a game or two, I still think he could get the 1,300.
Ben, 1,300, over or under?
Yeah, I was going to say just under 1,500, but I'm going to go over 1,300.
All right, over under 12 touchdowns on the ground. Jeremy.
I'll
keep in mind the last 2 years. I'll give you some. He had 16 2 years ago, 16 last year. He had 12 and 13 the 2 years before then. That's why I said 12.
I think that one's the right number. I'll say over, but I think he gets right there at 12.
Ben?
I'll go under.
Go under? All right. His career high in receptions, 33, back in 2022. So I'm going to but he has not gone over 25 only twice in his career. So I'm going to go with 25. Over, under 25 receptions. Jeremy.
I just sat here and talked about it.
That's
am
why
I
I'm
supposed
asking.
to say over now? I think it's right around that number, but again, I'll say over. I'm being optimist here.
Ben?
Yeah, I'm going over. I think it's a big year with him catching the football.
I'm going under. I don't think he gets
You
more
don't
than
know.
25. I don't. 410-583-1057 is the number. I know I'm a little bit concerned about Zay Flowers and the quad injury. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock, but on the other side. And, Jeremy, I feel like this is right in your wheelhouse here. Don Nelson passes away over the weekend. Is he the most underrated coach of his generation? NBA, that is. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday. Little White Snake coming your way. Going to be talking about those Orioles. Vinny's back in studio. Going to break down training camp with him and Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. 8 days away from the preseason.
Sports Minute.
The Washington Commanders suffered a massive loss on Saturday. Their 5-time Pro Bowl left tackle Laramie Tunsil suffered a torn tricep at practice that will leave him sidelined for months. This leaves a massive hole on the line of scrimmage. The guy that's protecting Jaden Daniels' blind side. This is a pivotal third year for Daniels and the coaching staff in Washington. They need a plan at left tackle, and they need a good one. I'm Denton Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's Smiles for Miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
What's up, Oos? Main event Jay Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, Cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Low 70s this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 91. This weekend, mid-80s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
What's up, Boost? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The Daily Boost make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings. Top dollar for your trade and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The Beltway Inner Loop and the Outer Loop look pretty good, no problems. 95 northbound at exit 74, that's Mountain Road. An accident has you backed up a little bit right there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jeremy Kahn holding it down in Baltimore. Ed Norris will join us from Sarasota, Florida in moments. Don Nelson, legendary coach, 1,335 career wins, 5 NBA titles. But Jeremy Kahn, he passed away over the weekend. But Jeremy Kahn, honestly, if you ask people to name the greatest coaches of the last quarter of a century, how many people who are casual NBA fans would name Don Nelson? I mean, your true NBA fans, I think, to be honest with you, some of your true NBA fans may skip Don Nelson, to be quite honest. But is he one of the most underappreciated coaches of his generation?
I think so. I mean, one of the things that I appreciate about him, and I don't know if you saw what Dirk wrote, just saying that he was the first person to believe in him and allowed him to be himself and continue to coach him hard. But you know it as well in your line of work of coaching. You got players coaches, you got coaches that want to lead more by example or be vocal, and maybe you hound your better players a little bit more than the other ones. You expect more out of them. Don Nelson, all of his players that talk about him, they loved him. Yeah. It's George Karl, I think, is an unbelievable coach. Everybody hates him. I'm not even sure he likes himself. Every former player hates his guts.
Same thing with Larry Brown.
Yes, yeah. And the same thing with Don Nelson. So the only time my team won an
No. I mean, everybody hated Larry Brown.
No. I didn't mean like that. Same thing I was saying with Don Nelson, when I first started watching him, it's the only time the team that I rooted for won an NBA championship. And I remember I was down at Looney's in Canton with some friends and watching the end of that when the Mavs finally won after being hosed what was that, a few years before against the same damn team, the Heat, with Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal. But as a Mavs fan, I remember being like so pissed off that they had the best team in the league and Don Nelson had the damn Golden State Warriors, and they were 4-0 against the Mavs that year. And then they get into the postseason and the 8 seed knocks off the 1 seed, and that was Don Nelson. And he ends up becoming, being the Mavericks coach and seeing all the different things that he did there. He took a very interesting team and won with them, man. And he'll always have a special spot in my heart, but I love hearing what some of the former players had to say about him.
If I'm not mistaken, he's the Bucks' all-time winningest coach. He's been around for a while. He was around for a while coaching, one of the greats. And people describe him as a phenomenal game planner. What he did before the game to plan out the game was outstanding. He had a way of knowing everything that the other team was going to do, the situations. So that's one of the things I love. When you can be an X and O guy, almost like a Zen guy, where I can get inside your head and know what you're going to do before you do it, then that to me is great coaching. And that seems like one of the things that people often say about Don Nelson.
What I didn't realize is that he'd won 5 NBA championships as a player.
Yeah.
Did not know that. Yeah.
He won how many? 1 or 2 as a coach?
He won, where's it at? 3-time NBA Coach of the Year. Here, I got to look further.
Well, you knew he had to win a lot of NBA titles as a player. He played for the Celtics from 65 to 76.
Yeah, but I don't think about him in that. I think about him as a coach, not as a player. I don't know, maybe it's because of there's plenty of guys that I remember more of him as a coach than an actual player.
Yeah, he played for the Lakers and the Celtics.
Man, he had to hate himself.
A 3rd-round draft pick, man. He played in the ABA for the Chicago Zephyrs.
Man, what a career. It's sad because I feel like we do this more times than not, that some of the guys that we rooted for, admired as players, coaches, whatever, they usually get their 10-minute segment to talk about their life and what they did, and then it's move on. But I feel like we do that more times now than we've ever done it.
Yeah. Because some of the greats, a lot of the greats in the pioneers of the game are now passing away, sadly enough, but they are.
Yeah.
410-583-1057 is the number. I don't want to disrespect him by ranking or comparing him, because I think that's kind of the thief of joy. But, when you talk about this, there's Phil Jackson, there's Popovich, and there's everybody else. So the last, since maybe the early 90s, it's Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich, and everybody else.
Do you put Steve Kerr in there too, or no?
I have to put Steve Kerr in there.
Okay. Because I think that's the only other guy I can think of that belongs in that group.
And I guess the recency bias goes against Steve Kerr in this conversation for me, because he's done it right now and his career's still going. So because of that, I just overlooked him. But once you mention him, hell yeah, you got to do it, because he had the last true dynasty. He coached the last true dynasty, and I think he was a huge part. If you're saying to me that Steve Kerr was he benefited from the talent around him, I would say you don't know what you're talking about. Because I think Steph Curry is going to shoot threes and make threes with anyone, but the system that Steph Curry was in made him more proficient at it, in my opinion. Also, when you put him next to the other guy, the Splash Brothers, come on, man. These guys were sensational, but Steve Kerr did something that other basketball coaches were not willing to do during the time he did it. I think Steve Kerr is the reason, a big part of the reason, he and Steph, that basketball is now a three-point shooting game. The European game, the influx of it was welcome, largely because of what the Golden State Warriors were doing successfully.
Charles Barkley said, ain't no jump shooting team win an NBA championship, and
You're
they
right.
did.
They won, 3? He's right. They did. They're not going to win a championship. But so Steve Kerr definitely is in that. But I think Don Nelson, outside of those guys that won so many championships, multiple championships, he's right there with the others. Because he won, he turned teams around, he made a lot of teams relevant that probably wouldn't have been relevant without him. He was a difference-making coach.
See, and by the way, I misspoke, because Don didn't win with the Mavericks. They let him go, and then they won with Rick Carlisle. Rick won with his players. But again, like the way that Dirk's career started off with Don, and even Don's son was in the front office too there for a while. But yeah, what an incredible coach. And Rick Carlisle is the other guy that I would throw in that mix that I think is vastly underrated.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that have the same belief I did on that Pacers team that Larry Bird was coaching when he won Coach of the Year, that he was just the figurehead and Rick Carlisle was coaching him. So we got to get to.
We're all over the country right now. We're all over the country, from Minnesota to Baltimore and now to Florida, down to Sarasota to get the man, the commish, Ed Norris. What's up, Ed?
What's happening?
Don Nelson, is he one of those guys you looked up and I said he had over 1,300 wins? Would you have been surprised that the number was so high?
Yes. Yes.
So you're kind of agreeing that he's very underrated.
I think he is. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, though, right? But he's not someone people think of. I mean, I don't know if it's because he hasn't coached in like 15, 16 years, whatever. But he was a great player and a great coach. I mean, I think the Celtics, I read, they retired his number. It's just, I think you're right. He's not someone whose name just is top of mind.
Yeah.
I forgot about his season with the Knicks. Completely, actually. It's the year they lost to the Bulls in the semifinals.
86 years old, passed on the 9th of August, so rest in peace. Prayers go out to his family. 410-583-1057 is the number. Are the Jacoby Lane comparisons to NFL greats fair? We'll talk about that at 7:30. But on the other side, speaking of Ravens wide receivers, Zay Flowers' quad injury. Are you concerned with the time missed? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Selling your home for the most money this summer is a big deal. Why risk working with just any agent? You can work with the best. Take it from me. Call my friend and trusted realtor, Vinny Steele. Hey, it's Rob Long. I only recommend the best, and that's why you always hear me talk about my friend and trusted realtor, Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Before you sell, get to know Vinny like I have. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. On a home sold for $400,000, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families for over 23 years in real estate. Your home sold guaranteed, or Vinny will buy it at a price and time frame agreeable to you. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, call the agent that I do, the guy that I know, my trusted realtor, Vinny Steele. Give him a call or text 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801. Or visit VinnySteele.com. That's VinnySteo.com.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Purchased 20 cars over the years. Been to every department. Sales, service, parts, collision. They're all spectacular, so save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
What if the thing you're listening to right now never got interrupted? What if it could play uninterrupted from room to room on Sonos? What if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? What if you really like how it feels and you become a Sonos person who can't stop saying to their friends, what if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? Because it's not magic, but it's not magic.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends. August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles broke out of their recent offensive slump in a big way Sunday, scoring 10 runs to avoid a sweep against the Rangers. Pete Alonso powered the offense with his first multi-home run game as an Oriole, while Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill added homers of their own. Craig Alvarez spoke on the Birds' success at the plate in the win.
Came out strong today. Yeah, it was up and down the lineup, great at-bats. 6 walks, that's something we were talking about with our, earlier the past couple of games, and even back at home was our ability to walk but not being able to cash them in. But the guys had great at-bats, great swings, big day by Pete, Kobe, Jackson, Cowser, Leote. Yeah, it was a great offensive performance tonight.
The 1-2 weekend dropped the O's a bit in the standings as they now sit at 57-61 and 2 games back of the Rangers for the final American League wildcard spot. Baltimore will be right back at it Monday night as they'll head to Minnesota for a 3-game set against the Twins, who sit a half game ahead of them in the wildcard race. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT sponsored by Jerry's Home Services with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Target Field is set for 7:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Raven scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery for a chance to win up to $200,000. Please play responsibly. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
7:03 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris broadcasting in Sarasota, Rob Long, Minneapolis, and of course Jeremy Kahn holding it down at the mothership in Baltimore. Zay Flowers suffered a minor quad injury in the 707 drills. And Ed, I'm not concerned that Zay Flowers is going to come back and Zay Flowers is going to miss time in the regular season. I'm not giving Jesse Mentor the John Harbaugh treatment until he earns that. And you know what I mean by that. John Harbaugh would tell us that, what was it, Perryman? Oh, it's something minor. He'll be out just for a couple of weeks, and I think he missed the entire season. And he's did that before with other guys. I'm not concerned about that. That's not my concern. My concern is in a new offense, especially in the passing game. When Zay Flowers comes back, is he just coming back to ramp up to get ready to go full blown? I think for a wide receiver, an important wide receiver like Zay, time missed with new coaching staff and a new offense could be a setback. Even if not physical, but it could be a setback. That's my concern.
Yeah, it's always a concern. I mean, and it's a concern because it could be a setback because you have a new offense being installed. Yeah. It's also a leg injury to a wide receiver. I mean, I know it's saying it's, minor is day to day. It's a thigh bruise. But, and this isn't just a Harbaugh thing. You know how this goes in the NFL. The pro sports in general. I mean, hockey's the worst. They don't even tell you what it is. They just say it's an upper body, lower body injury.
Yeah.
They give you no information. But yeah, I mean, it's a concern. I mean, they just signed a huge deal. Everybody's counting on a big season from this offense, with Declan Doyle. And your number one receiver now has been injured, but I'll take their word for it. They just said they have no negative history about misinformation.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, look, with the fact that all we've been hearing about in training camp is Jacoby Lane. Look, I'm excited to see what he brings to the table, but Zay's the straw that stirs the drink, and what everyone was talking about. So. Any type of injury, like with a guy that runs as fast as he does and can cut the way he does, any type of leg injury concerns me in case it lingers or you try to rush it and get back to it. But I think it's valid, the point you're trying to make. He's going to be used, I think, a lot more and even differently in this offense. I do think you're going to see Zay get targets in the red zone this year, and that's going to help get his numbers up to where people are going to go, oh, now I see why they paid him.
Yeah, I mean, because listen, he can come back next week. But what does come back mean? Does it mean he's back to full go? To me, especially, I think training camp is more important than preseason games. I do.
Oh, 100%.
I think that time you spend with your teammates going over things, precision, because you see sometimes they don't run routes full speed because they just want to go through it kind of like muscle memory. You see times they go 3/4 speed. Then they go all out. All of those things are done for a reason. When you have a guy like Zay missing that time, how much does that set you back? You can't redo, if he misses 5-6 days or more, you can't go back and get that time back. That's time missed. That's when you're moving on to other things. You can't hold up everybody. So my main concern is, can Zay just pick up and move on? And again, this is all predicated on, this is a new system. We can't say they're in a much more pro-style system, a much more complex system, a more sophisticated system, and act like you don't need time working in that system, Ed.
No, you can't. Obviously. Look, it's probably more important training camp than we've had in recent years because it's all new. And I'm expecting new things, and I'm expecting the offense to look very different just because of, the offensive coordinator we have. So I think, yeah. This is kind of a big deal if he's not able to come back full tilt.
I know Ben can probably speak to it better than the rest of us because he's been out there quite a bit. But I've been hearing about how many plays they're actually getting in and how fast practices move. So they're getting a lot of reps.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. They're trying, they're on a pretty set pitch count. Yesterday said they wanted to hit 100 plays before getting off the field. It was a super hot day, and they did. But on Zay, I was there when he went down. First, you're really worried when you see him limping off. You never know. Anytime it's a lower leg injury or the leg injury, you don't know what it is. And they immediately were stretching him, so then you knew it was probably a quad compared to what would be a knee injury. And he was limping, but the way Minner said it multiple times, and yesterday he said it without being asked, that he didn't expect Zay to be out very long. He'll probably be back this week, so I don't think it's going to be much time missed.
No, and again, I don't doubt. I trust him that he's going to come back when he says he comes back, but I don't know the definition of coming back. Is he full go? Is he only doing the half speed? I don't know what that means. Coming back, I don't think Zay's going to miss one regular season game from this. I don't. That's not my concern. My major concern is the amount of time that he's missing getting reps in. You just said they went 100 plays yesterday. That's 100 plays he didn't work with them. That makes me even more concerned. It is so important for you to get in plays, and it was so hot. And let's get in 100 plays because it's that important to us. Well, you can't tell me on one hand this is that important and tell me, but Zay missing means nothing. You can't convince me of that.
No, you can't. I mean, it's one of those situations I don't know what I expect them to say other than that, because I think we're all in agreement. You don't want to miss any training camp if you can help it. You want to be there. If their goal is 100 plays before they come off the field. You want to be there for as many of those as you're going to run.
Yeah.
Whatever your set count is, or snap count, excuse me, you want to run all of them. So yeah, but then again, I wouldn't expect Minter to say, well, this is going to be a setback. So, I'm just going to take it for what it is right now.
But I do think even still, like outside of cadence and outside of different guys going in motion, things like that, wide receiver is the one position where you can go in. If you know which receiver you are and which route you're running, I still think you can go out there. And I'm not saying like I don't want him at practice or anything like that. I think he can miss time and still get into it. But the fact that it's a new offense, I understand why people would want him here for all of it.
Definitely.
410. Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say I do think wide receivers can. I mean, we're the smartest players on the field. Sorry, I couldn't even get it out.
Can't say that with a straight face, can you? You can't say that with a straight. Hey, guys, I'm gonna make a flip. We saw Grayson Rodriguez last week in Baltimore, and I know that it wasn't really a big buzz about that. Are you more excited to face Dean Kramer? We'll talk about that at 7:30. But on the other side, let's keep it with wide receivers. Are the Jacoby Lane comparisons to NFL greats fair to Jacoby Lane? Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Prepare for cooler weather ahead at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service. Their fall maintenance package includes an oil change, tire rotation, windshield wiper replacement, and more for just $119.99. Offer valid through August 31st. See store for details.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You having TMJ pain? You find yourself clenching your teeth due to stress? How about those wrinkles? I don't even like wrinkles in my shirts, in my face. It's not a good thing. So, did you know Botox can remove the wrinkles? That you probably knew. But did you know it can decrease clenching and grinding in your teeth and provide significant lasting relief from TMJ pain and give you back that smooth-looking skin you had when you were in your 20s? I'm talking about the Smile Design Center in Dr. Lairfield. I've been talking to them for years. I really believe in what they do. They've been there. I've had my teeth whitened there. They just do great work. They do great dentistry, particularly great cosmetic work, all in a stress-free, spa-like environment. So I'd recommend you check out Dr. Lairfield and Smile Design. It's a full-service dental practice. But if you're looking for something more, and a lot of us are, just teeth whitening, veneers, crowns, implants, whatever you may need, check out Dr. Lairfield. Seriously. And now they're happy to announce they're using Botox to help rejuvenate their patients' faces to go along with those beautiful smiles they provide. And they're looking for a few models right now. Seriously, model patients they're throwing out a call. So call Nicole at 410-321-1100 for details of the special offer. That's 410-321-1100 and ask for Nicole.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Liberty Road northbound at Sedgemore Road. Debris in the roadway has the left lane blocked. The Beltway inner loop looks good. The outer loop is slow at Harford Road. And 895 southbound, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan on this manic Monday. We've heard a lot about Jacoby Lane, young wide receiver for the Baltimore Ravens. This young man hasn't even played a preseason game yet, Jeremy, let alone a regular season game. The last thing we heard was the comparison to Michael Thomas, former New Orleans Saints great. Listen, I love the fact that this kid is showing so much potential and has so much talent. But are we putting too much on his plate before he even has a chance to prove himself?
I mean, they are. But I think, wide receivers aren't going to complain about you comparing them to greatness. It's when they get out there and they look terrible. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, those comparisons were trash. And we've had this year after year with, preseason or training camp heroes. And we've had it with wide receivers in this city.
Yeah.
But I think they finally found one because this feels different than all the other times. And, we can speak to whoever's been out there watching it live. I've seen some of the catches. They're amazing. They're as advertised. But it's the fact that he keeps doing it every day. And then each time it's like, well, let's see him with pads on. Oh, well, looks fine there. Let's see him against this cornerback. Well, looks fine there. I think they may have found themselves a gem and finally got it from that wide receiver position, a place where they had struggled for years to find talent.
Ed, do you like all the comparisons you're hearing for this young man?
I mean, I like him, for sure. I mean, I've heard nothing but good things. The knock on Jacoby Lane in college was inconsistency. He makes spectacular plays, but was inconsistent. But a lot of that was credited to the fact he had to share reps at the time, and it fluctuated a lot. But, if he can get in a rhythm here, he's certainly got the talent. I mean, he would make some spectacular plays, but he had, very varying target volume in college. But that's, it's different right now. He's in the NFL. He's got, I think, a good offensive coaching staff. But they had, Mekhi Lemon was on that team, and he had to share catches with the other receivers. So that was the, not excuse, but the answer from the criticism when they said he was inconsistent. So I'm really optimistic about this. I don't know if you should be comparing to Hall of Famers yet, but that's what they do.
That's the only thing that gets me. I mean, I'm not putting anything negative on his potential. I'm not.
No.
But, how often do we say potential is just that? The potential means you hadn't done it yet. Right. That's all tell me how great he is. I don't want to hear who he compares to yet because he hasn't played even in a preseason game. But don't compare him yet.
The thing that I'm loving is the way it sounds is like, you're going to have yourself another red zone threat. You've got the big body guy that high points it. He's tall, and he's made these difficult catches so far. And I don't think he's going to have those issues in the game, but I also think, like, what Ed's saying is right. If you watched him in college, you would see him make these types of plays and go, wow. But Mekhi Lemon was the one that showed out. Is this a chance that maybe, not that Mekhi Lemon's not going to be good, maybe they just had two really good receivers, and we've seen this before where a guy's coming out of college, he gets dinged for something, and all of a sudden you go, yeah, that guy's way better than we thought. Like when DK Metcalf came out and had that body type, including myself, I'm going, oh, his body's going to break down. There's no way. And all he's done is put up numbers year after year.
And had people suspect that he was, all juiced up because his body fat was so low.
I did.
A lot of people did. Yeah.
Now, I mean, you said, Ed, he had inconsistent opportunities in college, right? I think
he was inconsistent because he didn't have as many as he probably would have liked.
Okay,
because he had to share
right.
catches. Yeah.
Okay, so he is on a team with Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, and to a lesser extent, I guess, based on what he did last year, Rashad
Bateman. Yeah.
So he's still going to have to do the same thing in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean he's a very talented guy. I mean, he certainly got the skills. I mean, anybody who's been to camp, I'm sure Ben can attest to it now.
Yeah.
You see with the plays he makes. But he's going to have to adjust to that in the NFL because, this isn't like there's one spectacular player on that team that's NFL worthy. It's D1 football is much different than NFL, even at the highest level. I mean, everybody was a D1 player pretty much in the NFL now and the star of their team. So, he's going to have to just adjust to it. But I think he certainly has the ability. I hate when they start making Hall of Fame comparisons to guys who haven't even taken a snap.
And I'm not questioning his ability. What gets me is what you just said. Why are we comparing him to guys? He hasn't played a game yet, not even a preseason game.
Well,
right.
I think some of the players are comparing him to themselves, too, like Michael Thomas, Des Bryant. Who's the other one I'm missing in this group that he gets compared to as well? They've all talked about how he looks like them and has the same type of body type. And Des Bryant was out here screaming, is like, look, I know receivers better than most. If I'm telling you the guy's legit, he's legit. And that's what he's saying about Jacoby Lane. But, hey, still got to get out there and prove it in a regular season game. And I'm just wondering, I thought this was the year Tez was supposed to take the step forward. It's a good problem to have if you have 4 mouths to feed at the wide receiver position, but we'll see.
Ben, is this kid worthy of the comparisons?
He's
sorry. The comparisons are a little outrageous, but the sad part is that's kind of what this generation is. It's always, can you compare him to the next greatest, regardless of where he's drafted, who he is. That's just what this generation is. But I'll give him credit because he's riding this wave. Instead of having one massive day and then falling off the next, like all of the hype, the next day he goes out and makes another one-handed grab. The next day he fights through Marlon Humphrey, hand fighting, and catches a pass that a lot of people said coming into the NFL he was going to have to adjust and be able to do things like that. The biggest test will be when you have guys on another team being physical with him, guys who aren't trying to keep both teams healthy on the field and all of those things. That's like I can't judge exactly what he is until I see him with a true opponent in front of him versus one of his teammates that are cornerbacks.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. And that's the thing. I forgot all about Tez, Jeremy. Mm-hmm. And this whole conversation, all the conversations we've been having, we talked about Zay. We talked about can Rashad Bateman return to his 2024 numbers, and somewhere close to that. We talked ad nauseum about Jacoby. I forgot about Tez. Mm-hmm. Where does Tez fit in all of this?
What he caught a touchdown pass over the weekend from Lamar. I still think Tez has a role in the team, and it's just like if you have that many mouths to feed in the passing game, which is a good thing, it means Lamar has weapons. As long as you're winning, nobody complains. But once that winning stops, and if you have somebody get upset, we know how wide receivers can be.
How can it be, Jeremy?
Well, we're always open, and we don't always get the ball. So we got to let the quarterback know when that happens.
Which is every play.
Well, every play that we don't get the ball. Hey, that was a great touchdown pass, but I was open underneath. Yeah,
Hey, let's go out to the phone lines. 410-583-1057. Catonsville. Kevin. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning, man.
Hey, Rob, let me get your cash app real quick, because I'm going to send you some money because I want you to talk to Dean Kramer before it starts today.
No. See, his numbers are good in games in which I talk to him before the game. So you don't want me to talk to him.
All right, don't talk to him.
I'll stay away from that club. I'll stay away from that club. I'll stay away from that clubhouse until tomorrow. I'll go over there to talk to him tomorrow.
Hey, real quick about the Jacoby Lane thing. I coach football, and Rob, you coach basketball, and you get that play, and you be like, oh, they remind me of such and such. You know what I mean? But you kind of keep it to yourself because mentally, you don't know how some people are going to take it. Now, if Jacoby Lane takes that, and as much as he's on social media, I'm sure, but if he takes that and say, you know what, I'm going to use that to motivate me, is one thing. But if he takes that and hears those things and takes that energy and get a big head and everything, that's something different. But his body type, I think with them going to more 11 personnel, he's going to replace some of those catches likely, that position that likely had.
That's been said. Yeah, that's been speculation.
So, yeah, but to compare him to, Hall of Fame, let's pump the brakes, and kind of see. But y'all have a good time. Grab a couple Juicy Lucy's while you out there.
I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get me a Juicy Lucy. I have to.
Y'all have a good one.
I thought she was out of town.
I am.
No, she.
Oh, Juicy Lucy.
No, that's what they're known for. Was that the cheese inside the burger?
Cheese inside the burger.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you find yourself downtown by the, where the Timberwolves play, I think the ballpark's close to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My friend owns a place called O'Donovan's, a beautiful Irish pub, and he'll take care of you.
Really nice place. Really nice guy, too. So,
but I didn't even know you went there. Did you go?
Yeah. I got to hang out with him. Yeah, I got to hang out with him.
You told me you did.
But he was sitting outside and I was inside, and I'm like, where is this guy? And then all of a sudden we finished our drinks and we were walking out, and I'm like, is his name
Dermot?
I almost said Declan. That's our offensive coordinator. Dermot, because we were exchanging texts and then we never got to meet up after that. But yeah, you got to go there and have a drink, and then you got to go to Boucheron, have some food, get yourself a Juicy Lucy.
You guys know I'm working, right?
No, man, blow off the Orioles.
You'll find the time.
They'll be there.
I'm just letting you know I'm here working.
And by the way,
I got this morning show in the morning, and I got Orioles baseball at night.
I hope Jacoby Lane speaks up and says, "Hey, man, I'm tired of you comparing all these Hall of Famers to me, man. They're not as good as I am." That's what I want to hear.
I don't know whether he's in Minnesota with me. I don't know whether he's in another country, because every time he calls, he's someplace else. Let's go and get Trippy. Trippy, where exactly are you this morning?
Hello?
Where exactly are you this morning?
Hey, I'm on my way to work. I'm on my scooter.
Okay. Sometimes it says on the call screen that you're in other locations, so I just wanted to make sure.
Right now, I can't. Well, actually, I'm in Yale Heights, but I wanted to chime in about Jacoby Lane, right? Because I don't know. Maybe it might have been the marijuana I smoked this week, but I could have sworn last week. The Big Bad Morning Show was hyping up Rashad Bateman, talking about, this might be his year. And I understand Zay is hurt, right? But
who's hurt?
Zay. Hold up. How's y'all not? Hold up. Hey, Rob. See, I gotta be on my silo joint now. Hey, Rob. How is y'all not gonna hype up Jacoby Lane when y'all still hyping up a receiver for 6 years, and now all of a sudden it's gonna be his year because we got a new offensive coordinator?
Because the receiver number one, we didn't hype him up, but the receiver that we were talking about in question actually has NFL stats, and this one hasn't played in the NFL preseason game. That's the difference. The difference is the receiver that we talked about last year actually had a decent NFL season at one point, so he's shown in games that he can produce. When this receiver, we agree, he has all the potential in the world. He has not even played against someone that's not a Raven.
But look, listen what Jameis Hensley said. He said, out of 27 years, I never saw a wide receiver like that. I mean, you're right. It is training camp and stuff, practice, right? But my thing is, it ain't like we got the other OCs no more. So if the way how these coaches hyping up, I mean, the way how fans and the media is hyping up these coaches and stuff, don't you think we should succeed with Jacoby Lane?
I would love to know. I would love to know whether your reading comprehension is, because I think at some point in this segment, I said, and I think Ed said it too, no one's questioning his talent. We're saying pump your brakes on the comparisons. No one's questioning his talent. You're trying to prove to us this kid has talent. You don't have to prove that to us. I'm saying it's unfair to him to compare him to Hall of Famers before he even plays a game. It's unfair to him.
Well, I'm just sitting here. What's his Twitter handle? Can't guard. Is it Kobe? Can't guard Jack 1. He's already telling you. You can't guard him. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. By the way, can I say this? In just watching some of the things that I think they did find a real one here. I think
so too.
I think, again, understanding that some of the comparisons you're getting kind of get people charged up. Watching him make plays, I think he's going to fit in this offense, and he brings something that they don't have.
Jeremy, if he has a bad week or two with all the comparisons, then it's going to go 180 degrees the opposite way. That's all I'm saying. Pump your brakes on the comparison. Let him beat Jacoby Lane.
Yeah, that's the problem when they build you up too quick.
Exactly.
I learned this from John Miller. He said, nothing the media loves more than building something. The only thing they love more than building somebody up is tearing them down.
Yep. Cordell Woodland joins us at 8, but Ed, on the other side, we're giving out shovels.
Yes. You know that moment when common sense just leaves your body? Mm-hmm. Well, we've got the audio and video, and it's as bad as it gets. You're not going to believe this one.
Shovels up next on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
You know Mount Washington Tavern, right? Of course you do. Since 1979, it's been one of Baltimore's original neighborhood spots. I lived in Mount Washington. My first house was on Fairbank Road. I'd go down to Newbury Street to the tavern, and it's a kind of place where regulars become family. It's a great place. So if you're planning something for the office, a birthday, or just a night out with the crowd, Mount Washington Tavern does private parties and group events too. They do it all, including their own private Pimlico room, which we use for Christmas parties and events and things like that. So get your people together and let them handle the rest. And of course, happy hours are great there. So don't miss them Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. $10 martinis, old fashions and Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. If you're there for dinner, do yourself a favor and get that $32 prime rib. Comes with fingerling potatoes and a side salad. It's fantastic. And Sundays, well, $5 canned drinks all day. Well, it's $5 drinks all day. Crushers, rail drink, canned seltzers, things like that. So if you're more of a weekend morning person, they got brunch Saturday and Sunday, 11 to 3. But reservations go fast, so call or book online. And when you're there, say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck for me. Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Feel the thrill of playing Raven scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery. You can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to win great second chance prizes, like $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for 20 years. Please play responsibly.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-471-6025. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-471-6025 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-471-6025. Once again, that's 800-471-6025.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The Beltway inner loop looks good. The outer loop very slow. Harford Road to Providence, 895 southbound. You're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is very slow from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
As Ravens training camp rolls on, Jacoby Lane continues to make his presence felt. The rookie wide receiver has been turning heads with highlight reel catches throughout camp. Lane was asked how he feels his first training camp has gone so far.
Yeah, definitely super blessed to be able to be at a place like this in Owings Mills, feed off the energy and the environment that I'm in. I think that's just who I am, be a product of my environment. Every time I look to the vets or even the young guys, I'm getting better every day. So I just want to try and do that every day.
The Ravens will get Monday off before returning to the practice field Tuesday. Shifting to the O's, the weekend didn't go as they'd like, but they were able to salvage the series finale with a win over the Rangers. They'll now travel to Minnesota for another important series with a team just ahead of them in the wildcard race. A familiar face will take the mound for the Twins in the series opener as Dean Kramer gets the start. In his first outing after being traded to Minnesota, he pitched 5 innings of one-run ball. Trevor Rogers gets the nod for the O's. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
We're giving out shovels. Ed Norris, who gets your shovel?
A golfer who completely lost his common sense and paid a price. Yeah. This is something I witness on a regular basis.
Is that a shotgun start?
That was a lightning strike.
Oh.
I worked yesterday at the golf course. I play here in the same courses. At this time of year, it rains crazy, pretty much on a daily basis here. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder, lots of rain. You know how golf courses are. This idiot, this video with this, you have to watch this. It's spectacular. I sent it to Ben. The guy is out there filming the storm, and then I think he was standing under a tree, which they tell you not to do. And while he's there giggling, I guess you could kind of hear it in that audio, he's laughing. He's saying, "Woohoo, this is great." And he's like, Roger Rabbit, "Woohoo!" And then he literally gets struck by lightning.
Winning.
Yeah, he gets struck. He survived, by the way. But I think, his luck has run out. I think he used 100% of his good luck up on this day. But it's something to watch, man. So if you're out there, because I see people all the time, like most of the people have common sense. When, they hear thunder or they see lightning strikes in the distance, they hightail it off the golf course. But some people, they think I don't know if it's kind of macho, bravado, whatever it is. Nah, it's not this Florida. Like, you're an idiot, man. It's so dangerous. And this guy, you have to see this because how quickly it happens. And what color it was odd, too. But.
Jeremy Cole, who gets your shovel this morning?
My shovel's going to end up going to guys like Dov Kleiman and Ari Myroff. I don't know if you guys saw this. Twitter is ending the current creator monetization program and replacing it with a new original content rewards program. All existing creators will have to reapply starting September 8th. So for people like Dov Kleiman, ML Football, Ari Myroff, all they do is steal other people's property, repurpose it for themselves, and try to pretend like it's their own. So now they're saying those guys won't be able to monetize that. So I think it's a good thing that you don't have all these content stealers out there.
I think it is. I agree with you 100%. Did you guys see the WNBA game this week with the Fever?
I was watching it live, which is it's crazy. All these things happen while I was watching it live. Because in the moment, go ahead, Rob, do your shovel.
My shovel goes to Dejanay Carrington. Dejanay Carrington was issued a flagrant 2 for her foul against Sophie Cunningham, and her response was to go on her social media page and say white privilege. Now, let me explain something to you. And I always say this, there is racism in this world, there is white privilege in this world, but sometimes we bring the attention to the wrong thing. I'll give you an example. Sophie Cunningham is a meme, she's a t-shirt, she is a hero. Fans are just screaming for her right now, all because she sat and pointed at somebody who said, "Don't point at me." Now let me rewind to about 4 years ago when Angel Reese was being talked when Caitlin Clark was bumping her gums in the championship game to Angel Reese. Angel Reese pointed to her ring finger. Angel Reese was vilified for pointing her ring finger. Yes, Sophie Cunningham is praised for pointing. That's difference. There's a difference there. You know what the difference is. However, you coming across somebody's face, landing on the floor and turning back. You turned back to Sophie Cunningham to get in her face before she even got up from the floor. If you want to be a bad girl, be a bad girl. Own up to it. But don't cry foul when you get slapped on the wrist for being a bad girl. It was a flagrant 2. It was the definition of a flagrant 2. It's not white privilege. It's not white privilege. In the same game, if you recall, Caitlin Clark got ejected, got a T for bumping into a referee on a contact play on the baseline, which means she's going to be suspended for a game.
3 games.
Is that white privilege? Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Bring the spotlight to the things that deserve to have the spotlight put on them. To the racial issues that really are racial issues. This right here just makes people look at you and say, come on. This right here makes the people who says racism don't exist, this is their platform. See? Everybody's screaming racism. That's not racism. This gives the people who think there's not racism in the world their platform. Because that's not white privilege. You hit that girl upside the head and took her to the floor. I would have punched you in the mouth if I was a female, if you did that to me. I would have punched you in the mouth. I'm serious.
Me too. That's a really pretty face to be touching.
That's just ridiculous, man. You calling that's white privilege? Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was going to say, Dejanay said, mustard on that beat. That's what she said. By the way, watching it in real time, I thought it was a flagrant 1. And then they made the point of how she cocked her arm back and the ball, like she wasn't going to get to the ball. It happened so fast.
Dude, I didn't need a replay.
I did.
Soon as Sophie Cunningham hit the floor, I said, oh, she's tossed. You went across her head. It was contact to the head. I don't care. I've seen flagrant 2s on unintentional contact to the head. So I don't care about her intent. I'm not worried about her intent. You went to her head.
Yeah, but it didn't help my over. So when you lose the best player on the other team, she had been cooking Sophie Cunningham in that first quarter. She had 8 points. That's why I was like, man, you're putting her on skates, and then now you're hitting her when she's going up for a layup.
Sophie, we didn't forget also a couple years ago you were the same one to poke Caitlin Clark. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
come on, Dejanay. Yeah, if you're going to be a bad girl, if you want to be Draymond Green, then you got to take what goes with it, what comes with it. If you want to be that person, that's fine. But you can't cry foul when you get disciplined for being that person.
I would have been totally fine if they came back and said, we've changed this to a flagrant 1. We found out Jeremy has the over, and we don't want to screw up his bet.
However,
they didn't say that. And then it went under.
Did you guys see her as the ring girl at the UFC fight?
Yeah. Well, that's why people are like, they're giving her grief too for talking about all this other stuff, and then you show up as a ring girl at a McGregor fight where, I mean, we can sit here and point fingers about who's doing what for this person, that person. Like, we can even get into Royce, who's out there talking about he wants to get into the WNBA. You got to be careful who you're backing. This is the same guy who's putting his hands on women. So, like, I ain't trying to.
It's also funny because in that before, she ends up pointing at Max Holloway.
Yes, yeah.
Remember?
He did her point and she did his.
Yep, yeah. It was very funny. And Rob, if you haven't seen it, she's barefoot in this, so you may want to check it out.
Who's bad?
Barefoot.
Who?
Sophie Cunningham.
She doesn't do it for me.
She might if you looked at the picture.
I've seen the twerking and I've seen all of that. I'm like, she doesn't do it for me.
It's a long ass.
Say it again, Jeremy.
It's a long ass.
That's a long ass, man. That's a long back.
That's all the way up to her neck. I like Sophie though.
Oh, I like her as a basketball player. I'm just saying for that she doesn't do it for me. Tordell Woodland joins us at the 8 o'clock hour, but on the other side, Grayson Rodriguez came to Baltimore and pitched a very good baseball game. There seemed to be no real excitement about that. Are you excited to face Dean Kramer tonight? Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this baseball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A surprise in Allen Park. Veteran quarterback Teddy Bridgewater has informed the Detroit Lions he's retiring from the NFL again. It marks his second retirement for the 33-year-old who previously stepped away after the 2023 season before returning to play. Placed on the reserve retired list, Bridgewater leaves Detroit and now paves the way for a brand new backup quarterback. This time, they turn to Josh Dobbs. I'm Drake Toll.
1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Vinny Serrato here. I know what it takes to win under pressure. So if you're hurt in an accident, call the team that knows how to win. Science and Kirk. Hurt in an accident? Remember, if you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec full synthetic motor oil. Limits apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Pump up the volume. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The summer sell-a-thon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000, ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The Beltway inner loop looks good. The outer loop very slow. Harford Road to Providence, 895 southbound. You're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is very slow from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed Norris down in Sarasota. I'm out here in Minneapolis. Jeremy Kahn is in Baltimore holding it down. Now, back on, what was that, August 4th? Grayson Rodriguez, for the first time, pitched in Camden Yards on the visiting team. And, Ed, I don't think there was a huge buzz about that personally. I don't. Grayson went 7 innings, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk. Had a very good game. By the way, he came back down to earth his last start against Miami. Went 4 innings, giving up 4 runs, and walked 4 batters. But again, I don't think there was a huge buzz about that. Are you more excited about seeing Kramer tonight than you were about seeing Grayson Rodriguez last week?
Maybe. Because it's more recent and it's the first time we'll see him. I always get, it's always a little dilemma with these things. I like Kramer. I mean, I know you liked him. And I like Kramer. Well, both of them, actually.
Kramer. Okay.
Kramer. But, I want to see the Orioles do to him what they did yesterday. It's just, he's playing for another team now that we're fighting with for a playoff spot. So, I like to see him. Hope he does well, but not that well. It would be good to see him, though. And by the way, I have a shovel for ESPN. They make so many mistakes now. I was just rewatching the home runs on my computer on the break. Mm-hmm. So I hit Alonso's, he had 2, it was a 27th time, he has multiple home runs and all that. I go to click on the Cowser one, and it says, Colton Cowser, home run. It was Colson Montgomery of the White Sox against the Guardians. If you click on that right now, you'll see, Colson Montgomery hitting.
Well, they
home
fired
run.
the guy that took care of that. So
there's no editorial control anymore
because they have no editors.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Jeremy, I hope Dean Kramer goes 6 innings, giving up no runs, and the Orioles score 10 when he leaves.
I could. Well, I don't know if the Orioles could score 10 after he left. I mean, that would be an offensive explosion. We haven't seen that. Well, yesterday it finally happened, but
right.
I feel like I feel the same way about both because I was at the Grayson Rodriguez game, and when I found out we had tickets to it, I was kind of excited to see him, see how the crowd reacted to him because I've never understood that guy left my team or we traded him away, and now I hate him. He's the worst player that I've ever seen in my life. Boo, boo. With Kramer, though, I think he's one of those SOBs that gets up for a game like this just like Grayson did, and I think we get a pitcher's duel tonight.
Yeah, it's possible you could. If we win the pitcher's duel, I'm fine. I just want to win the game.
Yeah.
I liked Grayson Rodriguez once upon a time more than I do today. It has nothing to do with him being traded. We had this conversation off air. It's just, he didn't put the work in that I thought he should have, and it's hard for me to really support someone like that. You know what I mean? If you don't, you got to love it. And if you do love it, you do everything you can to get back on the field. And there were times where he didn't. And I kind of fell off a little bit on him. I did. But before then, I liked him a lot. I don't dislike him. I want him to do well. I want him to kind of grow up from that and start putting in more work. But it's known that he doesn't. Kramer is a different guy because Kramer is very. I like Kramer. You know how I am. I like the petty guys. You know, Kramer's petty. He's very, very petty.
He's definitely going to be up for this game. And you know how most guys will say, "Oh, it's just another game." I don't know if he's the type to say that, even publicly.
I don't believe that from anybody.
Yeah,
but I don't think. But I agree with Jeremy. I agree with you, Ed, that I don't believe that that's the case. But I agree with Jeremy. I don't think Dean Kramer's going to say that. Yeah. I think Dean Kramer's going to say, "Hell yeah,
yeah,
bring him on." So I'm ready for him.
I would understand. Kramer yelled at Alonzo a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
And that was the end of it, my friend. That was like a month or so after he threw Samuel Basayo under the bus.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird. Rob starts talking to a guy, and then the guy becomes just like Rob.
I know. I was nice. 10 years ago, I was a nice guy.
That is messed up. That is so messed up. For folks who are wondering why he said 10 years ago, Ed, how long have you and I been doing the show together?
10 years.
About 10 years. About 10 years.
That's what I thought. Let's go out to Rosedale and get Antonio. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Doing well. How are you, sir?
Good, Jamie. I'm looking forward to seeing you this weekend at the Light Up Little Italy Festival.
Yeah, we'll be slinging some beers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Bartending.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe.
Good Oils win. Do the Oils depend too much on the home runs to win games? And you guys have a wonderful day.
You have a wonderful day, too. And, yes, I think they do because I don't think this offense can put together a lot of multi-hit innings and produce runs. You want them to manufacture runs. I don't think that's their strength. I mean, today's pitchers are too good. You put together 3 singles that'll get you 1 run. You put together, 2 home runs in 1 inning, and that's the only 2 hits you have. You have 2 runs. I don't know why. Baltimore seems to be the only place where home runs are taboo. It's a bad. Like don't hit home runs. Let's grind it out. You get excited because you grinded it out. Man, I love 2 runs, home runs. Give me a walk, a single, and a 3-run home run, and then let's go and play defense. So I think just because of the way the offense struggles to put together those risps, I think home runs is your best tool.
Yeah, who said it was a couple years ago? Can't catch the ball on the other side of the fence.
That was Dan Duquette.
Was Duquette, right?
Yeah, they were questioning him about how he constructed the roster and all these home run hitters. He said, you can't defend the ball on the other side of the fence. Right. You're hitting with runners in scoring position. If I hit a home run, I put myself in scoring position. So let that count. So I'm all right with hitting the home runs as long as you're good at it. Ryan Ripken joins us at 8:30, but on the other side, Cordell Woodland gives us our dose of Ravens football up next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Are you ready for summer? Baseball is in full swing, and life is picking back up. And if you're still carrying around last year's extra weight, well, it can feel like you're stuck in the dugout watching everyone else play. LifeMed Institute, their medically supervised weight loss GLP-1 programs are built around you, your body, your goals, your timeline. They also offer hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical grade supplements, and genetic testing to tackle the real reason stubborn weight hangs on. With on-site medical providers guiding you every step of the way, real results aren't just possible, they're the whole point. This season, make the call that changes everything. Schedule your free consultation at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com. LifeMed also has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, and tell them Rob Long sent you.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Get 0% for 60 months on 2026 Santa Fe and Tucson models, plus no payments until November 2026. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles broke out of their recent offensive slump in a big way Sunday, scoring 10 runs to avoid a sweep against the Rangers. Pete Alonso powered the offense with his first multi-home run game as an Oriole, while Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill added homers of their own. Craig Albernet spoke on the Birds' success at the plate in the win.
Came out strong today. Yeah, it was up and down the lineup, great at-bats. 6 walks, that's something we were talking about with our, earlier the past couple of games, and even back at home was our ability to walk but not being able to cash them in. But the guys had great at-bats, great swings, big day by Pete, Kobe, Jackson, Cowser, Leote. Yeah, it was a great offensive performance tonight.
The 1-2 weekend dropped the O's a bit in the standings as they now sit at 57 and 61 and 2 games back of the Rangers for the final American League wildcard spot. Baltimore will be right back at it Monday night as they'll head to Minnesota for a 3-game set against the Twins, who sit a half game ahead of them in the wildcard race. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT sponsored by Jerry's Home Services with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Target Field is set for 7:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Ed is in Sarasota. I'm in Minneapolis. And the guy who's always at Ravens training camp joining us right now, Cordell Woodland. What's up, Cordell?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
How are you, my man?
Not bad.
Now, Now, Cordell, we talked a little bit earlier about Zay Flowers and a minor quad injury, and we know he's expected back soon, but my major concern about that is you can't get the time back that he missed in reps. We understand they took, 100 plays the other day just to get in. But my major concern with him is not when he comes back, but, if he's missed significant time in terms of getting reps.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a new offense, that could be a concern, but I wouldn't have any concerns necessarily too concerned about that. Now, if it's any of the young guys, if it's Jacoby Lane, if it's, guys that's coming off a poor season like Rashad Bateman, somebody like that, I might have a little more, I probably have a different answer for you. But with Zay, I mean, he looked very sharp when he was out there. He's been out there for everything as well, like OTAs, minicamp, obviously, and even now minicamp, the second day of minicamp, they didn't practice, but he and Bateman were at least on the field. So, and he has a very strong connection with Lamar, probably more than any other pass catcher on the team at this point. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. And it does sound like he'll be back fairly soon, at least when you talk to Jesse Minter.
Cordell, what size gold jacket do you think Jacoby Lane wears?
That's what we've been trying to figure out on the side ourselves. The Joker said that he's getting fitted for his jacket. I mean, I'm sure it's a big one because the dude he's got some size on him. He's straight up and down. And honestly, he's got a little more muscle than maybe the pictures give him credit for. But when you watch him go make some of those catches, you can see the strength. But, yeah, I mean, look, so far through camp, depending on who you talk to, it may tell you he's the second coming of Randy Moss.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, like, he's looked great. Have you seen anything from Tez yet? Because we were fully expecting him to take a step forward this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tez has had his moments as well. It's just that Lane is making the spectacular plays. Yeah. He's got the multiple one-handed grabs, and he's going up and climbing the ladder and snagging the ball. And, he's doing it against a lot of their top corners. So I think with Tez, he's been consistent and still flashing at times. He just hasn't gotten the highlight plays that Jacoby Lane has gotten. But no doubt, I mean, I think when you talk about the wide receiver depth chart right now, I mean, it probably is a true competition for wide receiver 3. And to this point in camp, I mean, it's hard to not think that Jacoby Lane is probably slightly ahead of Tez Walker on the depth chart, but anything can happen. And look, like I said, the dude has been, especially the last 3 to 4 practices, he's been nonstop. He's been as advertised in those practices, but that means nothing come game day. So he's still got to prove it. And the good thing is, talking to him yesterday, he doesn't seem like he's somebody that's buying into his own hype right now. He was very mature up at the podium. He talked about being where his speed are and, continuing to work every day and trying to keep pace with the veterans on this team, and also, the bar that he is currently setting for himself with some of these recent practices. So I think he understands it's the NFL, it's practice. You haven't done anything until you start doing it in a real game, and in this league, you have to do it consistently just to hang around and keep your spot.
Cordell Woodland joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Speaking of keeping your spot, great segue. Last year, Rashad Bateman had 19 catches and 38 targets. I think if there ever a person on this roster that was a victim of offensive philosophy and maybe even some of the injuries, it was Bateman. And not his injuries, but Lamar and with the offense. But we talked a lot about Jacoby Lane. You said there's a competition for wide receiver 3. Well, do we see a world at some point that maybe Lane becomes the wide receiver 2 and Bateman is pushed back to wide receiver 3?
Maybe. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, I think, like you said, I think Bateman was affected by multiple factors. Mm-hmm. I think, obviously, the injuries with Lamar, if his quarterback isn't right, it's tough. But then people will say, well, Zay was able to have a career year. But I think with Bateman, when you talk about scheme, maybe that could be part of it because it did feel like he was used as more of a deep threat the last couple of years. And with the offensive line being as bad as it was last year, Lamar couldn't get any time to let some of those deep developing routes actually process and allow guys like Bateman to get open and Lamar to be able to set his feet and be able to make that type of pass. So, yeah, I do agree that Bateman was affected by a lot of different things, but he's too good of a player to have 19 catches in a season. I'm sorry. I just think he's too good for that. So when you talk about could Lane or somebody take his spot, I mean, it's never off the table because you have to assume that he's going to continue to stay healthy, which quietly he has the last couple of seasons. But he's also got to stay locked in and actually be involved. It can't be if Bateman doesn't get the ball in the first possession or two, then he's tapping out and he's checked out. Or he gets one big hit over the middle and then you don't hear from him the rest of the game. One drop and you don't hear from him. He's got to find a way to stay engaged for all 4 quarters, whether he's getting the ball thrown to him or not. It just is what it is. It's part of being a receiver. But I think outside of Zay, everybody I don't know if you're going to get consistent contributors when you talk about the pass catchers every week. Even with Jacoby Lane, as spectacular as he's been, I haven't seen anything when you talk about yards after the catch. I've seen some of the spectacular catches. I've seen the diving catches, the one-handed ones, but the play pretty much ends there. So I don't think he gives you the after-the-catch type of big play ability that Rashad can, that he's shown that he can do. Zay obviously has it. That's the one thing that I haven't seen from Lane to this point. So I think the good thing is all these guys have their own different skill sets to where, again, outside of Zay, I couldn't tell you who the other consistent contributor would be at pass catcher right now.
How about our right guard? I hear so much good about Vega Ione. Have you noticed him in practice? I mean, offensive line play is tough to gauge sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you try to pay attention to them at times because you could easily get caught up watching the ball or watching some of the skill positions, and it gets so crowded at the line of scrimmage sometimes. It's tough to see anything. But I have tried to pay attention to Iwane. Mainly when they have the pads on is when I start really locking in on the guys in the trenches. But I think he's been more than fine. I've seen him show his athleticism in some of those pulling plays and help open holes for guys. I've seen him pancake a guy. He seems very sound. Now, that's not to say he hasn't lost a rep. I've seen him lose some reps too. But this is a very good defensive line. And yesterday with Calais and John Jenkins coming back and participating in 11-on-11 for the first time, I mean, you got to see the difference with that starting defense and how they can stop the run. So, yeah, I think he's still a work in progress. But to this point, I mean, I haven't talked bad about him. He hasn't jumped out to me. So as an offensive lineman, that's a good thing.
There he is, Cordell Woodland. Cordell, thanks a lot for your time, my friend.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, man.
Bye, man.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Ryan Ripken joins us at 8:30, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy. I mean, I think that's what we are, aren't we?
Yeah,
I've been all over the place this morning.
Who knows, man?
Is that what we are right now?
I can do it, so we'll set it up that way. First, I got to tell you, training camp updates on the Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. And we have a couple of fun stories for you. We're going to talk about a man that hid in the woods for 5 days because he was being tortured during a sex game. Ed, you know this story. You were there. Florida men fight over love interest.
He was the one looking for him.
Florida men fight over love interest in the parking lot with a hatchet and a machete. Nice guys. And I got two interesting Ivy League school things here. A Cambridge professor is accused of plagiarism. I'll tell you what he did. Did he plagiarize his resignation letter? Yes, he did. So Ivy League schools also refusing men to let men be men as at Cornell, somebody decided to butcher a bear in a communal kitchen. I'll tell you about that when we come back as well.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, Even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuide.com.
And now it's time for the Medical Minute powered by Ortho Maryland.
Hi, I'm Mark Alexander, chiropractor at Ortho Maryland. How much time do you look down on your phone, tablet, or computer? All that screen time can contribute to what's called forward head posture, or FHP. This is where your head shifts in front of the shoulders instead of directly over top of them. When this happens, your body works harder to stay balanced, creating extra stress on muscles, joints, and ligaments, leading to pain, stiffness, headaches, and can even have an effect on breathing and digestive issues. The good news is this can be improved. Better alignment helps you to reduce pain, improve strength, and keep you moving more efficiently. Many don't realize they even have a problem until they are uncomfortable. At Ortho Maryland, we offer a comprehensive approach to evaluating and treating these issues. Visit orthomaryland.net for location and scheduling information.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy? Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Liberty Road northbound at Sedgemore Road. Debris in the roadway has the left lane shut down. The Beltway inner loop is slow at Green Spring. The outer loop, you're on the brakes at Harford Road. 895 southbound is super slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, let's start off with these 2 Ivy League schools. We'll talk about Cambridge professor. He was accused of plagiarism, being a serial liar, and then worse, he's now expected of using AI to write his resignation letter. So I don't know how much worse it can get for you, Chief, but Jason Arde is truly incredible man. In 2023, age 37, he became the youngest black professor to have been appointed to the University of Cambridge. Remarkable in itself, but Arde...
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're losing points.
Oh.
They must have known what we were looking for because they put that in the article. But Arde was no prodigy. Until the age of 11, his autism left him nonverbal, and he was illiterate until he was 18, leaving school with just 2 GCSEs, whatever. I'm not even going to try to figure that out. Somebody out there smarter than me knows what that is. This child born in poverty, disadvantaged from, is it Ghanaian? If you're from Ghana, would it be Ghanaian family?
Why are you asking me?
I was asking
Ghana.
I was asking Ed. I thought he's on top of this stuff. He's very worldly. Anyway,
I do know what the other thing is. A general certificate of secondary education.
Yeah, that's what I said.
In England.
So, but yeah,
no.
He's accused of all this stuff. Yeah.
So let me get it straight. He was on a spectrum and he beat the odds, and he's black.
Yeah,
man.
You know what? I'm just going to move on from this story because I feel like this is.
Have you guys ever used AI for anything like writing or anything?
Yes, I use it. I use it when I'm writing up my plays, my picks. I use it to write it up and make it sound analytical because it makes it sound way better than I ever could.
I've never used it.
Yeah, it's the wave of the future. I hear. I don't know how much.
You got to be careful with it because sometimes it's obvious.
Yeah,
I kind of still enjoy writing my own stuff.
Me too. Which is, I mean, I've used AI just to get ideas of how to. You put in anything, it's amazing. You know, like I was putting resumes together and things like that. But it's just sometimes you want it to sound like you.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: what school did RFK Jr. go to? Do you know, Ed? What college? It wasn't Cornell, was it? Because,
did he go to Cornell?
I don't know. This New York Ivy League school is banning students from preparing wild game in the communal kitchen after a bunch of kids skinned and butchered a black bear. See, Rob, its bear's black, too. Jesus, come on. Oh, sorry. According to the Cornell Daily Sun, in September, 2 students legally hunted an adult black bear, then skinned it and butchered it in a shared kitchen. Who the hell? You can't do that in a communal kitchen. They probably left bear pieces all over the place. Either one of you guys ever eaten bear?
I've not.
No. Heard it's really tough. Like it's tough to chew. Yeah, it seems like it. The new policy the new policy was included in the university's guideline for the upcoming academic year and states processing wild game animals in community kitchens. Wouldn't that be common sense? How'd you like to be walking in going to grab a sandwich, or maybe you're just microwaving something to eat real quick, and then all of a sudden there's someone butchering a bear?
You said Robert Kennedy Jr.?
Yeah.
He went to Harvard.
Oh.
That's family school.
I only guessed Cornell because of the bear incident. So
yeah, JFK Jr. with the Brown.
He went to Pace, then University of Virginia, then he attended London School of Economics. It said attended, so evidently he didn't graduate from there.
Well, let's go to Florida, where Ed's at. 2 men fighting over a love interest with a hatchet and a machete in a Publix parking lot. So I got into this story so badly because I wanted to see the woman they were fighting over, and I still haven't seen a picture. But let me tell you about the 2 guys. One with a machete, one with a hatchet. August 4th, physical altercation between Everett Critchbaum, 52, and James Gay, 35. It was over a love interest. According to a police report, detectives reported Gay was the primary aggressor in the incident in Panama City. Critchbaum was sitting in his car in the Publix lot when Gay first approached him and started a verbal altercation, according to the arrest affidavit. These guys are fighting with weapons in the parking lot. I have to see a picture of this woman.
You know what it is when you fight over when 2 men fight over a woman, right?
What's that?
What's the man's last name?
Gay. I mean, look, this is something else. And the ages.
Let me tell you something. Yeah. You didn't see a picture of this woman?
No. Did you find it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then I got to
send it. I'll send it to the group.
Damn New York Post burying the lead.
It is. Yeah, I can't imagine fighting over this hottie.
But we've seen this before. We had the 5 guys that fought over the one woman, and you're going, yeah, that's not it. that can't be the woman. It's just unbelievable. But yeah, so Ed sent in the picture. Let's see this. Oh, lovely. Now, 35 and 52-year-olds fighting over. Good God.
Which one's the man? Oh.
I said, who wrote Dundalk? It was Ben. I'm calling you out, Ben. No, she's got all of her teeth, I think. Or she's not smiling. Anyway.
This has been big news down here because it's like a running joke in this state. Like, where else would you see 2 men fighting with machetes in a public parking lot but Florida? I mean.
It's in a grocery store parking lot, for crying out loud.
Yeah. But it's up in Lower Alabama there, so that's where it was. Panama City's up that way.
Well, how about this one? Victim says he hid in the woods for 5 days after suffering torture during sex game. This happened in Peverly, Missouri. A man said he hid in the woods for 5 days to escape a man who allegedly tortured him during a sex game. Maybe we need to bring back that guy from... Never mind. Prosecutors in Jefferson County, Missouri, charged Raymond E. Fastnock III on Monday with first-degree assault, armed criminal action, 2 counts of possession, and a controlled substance and other charges. Can't believe there was controlled substances involved in this. Fastnock injected him with drugs, shot him with an airsoft rifle, and cut him with a knife multiple times. Investigators noted the victim had cuts all over his body and was lethargic when they interviewed him. The victim told investigators the torture was part of a weird new sex game. What's this one? What's this one called? This one's called I Cut You Up. These are the games. After torturing him, injecting him with drugs, he made him run from a hunter's ground blind in a wooded area near the suspect's home to somewhere else. I'll show you guys the picture of this cat. Poor guy was getting tortured in the woods during sex games. You're not going to play that with Rudolph anymore. He's being held at the Jefferson County Jail without bond, and they're reviewing the situation. The victim told investigators that he shot him with either a BB gun or an airsoft rifle when he ran. Then the victim said he hid in the woods for around 5 days. Good God, man. That's your world of stupid. Just dumb stuff.
Jeremy, now I didn't want to interrupt you, but we missed an opportunity given by Ed.
What?
And I'm only bringing it up because Ed said this on air. Ed?
Mm-hmm.
So AI is doing a resume? Did the golf course need that resume?
No, I've never had one.
Okay.
A resume?
I thought maybe
I've never had to make a resume
resume
because I've always been asked to have jobs. So I've never, and I may just look for another job because, So,
well, I thought you had to tell me, Jeremy, something, man.
No.
I did it for a resume. Okay, all right.
No, I think it makes perfect sense to have a AI do a resume for you. Like Ed, I was the same way. I've never had to put a resume together except when I was first applying to jobs when I was a kid. But other than that, I've just been doing the same thing over and over again.
Well, I didn't even have to do that because I became a cop at 20 years old. So, I was an exterminator before that. I didn't need a resume. I just got hired, and I did that before I went to the police department.
You know, the first time I had to do a resume in about 25 years? Recently. Mercy asked for one.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I remember you talking
sense.
about that.
What do you need a resume for? But,
you should have
What's
used
funny,
AI.
didn't they ask you? It's kind of the
Yes.
same situation.
Yes.
It's like,
I didn't apply for this job.
It's like, don't you don't know who I am. That's why you asked me to come here. So.
Well, I did it. All right. Brendan Mortensen joins us at 9 o'clock. But on the other side, we're talking baseball with Ryan Ripken right here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your your complimentary retirement tax mapping report. 866-597-1040 or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the Anthem. On August 20th, it's country rocker Co Wetzel. Punk rock stars Social Distortion stops by on September 4th. Then catch the legendary Ringo Starr and his all-star band on September 28th. And check out the iconic Morrissey on October 15th. 4 unbelievable shows in one place. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway is slow at Green Spring Avenue. The outer loop is a little bit slow at Harford Road. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
As Ravens training camp rolls on, Jacoby Lane continues to make his presence felt. The rookie wide receiver has been turning heads with highlight reel catches throughout camp. Lane was asked how he feels his first training camp has gone so far.
Yeah, definitely super blessed to be able to be at a place like this in Owings Mills, feed off the energy and the environment that I'm in. I think that's just who I am, be a product of my environment. Every time I look to the vets or even the young guys, I'm getting better every day. So I just want to try and do that every day.
The Ravens will get Monday off before returning to the practice field Tuesday. Shifting to the O's, the weekend didn't go as they'd like, but they were able to salvage the series finale with a win over the Rangers. They'll now travel to Minnesota for another important series with a team just ahead of them in the wildcard race. A familiar face will take the mound for the Twins in the series opener as Dean Kramer gets the start. In his first outing after being traded to Minnesota, he pitched 5 innings of 1-run ball. Trevor Rogers gets the nod for the O's. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Raven scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery for a chance to win up to $200,000. Please play responsibly. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Ed is in sunny Florida. I'm in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, Minnesota, getting ready for Orioles Twins, the 3-game series between 2 wild card contenders. The Twins are still AL Central contenders, to be quite honest with you. And the Orioles with big offense yesterday. Joining us right now from the Ryan Ripken Show, he is Ryan Ripken. What's going on, Ryan?
What's going on? How we doing?
Doing well, man. Doing well. I'm still getting used to this 1-hour time change. I think I screwed up on the rundown about 3 times this morning already.
It's about 5.
About 5.
Nobody's counting.
But no one's counting on this Monday.
No one but Jeremy. You know, Ryan, I was sitting thinking this morning, and Jeremy read my mind. Yeah, I mean, you want Gunnar Henderson to start hitting. Pete Alonso has been kind of consistent all year. But what if guys like Kobe Mayo and Tyler O'Neill started hitting. And I looked at Tyler O'Neill's numbers. Tyler O'Neill in the month of July batted .286 with an OPS over 1,000. 5 home runs, 9 RBI. So far in the month of August, he's batting .355 with an .882 slugging and over 1,300 OPS with 3 home runs. Tyler O'Neill was putting together 2 solid months back-to-back, completely under the radar.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few moments. I remember when I was on the call at the end of June, and I was watching him, and you're looking at him, and you're going, man, he's putting together some solid at-bats. I wasn't having those numbers, wasn't having the home runs, but you could see, all right, he was battling better at the plate. He had some bad luck there, and of course then, in Baltimore and Birdland, a lot of people had been frustrated with Tyler O'Neill over the last year plus because, he was the big bat free agent acquisition before obviously Pete Alonso came this year. So you were always expecting him to do this, but man, it's been awesome to see for him. And quite frankly, we understand, you're right, the Gunnar situation, you need your guys to really go out there and get it done. And unfortunately, Gunnar has not done that at the plate. But if the Orioles are going to get this offense continue to jumpstart, guys like Tyler O'Neill are going to have to continue to do this. Kobe Mayo is going to have to continue to do it. And he's starting to swing the bat better against right-handed pitching. And then Jackson Holiday, who had an unbelievable month of July, had a rough start to August, he's starting to get back in rhythm. So those other guys, in baseball, right, we talk about it all the time. It's not just going to be 1 or 2 guys in a lineup. It's going to be a lot more than that. And that's part of the reason why the Orioles lineup hasn't seen the results. When they need someone to step up, they haven't had that consistently. And unfortunately, that's kind of showed with in this series. Games 1 and 2, great chance to win. But no one stepped up enough in the bat department to really make that impact.
And by the way, the national broadcast was talking about Tyler O'Neill and how clutch he's been in the last couple of months. So it was recognized nationally. Just I haven't noticed it much. Anyway, I heard Blaze Alexander was playing catch recently. It was Friday. How important is it him to come back to this lineup?
Man, it would bring, I think, an energy. I think it'd bring some more confidence because he was swinging the bat so well. Now, the thing that stinks with this situation is now the expectation is he's going to come back and hit the ground running. But now you're going to have this period of time where you haven't swung the bat and you haven't been in these big situations. So you want to see how he responds. But as far as a player that's so versatile to your team, your lineup, that is a huge boost. So yeah, I mean, it would be great. Now, will it make it any easier about who you're playing on a consistent basis? No. But maybe you'd see more of Blaze in the outfield because they want to try to give him more chances. But yeah, this team needs more of those sparks, and you can make the argument Blaze Alexander was one of the biggest sparks and biggest surprises of this 26 season for the Birds.
Orioles facing a pitcher they've never faced before tonight. Why don't you give us the breakdown of this Kramer guy?
Yeah, this Kramer guy, he has some trouble in the first inning. But if you don't get to him in the first inning, watch out. And Big Game Dino, as we know, it's he can rise to the occasion. And I got my theory with guys that face their former team. In all seriousness, I really do think Dean can go out there and shove, or it can be one of those other moments. But I got to say, I think Dean will have a little bit of, he's got all love. He loves Baltimore. I know it was a hard move for him. Not saying you don't expect that this was going to happen, but, it's a big transition.
He's going to have a little extra juice tonight, I think.
I think so. And also the Twins are here, and confidence is key. And the Twins, I got a chance to talk to their manager, Derek Sheldon, and Sheldon said, we're stoked to have him. And why I say that, in a time where it had been frustrating for Dean, when you have someone in a group or team that believes in you and they're in this race, I think that can carry a lot of weight. So I'm just curious to watch it as a baseball fan. I'm curious because obviously I've known Dean for a while in the Orioles, and man, the Orioles need this series. So it's definitely a storyline I'm watching here as we kick off tonight.
There he is. Thanks a lot, Ryan Ripken. Tell us when we can hear you for the rest of the week.
Baltimore baseball tonight, so maybe we'll talk about this Kramer guy more tonight on the Fan. I'll be ripping it with Bob Haynie later in the week, and then hope to see you guys soon. But have a great week.
You too, man.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. By the way, Ed, to add to the story of Blaze Alexander, saw him yesterday. He again left the clubhouse with a glove, baseball glove, was going outside to play catch again.
Oh, cool.
I walked by him on the plane, and he grabbed me. I said, well, I didn't want to ask you how long. He said, not long at all. Not long at all. But just a little background to that, he's been telling me not long at all since the day after he got hurt. So,
well, that's what I've been telling every girl I've ever dated.
Not long at all.
No.
So he's been very optimistic the entire. It's like, oh my gosh, it's like working with super happy guy all the time, but he's genuinely happy. It's not made up. It's not made up. That's kind of how Blaze Alexander is. Like, dude, you're injured. Yeah, but I'll be back soon. Don't worry about me. I'm good. I'm good. I'm just gonna sit around here and chill with my team. That's
I could see Dean looking over at him going, this guy disgusts me. Why are you happy all the time?
That's who he is, man. He's like one of the but yesterday he had the glove on, went outside, played some catch. I think it's gonna be sooner rather than later, to be honest with you.
Good. I miss him. I loved having him in the lineup. You can't teach speed, and he's a great athlete. He steals bases.
You can't teach
bunts.
grit. You can't teach grit either. I mean, he's gritty, man. I'm with you on that. 410-583-1057 is the number. Brendan Mortensen joins us to talk some O's at 9 o'clock, but on the other side, this is going to be one of Ed Norris's favorite segments. I guarantee you. He told you 10 years I've been with this dude. Is Derrick Henry one of football's unsolved mysteries? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Reinforcements in Charlotte. The Carolina Panthers have officially signed veteran quarterback Kyle Trask. The move comes after standout rookie Haynes King suffered a hamstring injury, leaving the team thin behind Bryce Young and Kenny Pickett. Trask reunites with the familiar coaching staff, stepping in to stabilize Carolina's quarterback room heading into the preseason. I'm Drake Toll.
1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Summer savings start now at Bob Bell Kia's Summer Sell-a-thon. Drive home in one of 5 amazing Kia models priced under $30K. Whatever your credit situation, we are here to help. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 83, the JFX southbound just before Old Pimlico Road. A disabled vehicle has the left lane shut down. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is slow through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Most Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. This appropriate music, very dark. This is what life is going up against Derrick Henry. Very dark situation. And I shared this stat with Jeremy earlier today. This is a 10-year career. All right? Derrick Henry has 13,018 yards for his career. Ezekiel Elliott, 9,130 yards for his career. Saquon Barkley, who's still running, has 8,356 yards for his career. Now, Ezekiel Elliott, 9 years, 9,100 yards is impressive. Am I right?
Sure.
Yeah. But guess what? Derrick Henry has more yards after contact than Ezekiel Elliott has for his career. Derrick Henry has 9,677 yards after contact. So you've got this 30-something-year-old running back going into his 11th year who has nearly 10,000 yards after he gets hit. To me, that makes him more of a physical marvel, of an unsolved mystery than even what we see. The numbers behind it. He's going to have 10,000 yards rushing in his career after you hit him.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. But it's him. I mean, this is what you see. I mean, this is a good example of you're not surprised. I mean, it's an incredible stat. I mean, that's a great career for an NFL running back, obviously. But to have the 10,000 after contact is preposterous. And keep in mind, we know about his off-season training regimen, how he keeps himself in shape. He's so much of a physical freak. He's 6'3", listed at 252 right now. And he can run. I mean, you're not catching from behind either. I mean, he can do it all. When he was in Alabama, he was about the same size, a couple pounds lighter. They asked him to gain some body fat to prevent cramping. That's how low his body fat was. He was listed at like that stage of his life. It's 6'3", like 245 or something. But that's how lean he is with all that muscle. He's just he hit the genetic lottery. He's one of those guys.
I mean,
instead of a New York strip, Derek, you eat a ribeye, put a little more fat on that. And Jeremy, there's no genetic freak about you at all.
Oh, there is. There is. I mean, I'm aging at a faster rate than any human being alive.
What was the name of that movie with Brad Pitt?
Benjamin Button.
Yeah. I'm the exact opposite. I'm going the other way. My story makes sense. His doesn't.
I think look at the little baby. He's been here for 100 years.
You know what? I think I'm aging in dog years, and it's unfair. Anyway.
Yeah, but this guy, I mean, again, if he fell off this year, we'd all say, man, it was a great career, great run. We get it. Yeah. But I'm not willing, Jeremy, to bet on the fact that he's going to fall off this year. I think he still have another year of punishment in him.
Yeah. Look, as I said to you earlier when we were discussing this, it's a matter of, like, you can't believe what you're seeing because it doesn't typically happen. And even more so, like, Frank Gore hung on for a really long time. He was very durable. Derrick Henry, to me, is different because he's still putting up numbers as well as being very durable. You can see he takes care of his body. And I'd like to, like, in the beginning, I'm going, well, his first 2 years in the league, he kind of split time. He wasn't getting as many. BS. It has nothing to do with it. There's plenty of tread left on those tires. We'll know it when he hits the wall because it's going to suddenly happen. But I ain't betting on it in the next year or two.
When he hits the wall, things like this will happen. The tackler, or would-be tackler, will be up on him too quick for him to stiff arm him. Instead of him being able to turn it up north, he won't be able to turn it up north quick enough because the defender will get to him. I remember Lenny Moore saying that early in his career when he turned the quarter, people would just nip or just miss his heels as he was going by him. One day, someone clipped his heels, and he knew that it was over then. They would just miss his heels as he turned the corner. It's that much. It's that sudden for running back. So instead of him getting that stiff arm flush, that stiff arm will go over top of the helmet and miss. Little things like that will start happening, Ed, that you'll know the end is near.
Yeah, but I'm with you. I don't believe it's now.
No, I don't.
I really don't. He's the 10th leading rusher in NFL history right now, and he's still active. So, he's behind Eric Dickerson. I mean, we know the names in front of him. I mean, Walter Payton. Frank Gore played for, 27 years or whatever.
I think he's still playing under another name.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, he's a top 10 all-time running back in the NFL, and the yards after contact are ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I think this year, somebody wrote, I can't remember who wrote it. It may have been James, about Lamar having a chip on his shoulder this season. Somebody put that out there recently, and they think he's going to have a big year. Or it could have been Colin Cowherd. I can't remember who wrote it.
It wasn't Colin Cowherd because he thinks Bo Nix is better than him.
That's true. But I did see it somewhere, and I think that's going to have a lot of impact on their whole team. New coaching staff. Lamar's got a chip on his shoulder. Derrick Henry is just, he's a next worldly. He really is. And I just think he's going to have a big year. I don't think he's near the end yet by any stretch. I mean, look what he did last year. You know, it's like, I know these guys can fall off the table fairly quickly. However, you know, I usually there is some kind of descent, you know, or fall off. You know, it just, I don't really see it with him.
Yeah.
You know, he nearly led the NFL in rushing. He was like, you know, 25 yards short of having a title last year at this age. So yeah, he's a different guy.
Yeah. You know what I discovered over the last week or so, Ed, though? Jeremy secretly has a man crush on Frank Gore.
Yes, I think.
I don't know if that's the case. He's just like, I think it's impressive it's been out there for a while. I write it on every men's bathroom stall I get into. No, like Frank Gore was one of those guys where we would talk about Hall of Famers, and he's the kind of the exception to the rule where it's like, I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, but he played a long ass time at a position that most guys don't.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. No doubt about that. But you bring him up a lot. And tell us all about our 8 o'clock sponsor.
I will. 8 o'clock every day, brought to you by Lions Den. You know, we're talking football now. You know, it seems like it was just opening day in baseball season. Now we're talking football. And, you know, don't let your love life rush by like the summer does all the time. Check out Lions Den. They have everything you need, everything you want to make your intimate life
Tell them, Ed,
more fun.
Get in the end zone. Don't wait for them to bring in the bigger back down near the goal line.
That's right. You got to be the
Can I
red zone
celebrate
threat.
after I get scored?
Why not? I know I do. So, anyway, check them out. You can get them on lionsden.com, of course, and there are, you know, stores locally. There's a bunch of them. Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena. But please check it out. They really are. They're really good places. They're very comfortable shopping. They're well stocked.
So what you're saying is you want them to score, not be like Jeremy, 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
Correct.
Yeah, but if you let me do my 3 yards in a cloud of dust, eventually I get there.
Hey, Ed, thanks a lot, man. We'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later today.
Jeremy Carr's Daily Line at 9:30, but on the other side, Brendan Mortensen from Massenal Access joins us on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with on Sports. Get down with fantasy stud Chase Brown. The indisputable RB1 in Cincy could see upwards of 85% of the opportunity share this fall. Given his break tackle ability, vigorous workload, and Cincy's improved D, he'll rack the touches. Can meet Brown over 825.5 rush yards at -110. Hashtag Team Rebels. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Get ready for the school year. Town Appliances back-to-school shopping event. Upgrade your routine with family-ready performance of a Frigidaire refrigerator or the sleek premium design of Electrolux laundry set to keep school uniforms fresh. Mare & Mare offer flexible financing to help you tackle the daily rush. Stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell Vinny sent you. Just ask for Mare, and you can't go wrong.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry.
I want a chicken sub.
I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus
of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Tim Barbalace this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the grand opening of Dick's House of Sport in Annapolis Mall. The new Dick's House of Sport is celebrating all weekend, August 14th to the 16th, with great giveaways while supplies last, incredible grand opening savings, and much more. See store or dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis for complete details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles broke out of their recent offensive slump in a big way Sunday, scoring 10 runs to avoid a sweep against the Rangers. Pete Alonso powered the offense with his first multi-home run game as an Oriole, while Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill added homers of their own. Craig Alvarez spoke on the Birds' success at the plate in the win.
Came out strong today. Yeah, it was up and down the lineup, great at-bats. 6 walks, that's something we were talking about with our, earlier the past couple of games, and even back at home was our ability to walk but not being able to cash them in. But the guys had great at-bats, great swings, big day by Pete, Kobe, Jackson, Cowser, Leote. Really, it was a great offensive performance tonight.
The 1-2 weekend dropped the O's a bit in the standings as they now sit at 57 and 61 and 2 games back of the Rangers for the final American League wildcard spot. Baltimore will be right back at it Monday night as they'll head to Minnesota for a 3-game set against the Twins, who sit a half game ahead of them in the wildcard race. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT sponsored by Jerry's Home Services with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Target Field is set for 7:40. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, Regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with GainsWave therapy at LifeMed Institute. GainsWave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more. I'm Ben Hall, O's Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Rob Long in Minneapolis, Minnesota for the Orioles-Twins series. Jeremy Kahn holding it down back at the mothership in Baltimore. And of course, Ben doing what he always does. Everything.
Ben likes things.
Joining us right now from Mass and All Access, friend of the program, Brendan Mortensen. What's going on, Brendan?
Hey, not too much, Rob. How's Minnesota treating you?
Not bad. Just got here last night, but, had a late night with the boys. You know how that is. So I'm recovering.
Yeah, there you go. Been there.
Brendan, this team scored 11 runs in 7 games, which is atrocious, to be quite honest with you. And then yesterday, Pete Alonso, 2 home runs, Tyler O'Neill, a home run, and Colton Cowser with a bomb where only the big boys go. And all of a sudden, they put 10 runs on the board. The frustrating thing is this team does that every now and then, show you what they're capable of with the names that's in this lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the weird, frustrating part about baseball sometimes is when somebody like Pete Alonso at the top of your lineup is getting things going and has 2 homers like he had yesterday, the rest of the offense starts to click. And then Tyler O'Neill gets into it, Colton Cowser gets into it, like you mentioned. But yeah, the offense has got to find some sort of stride and consistency because the starting rotation has been really nothing but consistent. I know Cade Povich didn't have the greatest outing yesterday, but the starting pitching as a whole has been outstanding for a long time now. And as you mentioned, Rob, the offense will have these spurts every once in a while, but as a whole, the offensive production they've put out since the trade deadline is just not going to get it done. That's not going to win many baseball games, no matter how good your starting rotation is. So Pete Alonso, obviously a great day yesterday. He's been great for a long time now. Tyler O'Neill has been good for about, a month and a half plus at this point. So you're just hoping for some more guys in this lineup to find a little bit more consistency because they really need it right now. You're just not having things click 1 through 9 like you really need them to.
Yeah, I get frustrated every time I'm watching a Shane Baz start and he's pitching unbelievably, and I go, I wonder how they're going to lose this one because it feels like that poor bastard. I mean, every time he gets out there, there's an unearned run here or there, something goofy happens, but the pitching's been on point, and I feel like tonight's another one of those games where it's almost like a pick 'em. You get Dean Kramer going up against his former team, but Trevor Rogers has been lights out as well.
Yeah, Trevor Rogers has been really unbelievable. I mean, dating back to the last 10, 12 starts at this point, he looks like the exact Trevor Rogers he looked like in 2025. I think the big thing for him has been carrying velocity throughout his starts, which is something that he was missing really in the midpoint of the season, where the fastball looks really sharp early in games, but he's been maintaining that sharpness throughout the game. He's still throwing hard once he gets into the 6th or 7th inning. And then the fastball and changeup commands, too, have been really on point for the last stretch. So this is the kind of Trevor Rogers we thought we were going to get. But the guy just needs some run support. You mentioned Shane Baz. That dude just hasn't really gotten much offense at all. Kyle Bradish, even a few starts ago there, you've got the weird, goofy play defensively in the 2nd inning. They've just got to find something behind these pitchers, whether it's an offensive production night or it's something defensively where they can actually click a little bit more.
Oh, man. Brendan Mortensen joins us from Mass and All Access. Brendan, you talk about this baseball team and the success that they need moving forward. Gunnar Henderson is a guy who's an emotional leader, but sometimes Gunnar Henderson's emotions, can be as negative as they can be positive. He's never a guy that expresses it outwardly in terms of against people, but you see him holding it in. Are we at a point right now, in your opinion, where maybe a couple of days off could help Gunnar?
It's hard to say. I mean, we're how many games into the season now, and you're still trying to find a solution for Gunnar Henderson, and I guess you would just try anything, right? You've got a very capable backup shortstop in Jackson Holiday, and so that's certainly a possibility if you feel like that's what Gunnar needs. obviously this stretch has been an emotional one for Gunnar Henderson in particular, somebody who was drafted with Adley Rutschman, came up throughout the Orioles system with him throughout the last 7 years. So understandably, this is a stretch that is tough for him, but at the same time, it is baseball. This is the business of it. Guys get dealt, and you've got to continue to move forward and stay in the fight. So I'm not sure what the exact solution for Gunnar Henderson is at this point. It feels like we've had an entire season now of just trying to diagnose where exactly this year has gone wrong for him, whether it's from a pure numbers perspective offensively. His struggles against four-seam fastballs, I think, has been pretty well documented at this point. And sure, maybe there is just an aspect of it that's upstairs. This has been a long time now where Gunnar Henderson has been really frustrated with his play on the field. So maybe it is a day or two that he needs. Maybe it's just finding something there of, there was a nice stretch where he just went back to keeping it simple. He was trying not to overthink too much at the plate. That didn't last as long as anybody would have liked it to. So
can I add something to that, Brendan?
Solution is.
Can I add something to that? Because I said this to Jeremy about a week ago. That stretch was at Fenway Park because there's this big magnet in left field called the Green Monster, and it attracts hitters. And he was peppering off that Green Monster for that series. As soon as he left Boston, where that magnet is no longer out there, he went back to his old ways.
Yeah, look, I'm not a hitting coach, and I'm certainly not as smart as the hitting coaches in the Orioles building, but I do think there is something there, Rob. I think you're absolutely right that left-handed hitters go to Fenway Park and they see the Green Monster in left and they go, man, if I can just poke this out to left field, I've got a chance for extra bases. And Gunnar Henderson did that really well in Boston. And if you want to look for some things on Gunnar Henderson's StatCast page that make you go, okay, this is really different than it was a few seasons ago. Look at his percentage of balls that he's pulling in the air. It's about 10% higher than where it was 2 seasons ago when Gunnar Henderson really hit his stride. So, I've talked with plenty of left-handed hitters. A quote from Mike Irish jumps out to me when I was talking to him down in High A Frederick of just his approach at the plate. And he said, yeah, my money's in left center. Every single time I'm at the plate, I'm trying to go to left center. Yeah. So maybe Gunnar Henderson needs to get back to that a little bit more, but I'm sure we're not the first people to say, hey, Gunnar, that looks really good in Boston. Try to do a bit more of that because, I'm sure he's been trying a little bit of everything this year. So really, who knows at this point what's going to get that guy back on track. But if the Orioles are going to make a push here, that's what's going to have to happen.
A couple of guys that the Orioles got back at the trade deadline have really shined thus far, and in just a few opportunities. Have you had a chance to check out any of the guys?
Yeah, not yet, but going down next week to talk to a lot of those guys down the minor league system. Yeah, the pitching prospects in particular are really, really exciting. When you talk about adding Anthony Ianson to a rotation that already had Joseph Jurwa in Double-A, who's been outstanding. Caden Hunter, a 6th-round pick out of USC last year. He's been one of the best pitchers in minor league baseball. It might honestly be Caden Hunter and Anthony Ianson from a pure numbers perspective. Both of those guys have a sub-2 ERA on the season. It's just been absolutely lights out. So very excited to go down and talk to some of those guys. And the Azakar, too. The young outfielder has looked really good. But I think if you're looking at the farm system for reasons to be excited, you're talking about a group of, I don't know, maybe 10 pitching prospects down there that have a chance to be starting pitchers at the next level. And Ianson, Jurwa, Caden Hunter, JT Quinn just got promoted. I mean, there are a whole bunch of starting pitching prospects that could be really, really something at the major league level.
There he is, Brendan Mortensen from Mass and All Access. Thanks a lot, Brendan. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
By the way, I just got this from Rashawn. He's just realizing that with me being on the road, I don't have the ability to hang up on him.
I do.
Only you and Ben can. I'm thinking to myself, dude, you don't think Jeremy will hang up?
I mean, I will, and then I'll promptly blame Rob, even though he has no way to hang up on you, and I'll stand by that. Yeah.
I'll take the blame as long as the job gets done. That's not blame. That's credit.
Yeah.
Daily Line with Jeremy Kahn at 9:30. But on the other side, we talked about it. We're going to explore a little bit deeper. Could the productivity from guys like Kobe Mayo and Tyler O'Neill be the key to late season success? Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-471-6025. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-471-6025 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-471-6025. Once again, that's 800-471-6025.
It's Old Glory and Patriot Harley's pre-owned summer sell-down event this week. All pre-owned Harleys are tagged with liquidation pricing. You can save thousands of dollars at Old Glory and Patriot Harley's pre-owned summer sell-down. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit. It's no biggie. Old Glory and Patriot Harley is accepting 100% of all credit applications. We have repos trucked in, and the owner says 50 used bikes must go this week. You don't need perfect credit or a cash down payment. Old Glory and Patriot Harley-Davidson is the #1 volume Harley dealer group in the DMV. Pre-owned summer sell-down event ends this Sunday on approved credit.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Ben. Are you trying to wake up Gunnar Henderson by playing his walk-up song?
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
This is such a, when I first heard this walk-up song, Jeremy, I'm thinking, I didn't see this.
Well,
I didn't expect this.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that have the, like, when the music goes off, the crowd is still doing that. And I think the other one was the Strumbellas. I'm trying to remember who Bryson Stott walked out to for the Phillies, where it has kind of that same thing. You got like something that the crowd's going to sing afterwards. And I was telling my wife when we were at the game the other night, people have said, I want him to change his walk-up music. I said, it's perfect. In the playoffs, if they ever get there again, when he walks up, the whole crowd's going to be doing it. It's a great scene, man. So I like the walk-up.
You think he did it for that reason?
No, because
Want a reason?
Maybe because he said, I guess in the minor league, somebody just played that as his walk-up, and then he kept it, right? Isn't that the way the story went?
Well, then I really think he did it for that reason, because he probably heard the crowd in the minor leagues doing that.
Yeah.
I thought, man, I want to keep this going.
I mean, look, it is cool. There's a bunch of players around the league that have great walk-up songs, and then there's a bunch of stadiums. Like I've talked about the You Say Kikuchi. When they would play Lisa Loeb's You Say after every strikeout. I thought that was just so well placed. But yeah, the woo-hoo, that's great, seeing the whole stadium do it.
Now, we gave you Tyler O'Neill's numbers for the months of July and so far August, which are phenomenal. Would you agree?
Yes.
Well, can I introduce you to a man named Kobe Mayo?
How do you do, Kobe?
Kobe Mayo in July, Jeremy, you're not going to believe this, man. In July, Kobe Mayo batted .256, a slugging of .605, an OPS of .924 with 4 home runs, 9 RBI. Where did that happen?
I don't know. I mean,
that happened.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, we kept hearing about how he was hitting against lefties, and you made a point the other day when we had the lineup, and it's like, yeah, you're facing somebody that's, that doesn't overpower you on the right or left side. Why wouldn't you have a couple of mashers in that lineup like Tyler O'Neill or Kobe Mayo? And I thought that made total sense.
Some contact the damage guys, man. Stop trying to. Hey, we're going to dink and dunk our way to the home plate. Let's have somebody that can just silence everything.
The hardest part about getting that 3-run homer that they'd always talk about is the homer part of it. The walking and getting a single a little bit easier.
Yeah. So far for the month of August, Jeremy, he's batting .350 with a slugging of .700 and an OPS of 1,050. That's so far. That's in 20 plate appearances. Now, he's not a guy that's going to walk. He's not. And I don't mind. I don't mind. I can't say that Taylor Ward was a disappointment for a trade because he walked too much and didn't hit enough home runs, and then get upset because Kobe Mayo doesn't walk and has 15 home runs.
Yeah.
He has 15 home runs this year. When you look at Tyler O'Neill and you look at Kobe Mayo, if these guys continue to go at this pace, could they be the difference offensively for late season success for the Orioles?
I mean, yeah, I think if you're looking at somebody to kind of help you, like we're all waiting for Gunnar to figure it out, right, and turn it around. But hey, man, we're getting towards the last 2 months of the season now, and it's like, I don't know if that's going to happen or if we see him get hot. And for people that are saying it can't happen, we literally just watched this with Tyler O'Neill. Look at what Jaron Dern's been doing for the Red Sox after getting dropped in the lineup. You see guys turn it around after having a slow start, but I think you're right. I think more than likely, if they're going to have some success, it's going to come from some of the others. And maybe that is Blaze coming back if he can swing the bats the way that he was earlier in the season. But I do think Kobe Mayo and Tyler O'Neill, I can't believe I'm saying this, is going to be a big part of that if they're able to make the postseason.
Listen, I'm not saying that I think the Gunner's career is over. I don't think what you see right now is an indication of who he's going to continue to be. I do believe that these other guys, what you see is what you get so far with Gunnar this year. I don't have too much faith in the fact that he'll turn it around dramatically. I still think he has some last Friday night moments when he had the triple and driving a couple of runs. He still has those moments in him. I just don't know if he can sustain it for the rest of the season. I think you got to play him.
Yeah.
And I think maybe when Blaze comes back, if that's in a couple of weeks, that's your time to maybe sit him for a couple of days. Because Blaze is I'm more confident with Blaze at shortstop for those 2 or 3 days. That's if Gunnar is still struggling. But I'm not writing Gunnar off. Now, the reason why I think you ought to go with Kobe Mayo is Christian Encarnacion Strand was a guy that came here and he had some early success with the Baltimore Orioles. He had 3 home runs in the month of July and only 36 plate appearances. His OPS was over 1,000. However, so far this month in 22 plate appearances, he's batting 100 with a slugging of 150 with an OPS of 367. Reality has world-class speed. It's caught up with CES, man. Well, and maybe, just maybe, we ought to just shift those at-bats, those plate appearances a little bit more to Kobe.
Yeah, look, I'm all about taking players that have flamed out with other teams and seeing what's left. But at some point, I think you have to look at it and say, well, maybe there wasn't as much there on that bone, and we need to look elsewhere. And if Kobe was one of those guys you hung on to and you weren't willing to trade, because I feel like people get it twisted all the time. Like I was reading some people online saying we could have had Scooble for 2 years ago, and it's like, yeah, you probably could have if you wanted to trade Jackson Holiday and Sam Basayo. Like that's what the asking price was, and Kobe was kind of the afterthought, the guy that everyone was willing to give up, and it kind of made sense after you watched the first two guys, but. Seeing him now, you're going, all right, I see what ownership or what the front office saw in him. There's definitely power. And you said he doesn't get cheated on home runs. I mean, they are moonshots.
He gets it all.
But this would be the perfect time to see more of him because next year, knock on wood, Westberg comes back healthy. He's in your lineup playing somewhere, and it's more likely third base.
Let's go out to the phone lines, 410-583-1057. Let's get Audrey in Whitemarsh. Good morning to you, Audrey.
Hi, Bob. Today.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. The reason I'm calling is I'm having a really hard time understanding what this issue is with Gunnar because it's no different than maybe you got a job with another TV station. You and your friends would continue on, even though they went somewhere else, right?
I don't think you think Gunnar's having a problem with someone getting traded?
With Adley getting moved?
I don't see. I think Gunnar
moved. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Where did that come from? I'm just curious.
Oh, well, I read something this morning on my computer about him being so upset that Adley was, moved to Boston, right?
Yeah. Who did that come from?
And he felt like I don't know. I can't remember what I read.
I saw some of the same reports she's talking about that people were saying like he couldn't talk about it and then how hard it was. And then there was the other story about someone had talked to Adley's dad, and that was the most difficult part was the fact that I thought Pete Alonso kind of summed it up best. And I don't remember if that was the Apple game or whatever it was, but he was talking about the fact that, as a professional, you got to pick it up, and the group here has to push forward. I mean, it's a business. As much as some of that stuff hurts and you guys came up together, you're not always going to get a chance to play together, and he may not be the only one that gets moved off of this team eventually.
First of all, Audrey, I think she's gone. If I go to another TV network, Ben McDonald and Kevin Brown will cry in the first inning and all that. So that's a little different story. They'll both cry. But listen, it's one thing about being upset that someone left, but this isn't Catino Mobley and the kid that went to Maryland. What's his name?
Who you? I don't know who you're talking about. The guard,
Steve Francis.
Oh,
remember how
when they were with the Rockets? Yeah.
Were they distraught because this is not that. I don't think so. People saying I'm upset. All of a sudden, it becomes with the telephone game. You know what I mean? He said he was upset. He said he couldn't sleep. He said he couldn't eat. He's now going through therapy. Upset that a guy who kind of came up before you and came up a little bit with you, he's gone now. Yes, that upsets you. Whether that influences your game or hurts your game, I disagree. Me being upset and me being not able to function are two completely different things.
Yeah.
But I think people take it, you know what's wrong with Gunnar? You know what's wrong with Gunnar? The same thing was wrong with him before there were even rumors of trading Adley Rutschman.
I was just getting ready to say that. He didn't know Adley was getting traded in April, May, June. So
I just think sometimes, most of the times, things go from an inch to a freaking mile. Is Gunnar upset that Adley got traded? Yes. Is Gunnar upset with the organization and doesn't want to talk to them and negotiate with them and doesn't want to play? No. No, he's just upset that a guy he came up with is no longer in the organization. A guy that he was drafted with is no longer in the organization. That's not called not being able to function. That's called being human.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you were talking about if, Ben and Kevin found out you left, like they'd be sad. We would celebrate here. I mean, we'd all be doing it's just a different perspective, right, Rob? Sorry ass.
Ben Halls. Ben Hall's on court 9:45, but on the other side is the Daily Line.
Yeah, I had yesterday my prop plays 3-1. Had a really nice day on Saturday. Had a nice day Friday, and you wish you could run it back and have that all back today from yesterday. A couple of plays that fell short, a couple that hit. I got some prop plays for you today. I'm actually going to tell you, I'm going to go against the Orioles in one spot. I'll tell you what that is. I do like that game to go under the total. We'll get into that. I'll give you the plays for today. There's only like 5 or 6 of them that I really like, and a bunch of prop plays I like. We'll do it next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
For 45 years, FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Total peace of mind since 1981. 877-CALL-FUR or FHFur.com.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new MiraFast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find MiraFast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Upgrade your home for the school year with top brands and flexible financing during Town Appliances back-to-school shopping event. Mirror, they're going to take great care of you. Tell them Vinny sent you when you stop by the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
As Ravens training camp rolls on, Jacoby Lane continues to make his presence felt. The rookie wide receiver has been turning heads with highlight reel catches throughout camp. Lane was asked how he feels his first training camp has gone so far.
Yeah, definitely super blessed to be able to be at a place like this in Owings Mills, feed off the energy and the environment that I'm in. I think that's just who I am, be a product of my environment. Every time I look to the vets or even the young guys, I'm getting better every day. So I just want to try and do that every day.
The Ravens will get Monday off before returning to the practice field Tuesday. Shifting to the O's, the weekend didn't go as they'd like, but they were able to salvage the series finale with a win over the Rangers. They'll now travel to Minnesota for another important series with a team just ahead of them in the wildcard race. A familiar face will take the mound for the Twins in the series opener as Dean Kramer gets the start. In his first outing after being traded to Minnesota, he pitched 5 innings of 1-run ball. Trevor Rogers gets the nod for the O's. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money!
Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com. On 105.7 The Fan.
All right, so as I talked about yesterday, the plays I had the Red Sox over, the Cubs over, the Rockies and Cardinals over, the Guardians and Yankees Braves over were my top plays. On Saturday, I kind of talked about what I had. Like, I was so close. I was a half a run away, and Dejanay getting a flagrant 2 from probably hitting the over in that game. It definitely hurt it, the simple fact that she got ejected. But nobody's complaining about that. Yesterday, the things that didn't come through, the Red Sox game, they had tons of base runners and even had a chance late to make something happen. No bueno. Cubs and Royals, they mashed all weekend. Rockies and Cardinals was a shootout. The Guardians game was a pisser because, like you said, you're betting on starting pitchers a lot of times, or most of the time in baseball. Why the hell do you come out, play one inning, and then have a long-ass rain delay? Why did you even play that inning? Did you not see that rain was on the way? So obviously both starting pitchers come out. Neither one of them comes out. White Sox end up winning that game. And Yankees-Braves was a snore fest. Did like the Phillies-Blue Jays over. That hit. Astros-Padres over. That hit. And my prop plays were Sal Perez, Bryce Harper, Dalen Lyle, and Tyler Soderstrom. Bryce Harper was, Bryce Harper was the one that sold us in that. They walked him like 3 or 4 times, which is just brutal, especially for a game that went to extra innings. Now, with today, Rob, here's what I'm looking at. The WNBA, I like Toronto and Atlanta to go over the 185.5. I think it's a good play, but it's a smaller slate today, so like I feel like you're forcing some of these. I'll tell you my 3 favorite plays and the ones that stood out to me the most. But Major League Baseball, the weather supports a Phillies over, a Dodgers under, and an A's over, and ironically, I'm on all 3 of those. The Dodgers under, it's Tarek Skubal at home. And against any team, he can shut them down. It's the Royals. He's faced them multiple times. Total 7.5. He got Noah Cameron going up against this Dodgers team that I don't know what's happened to their bats, but their bats haven't looked good since the trade deadline either. So I'll take my chances on an under there. I do like Texas and LA. That's the Angels. I've talked about this. Mackenzie Gore, you bet on him when he's at home. You fade him on the road. I'm taking the over in this game with the Angels and Rangers at 8.5. I like the Padres. I love the A's and Rays game to go over. It's the best hitting weather along with the Phillies-Cardinals game. But if you look at it, you got the wind blowing out. You got poor-ass Freddie Peralta gets traded to the Rays, and they say, hey, congrats, we're up first in Coors. You got a warm day with the wind blowing out in Coors, and he gets his ass tattooed. And then where's he go next? Coors Light. He's pitching in Sacramento. Wind's blowing out about 10 miles an hour.
What are you talking about, Coors Light?
That's what that stadium is, man. It's the next best thing to Coors Field, and I just think, and it's smaller, so you're going to see the ball leave the park quite a bit tonight. Love Tyler Soderstrom again. He's been on one this whole weekend. I hit a triple in yesterday's game. Didn't quite get the home run, but definitely got his prop and hit that extremely early, so we didn't have to sweat it. Now, with the Cardinals and the Phillies, it's another game where the pitching is a little suspect in my opinion, but the hitting weather here is great, and I'll jump back on this. Phillies went to extra innings last night. I will take my chance here with the likes of Andrew Painter going, and for St. Louis, not the least bit afraid of Hunter Dobbins here. I think both teams' bats go off. Schwarber had a big day yesterday. I think it's Harper's day today. I like him over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. And just to tack on, and I'll recap it all. Love Wilyer Abreu. What do you know? He's going up against a right-hander. The weather's not a factor because it's in a dome, but I'm going to take my chances. I like Mike Trout against Mackenzie Gore. We've talked about that. Tyler Soderstrom and Bryce Harper. I am going to take Dean Kramer over 5.5 Ks today at plus money. I think he comes out and he strikes out 7 or 8 tonight. I expect him to pitch well, and I fully expect Trevor Rogers to pitch well, which is why Baltimore, Minnesota under is one of my favorite plays. The plays that really stood out to me today would be the A's, Rays over, Kansas City, LA Dodgers under, Baltimore, Minnesota under. My other top 5 plays would be Philly, St. Louis over, and Texas, LA over. But that's all I got for you today.
There you go. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. This WNBA, I didn't look into it, Jeremy, but I believe it because the guy who hit me up on X watches the WNBA quite often. He said that the league rescinded that technical foul from
Caitlin
Clark.
They should have. It was so basically, if you didn't watch it, she was driving down the lane, kind of gets bumped, and then she bumps into a referee that's on the baseline. It's clear and obvious that it was accidental, that she didn't push her or do anything intentional. As soon as she hears the whistle, she turns around and goes, "What the hell was that?" But she's got to be careful the rest of the way.
She does have to be careful, but that wasn't a case of a technical foul. I mean, I thought maybe she said something, and then when they said no, it was the bump on the baseline. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's not a bump on the baseline. There have been worse bumps than that. You don't get a technical foul.
Well, look, they should be protecting her a little bit better, but she also has a lot of Luka Doncic in her where she complains a lot to the refs.
Yeah. When, what was that? Alyssa Thomas blocked the shot, took the ball from her. She flopped on the floor and put her hands up. Hey, they're going down the other side of the court, grad score. Well, how about you just get up and play ball?
And she'll do if she makes great passes, by the way, and I think the one area that she struggles is that, size-wise and speed-wise, she throws some passes that end up getting tipped away. They're great looks, but it's just not a great pass. She always is trying to get the and ones for her teammates, too. Like, come on, you'll see, Thomas make a layup, and she'll throw her hands in the air and go, come on, that's got to be an and one. It was on the other side. And I think you start to develop this relationship with the referees where they're like, if you're going to whine and bitch about everything, then I'm just going to ignore you the whole game.
Jeremy, one of the many reasons why I stopped yelling at refs and worried about calls, because of what you just said. For the last 3 or 4 years, man, I don't say much to the refs. And you notice, then, because the refs are human.
Yeah.
That they know you're constantly jumping on them, you're not getting the benefit of the doubt. You're just getting doubt. That's it. But when you stay off of their backs and just do your job and let them do their job, then there's going to be some bad calls. You can go up to them and say, hey, what'd you see on that one? And I've done that, but it's no longer yelling at them and trying to show them up. That gets you nowhere. Let's go to Brian in St. Michael's. What's up, Brian?
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, I've coached in St. Michael's a long time, and I know high school is certainly a heck of a lot different than pros, but when I watch the Orioles, it doesn't seem like they have a two-strike approach. Again, I know we're on the high school level, but, we crowd the plate, we look fastball away, which we get most of the time, and if we don't, that puts us on time for off speed because we're back behind. And where I kind of got this, I watched Jeter hit his whole career, and I watched him take fastballs off always the other way, pull, break, and stuff because he was looking to go late. I just didn't know if you guys thought, because the strikeout ratio is just way too high, and especially if we got men in scoring position, put the ball in play and see if we can advance them. What are your thoughts?
I've heard some people talk about that. I was watching another game where they said the exact same thing. God, I'm trying to remember which former player it was, if it was a Mets game but they were just talking about, it was a Yankee game. Jorge Posada was talking about how different the game is today. And they literally asked him, do you miss it? He goes, no. He goes, I knew when I was done, when everything started, the body's hurting, when I started to miss plays, kind of what you were talking about. I don't know if it was earlier or last week, Rob, when you kind of know it's done. Like, who was it? You were talking about one of the running backs saying, as soon as they started, hitting his heels and then eventually tackling him. And I think Posada knew it, but he was saying the same thing, that maybe with some of the showcase baseball that you've talked about, that people are trying to hit the ball high and hard and all these things.
I'm so glad you gave that comparison, because I've said it nauseam. I'm going to say it again, folks. The problems that you see are not Oriole problems. Those are baseball issues. Those are baseball issues. Look at the average batting. There are, 6 people in Major League Baseball that are batting 600, Jeremy?
Yes.
I mean, why do you think this is an Oreo problem? Honestly, I don't get it. I mean, when people say Oreos do this and Oreos do that, I instantly think, yeah, you ain't watching baseball. You're just watching Oreos.
Well, and again, like even with what Posada was saying about how things are going, I saw two of my buddies that very analytical guys talking about hard hits. And, there's nothing wrong with hard hits, but you also got to realize they're using analytics on defense. So now players are aligned in those spots. How many times have we seen somebody hit the ball hard and somebody's standing right there? How the hell does that goofball Zach Hampel know where every home run's going to be hit in the ballpark and catch so many of them? I mean, he is a douchebag, but he's always in the right spots. So, I mean, maybe there's something to be said about that.
Jeremy Kahn, the top 10 hitters in baseball. I'm not talking about the American League, National League, in all the game. You got 8 players batting over 300. Number 8 batting 302. Number 7 batting 303. The batting average, the leader, 322, 320, 318, 306, 306, 304, 303, 302. So this is not an Oreo problem. This is a major league. This is where baseball has gone from. Maybe your high school kids, that's what they do. But I got news for you. That's not what's done in baseball. On-base percentage. There's one player in all of baseball with a 400 on-base percentage. There's one. That's it.
The Jordan?
Yeah.
Good guess.
Good guess.
I mean, that guy, he might win the Triple Crown, man. When all said and done.
He's the only one with a 400 on-base percentage, man. The game has changed.
The other thing Posada was talking about, he said, like, guys took pride in driving in runs and all these other things. And I hear guys say that all the time with the wins and RBIs, like getting to 100 RBIs meant something. You still need players in front of you to get on base. And the one thing that I think's come from the analytical side that makes so much more sense is the OPS, looking at things like that are way more important than just batting average, which doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, it doesn't tell the whole story at all. We're going to get out of this, but I got to tell you, I got to give you this before we leave. He said more strikeouts. It's not even mid-August, right?
Yeah.
There are 66 players in Major League Baseball with at least 100 strikeouts. And we're not even got through. We haven't gotten through mid-August yet. And there are already 66 players. Not a baseball problem. Not an Orioles problem. It's a baseball problem. Ben has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Massive trouble in the nation's capital. The Washington Commanders' left tackle Laramie Tunsil has suffered a torn tricep. The 5-time Pro Bowler went down during one-on-one drills and is expected to undergo surgery, threatening to sideline him for a significant portion of the season. With their anchor blindside protector out indefinitely, Washington now scrambles to protect Jaden Daniels. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, to the real deal. Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Nope, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scramble burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Mic check 1, 2. Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Jeremy Clark.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm snitching. You hurt my feelings just now. You hurt my feelings just now.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
So, Elephant in the Room sent Jeremy and I a something that says dinner in the dark. And Jeremy Kahn responds, will Rob be there? You will never know.
Yeah, because I didn't know if you were going to show up for that, because if you were on the road that date. That's what I meant.
Not only are you an ass, you're a liar.
Dude, ever since you went back to the lighting not being good for your team picture with the Orioles photo, this has not been let go.
They took everybody's photo over. We're taking everybody's photo over, not just yours. Everybody gets your new photo.
Man, that was so funny.
And that's the encore for the day. Now time to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
What we learned today presented by Elephant in the Room right over there in Millersville on Veteran Highway. Head on over there. See my man Jeremy Allen, the owner. They always have great cuisine. The boys in the purple will be playing soon, and they will have your games as well as the men in orange and black. Now, based on the last call we had about strikeouts, let me go back to 2019. In 2019, Jeremy, 157 players had at least 100 strikeouts. Rewind 10 years prior to that. In 2009, only 82 players had at least 100 strikeouts. 10 years before that, only 68 players in 1999 had 100 or more strikeouts. It's increased by 89 players in 20 years. I'll say it again. It's not an Oriole problem. It's a baseball problem. Watch baseball, and you'll see it throughout the game. Also, hats off to our executive producer of The Fan, Ben Hall, and others. Since June 1, Facebook views up 85%, Instagram views up exponentially as well as our YouTube page. The ad revenue has increased. We're on pace to shatter numbers. Hats off to you, Ben, because since he's taken over as executive producer, that's his main responsibility other than dealing with you and I.
Yeah. Thank you. It's tough, but it's not as tough as dealing with you two and Ed as well.
That's cool.
Nice, man. Nice. You're going to fit in just fine. Anything else?
Jay?
Okay, so me. I got up this morning and ran around the block 5 times. Then I got tired, so I picked up the block and put it back in the toy box. I always like this when we've done it a couple times. Sad news, I broke up with my girlfriend Lorraine because I was seeing another girl named Claire Lee. But the good news is that I can see Claire Lee now that Lorraine is gone. So stupid. There comes an age where you don't care how you look in photos anymore. You just want to look good in MRIs, ultrasounds, and CT scans. That's
facts.
Yeah, definite facts there. A couple other funny ones here for you. Some of them are stupid. What do you call a cow with no legs? Doesn't matter. Ain't going to come anyway. Here we go. Here, some of these are really stupid. My uncle has a stutter and he went to prison. I'm afraid he'll never finish his sentence. What happens if you slide down a grassy hill in Spain? You get gracias. Adam and Eve were the first humans to ignore Apple's terms and conditions. And I'll leave you with this one. Our town just legalized pot but banned alcohol. Residents have been left high and dry. That's it.
Vinny Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Manic Monday.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Support, assist, care. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Enroll now for fall classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu. lincolntech.edu.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win, except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes, like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Back to school season is here, and Town Appliance's back to school shopping event is going on now. Shop top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more to get your home ready for the new routine. Whether you need a high-capacity washer for your sports uniforms or a compact dorm fridge, they got you covered. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell them Vinny sent you and just ask for Mayor, and you can't go wrong.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Summer is here, and so are the savings at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. Shop our summer sell-a-thon for big savings, more inventory, and top dollar for your trade. The deals are hot. The savings are even hotter. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
Join Pathfinders for Autism at the Maryland Zoo for their 16th annual Run Wild for Autism 5K and 1 mile fun run and walk on September 27th. Enjoy free zoo admission after the race. Register now at pathfindersforautism.org/runwild 2026.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles broke out of their recent offensive slump in a big way Sunday, scoring 10 runs to avoid a sweep against the Rangers. Pete Alonso powered the offense with his first multi-home run game as an Oriole, while Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill added homers of their own. Craig Albertaz spoke on the Birds' success at the plate in the win.
Came out strong today. Yeah, it was up and down the lineup, great at-bats. 6 walks, that's something we were talking about with our, earlier the past couple of games, and even back at home was our ability to walk but not being able to cash them in. But the guys had great at-bats, great swings, big day by Pete, Kobe, Jackson, Cowser, Leote. Well, yeah, it was a great offensive performance tonight.
The 1-2 weekend dropped the O's a bit in the standings as they now sit at 57 and 61 and 2 games back of the Rangers for the final American League wildcard spot. Baltimore will be right back at it Monday night as they'll head to Minnesota for a 3-game set against the Twins, who sit a half game ahead of them in the wildcard race. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT sponsored by Jerry's Home Services with Tim Barbalace and Ryan Ripken starting at 6. First pitch from Target Field is set for 7:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all windows, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
course. Mike he was the baseball executive of the year a few years ago, widely regarded as outstanding by his peers and other people in baseball. Absolutely. And he's done a terrific job. I'm very, very happy, and we couldn't be more pleased. We've had some injuries, but that's not Mike's fault. And so in the end, we're very pleased and happy to have such a talented executive leading our baseball team. For the rest of the season, I'm hopeful that we will make it into the playoffs. If we can avoid the injuries we've had in the first half, I think we should be able to get to the playoffs. We've had more than our bad share of luck on injuries, but I'm hopeful that we now have the team in reasonably good shape, and we've got some injuries still, but we have some good replacements and others that can help. I'm very optimistic going forward.
There is Orioles principal owner David Rubenstein speaking about 2 weeks ago, a little over 2 weeks ago. That was at the Kyle Bradish press conference. And at the time, things were kind of taking a turn for the better. The Orioles had rattled off some wins, looking like they could end up being buyers at the trade deadline. Well, that was last Monday. Feels like yesterday. But a lot has changed since those comments were made by David Rubenstein. And the reason we play those on this Monday morning, Vinny and Haynie here, Nolan McGraw in for Bob Haynie today, Vinny Serrato here by my side, is we're basically looking for a temperature check today on Orioles ownership and what's going on here. At the time, David Rubenstein publicly defending Mike Elias, someone who has become the enemy of this fan base, and really not even close. He's the one guy that is the main source of blame when it comes to the average fan. But publicly giving him the nod of approval. Look, he won the awards. We trust him. He's the baseball mind, blah, blah, blah. We've kind of been hearing that all along the way. Then we get last Monday's events. No buying to be done, a lot of selling moves. As Mike Elias was working the phones last Monday, David Rubenstein himself was simultaneously speaking at a book event. He just had a book come out about his life, ownership in sports, stuff like that. American University is where he was speaking, kind of like a symposium thing. Alex Rodriguez was there. So this is going on in the background. His team's changing drastically as he's speaking on being an owner. And there was a lot of interesting comments that he made last Monday, and we haven't really had a chance to dig into them. And that's why I bring this here today, Vinny, is want this temperature check from where the fan base is at. How do they feel about David Rubenstein, the supposed relationship that appears fine between him and Mike Elias? There's a lot to get to here. And I just want to start with the main quote that kind of made the rounds on social media last week. Rubenstein here saying, "We've tripled the salaries, yet we went from first place to last place. It's a little frustrating and embarrassing, but I'm trying to do what I can to fix it and turn it around. I hope when my obituary is written, they will say World Series champion rather than Carlisle co-founder as the headline. But at this point, I'm not sure it'll get that way." Interesting comment to me. But the way I read this on the surface, and I want to hear your thoughts, is that doesn't sound like a man that's aloof or someone who's out to lunch, completely checked out, right? He may be speaking for a personal venture while his team is going through the trade deadline, but that doesn't sound like a man who's just, Mike Elias, let him do whatever. I know nothing about baseball. I'm not paying attention here. There's some investment on his part. How did you read that?
Well, listening to the comments that we heard from him, at the Bradish press conference, he did what he had to do. I mean, what else do you expect? He's going to say, well, no, this is not our guy, but yeah, next week we're going, to the trade deadline and that's who's leading it. No. So, those guys are smart. They didn't make billions of dollars for nothing. So I think he knew what he was going to be asked. And he handled it. He's won awards, blah, blah, blah. And then this, I think this was his true feelings. I think he's dealing with owners, and I've dealt with two. And when you lose or whatever, I tell you what, Eddie DeBartolo would get more pissed than Dan, because similar, like, expectations in San Francisco were always real high. The year we lost to Green Bay in the playoffs, and we were 14-2 or whatever. Eddie was firing people. He was furious. And Dan was the same way. Those guys want to win, expect to win, and they didn't get to where they got to by losing, and knowing how to fix things. So you think that a rich dude like Rubenstein is happy? Because like when he was talking, like they were on that 7-game winning streak at that time. So he was feeling good, and expecting going to the playoffs, blah, and now, the odds on them making the playoffs are not great. And like you said, they sold. So no, he's not happy at all. And he's hearing it from his partners, and they're saying, what are we going to do? How are we going to fix this thing? And I think the comment, Nolan, where, we've done our part. We did what we said we were going to do. We tripled, the money, and we went from first to last.
Right.
I think that's a shot at a lot, because there is nobody. Who else can he? There's no one else to blame, because he said, Mike, you're the base. You do what you want, and he made that point too, that Mike, it's Mike's show.
Right. Now, when you mentioned Eddie and Dan there, those guys were much more like hardcore sports fans. Now, in Dan's case, maybe to a detriment,
yes,
right? But they were very much invested in the day-to-day or the team's day-to-day, I guess.
Dan definitely was.
So Rubenstein, admittedly, this entire time, he's a fan from Baltimore. He'll wear the hat, he'll go to the games. But even he says here at the same event last week, I didn't really go to many ball games before I became an owner. I was just kind of a casual fan, if you will. And any chance he gets, not really passing the buck, but he's not putting himself out there as this big baseball fan. And one of his main partners, Michael Arrighetti, really the only, besides Cal, the only other person in the ownership group that we mentioned by name, he's propping him up as the baseball mind. There's more quotes in here from last week's event that, when Michael joined the ownership team or we started this, everyone around baseball is telling me Michael's the baseball mind. You want him. Certainly knows more about baseball than you do, stuff like that. Kind of joking. But point is, I'm like, who's really calling the shots here? So you said Eddie and Dan, they've got people in their circle. They all do.
Yes.
But what's that balance like if you're the owner? Like, you've got your own opinions about how things should be done. You got people barking in your ear. No, it should be this way. It should be that way. You got Elias telling you how he wants to do things or what he's seen. You got all these voices going on. How do you break it all down to what's true?
Well, with Eddie didn't have any partners. Eddie owned the team. Actually, his dad bought it for him when he was 27 years old because he was getting in trouble all the time and wanted, gave him something to do. So Eddie had his entourage of dudes from Youngstown that he traveled with that would come to the games and kind of his confidants. Dan had partners, and he listened to his partners. There was Fred Drasner, who he listened to. I mean, Fred's the one that fired Marty Schottenheimer. And then Dwight Scharr and Bob Rothman, they were heavily involved, on decision-making because they were around all the time. I'd see, they were at every game. So they definitely had say-so, and Dan would bounce stuff off of them, and if they were going to fire somebody, they were involved in the conversation. So I would think that he is listening. Owners listen to their part. They have somebody or some people that they listen to. With Eddie, it was his buddies from Youngstown. That's who he listened to. With Dan had a couple buddies that he would listen to, but predominantly it was Dwight Scharr and Bob Rothman. But originally it was Fred Drasner, who was like his best friend, who we would listen to. And Fred wanted to fire everybody all the time. He owned the New York Post or the Daily News, and so, and none of them really were football people at all. Mm-hmm. Dan was a fan. Dan's dad was a fan. They would go to games, and I mean, when he was 39 when he bought the team or whatever, he was a fan that wanted to win. And, was thought at that time he was smarter than everybody else. So I think Rubenstein understands what he does and doesn't know. Whereas, is it Arrighetti?
Arrighetti.
Arrighetti seems like that's who they, is making the baseball. Because when you hear like rumors, he's the one that got Hyde fired. Because you remember when they fired them, because remember all the owners were sitting in that first row. And remember it was the bad play at first base that cost them the game or whatever. Then boom, Hyde was fired the next day. And then Elias wouldn't talk because I'm sure Elias had nothing to do with the firing. And then he had to eventually talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point here today is you're trying to figure out what's real and what isn't in this front office, basically. Prior to these comments, I used that word aloof. That's the way I kind of looked at David Rubenstein. Not really that he's a bad guy, that he's just he's the money man. He'll sign the checks and he'll be the face of the ownership group, like you said. But even then, he's faded more into the background this year.
Yes.
Whereas the last couple of years, it was, last year.
He was out there with Mr. Splash. He was doing all kinds of stuff.
So been a little bit harder to see and hear from this year. And I think that's by design. Not saying that's a bad thing, but it did kind of lead me to start wondering, well, man, like how loyal are they to Elias? Are we going to be stuck with Elias for years to come because he's being fed this whole bill of goods? And when you hear Rubenstein say that's like, we played the comments coming in, I don't even know how many times he said injuries in there. Probably at least 10 times. That's part of where the side that worries me is that Elias is in his ears like, no, it's just the injuries, man. One more year, we got this. Like we're just been derailed by the injuries. It's all bad luck. Like when he keeps harping on that, that's the kind of worry in the back of my mind. But then you read these other comments and I'm like, okay, he's paying attention, or Michael Arrighetti should be paying attention. I guess at the very least, I'm hoping here that like seeds of doubt have been planted in his head.
Oh, there's no question.
Not everything is
rosy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And how could it be? I mean, he's even talking, the record's going in the wrong direction, even though the money's right. This shouldn't be. So I'll admit he's in a tough spot. I do not envy him. But, looking for, is it more hope or doom and gloom today? I guess that's kind of my angle on this.
Well, the other thing that I see, Nolan, is the face that they put out there is Cal, because Cal's the one who's at all the games. I mean, if Arrighetti was sitting here, I wouldn't know who he was.
Right.
I mean, Rubenstein, we've seen him, but like you said, not much this year. But the guy we see all the time is Cal. Because people aren't going to yell at Cal. Because he's Cal Ripken. So, and then all of a sudden, Cal's in the locker room more. Now Cal's helping with development in the minor leagues. Because here's what owners do, Nolan, is they'll sit down with Mike Elias and say, how do we fix this? And you better have a good plan on how to fix it.
Right.
And Elias being a smart, he's probably got a lot of BS to him. So he probably has a plan. And you know what? As much as good as he's done, just like with Harbs, time runs out, And I think it's time for a change because it seems like with Elias, Nolan, he's much more comfortable going for I'll go get me a bunch of prospects and then I kind of start over instead of big game hunting, like for the playoff runs and those types of things,
Right. Yeah. I mean, it just so happens I've rewatched Moneyball over the weekend. It's appropriate. So I'm hearing all the terms in my head. We're going to rebuild in the aggregate and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've actually had a different view on the movie, viewing it through a modern Orioles lens now. I was like, this is all a bunch of hogwash. Get rid of this crap, this propaganda. Anyway, 410-583-1057. If you got thoughts on David Rubenstein, his relationship with Mike Elias, what's true, what isn't, what's your assessment of Rubenstein here about 2 years into his regime of owner? Is it favorable? Is it not favorable? Are we worse off than we were before? I don't know. I think everything's on the table here, but we want to hear from you. When we get back from this break, we'll dive a little bit more into the Orioles' weekend happenings, maybe get another one of these Rubenstein comments, one that I actually think is a positive on the financial side of things. And then later on in the hour, we'll get into all of this Ravens stuff. It's going to be a football-heavy show today, but we wanted to start Orioles. Vinny was out at training camp yesterday, a hot and physical day on the practice field. He's got a bunch of notes to share with you. So all of that coming up here in the next couple segments. We want you to be a part of it. 410-583-1057.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Plus, build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by September 1st and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
It's just another manic Monday.
That it is. Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here. 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw in for Bob Haynie today. Vinny Serrato here as usual. We're talking to you. We were starting today's show talking about David Rubenstein, his support, public support of Mike Elias. Trying to read between the lines here. What is that relationship like behind the scenes? We're going full tabloid TMZ on you today. A lot of people want to get in here. We've given our thoughts. Let's head out to the people. Start with Scott in Columbia. Scott, good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Mike Elias kind of reminds me of Roland Heeman in a way. Back in the day, Roland could find these gems that, were waiver claims or whatever that ended up contributing, but he could never make a big deal or sign anybody of any notice. Granted, Elias did sign Pete Alonso this year, but I said earlier when he was going to hire a manager, he's got to hire someone who's going to win.
Yep.
And I can't believe he's going to tie himself, in his job to hiring a rookie manager who, and I had a little bit of hope for the guy when he started, but he seems like a wet noodle to me. I mean, I think he's just terrible. He kept stressing fundamentals in spring training, and they're one of the worst defensive fundamental teams I've ever seen. It's just horrible. I think Elias has, written his own obituary or whatever you would call it. And I don't see any way he survives this season unless somehow they make it to the playoffs, which I don't think they will. It's hard. It's one of the worst teams I've ever seen to watch. I mean, they don't hit. They don't play defense. It's very hard to watch. Even when they were losing 100 games, the team is easier to watch. I mean, it's just brutal baseball sometimes.
No doubt. Yeah, thanks for the call, Scott. I made the same point. I look back on those, like the 2019 Orioles, who were just so bad. Even 2020 and the shortened season, there was a little more hope just because it was only 60 games. But I had more fun watching those teams.
Yeah.
I every single night when I turned on the TV was not expecting a win, was quite frankly expecting an embarrassing loss. But when they did actually win, it was like, oh my God, it felt like each night was a World Series win. So when the expectations are ramped up, it makes things way more tougher to stomach, the last 2 years in particular.
Well, I think, and I'm with the caller, I thought that they should get a veteran manager because that's where the team was, these guys were getting older now. I thought they needed a guy to come in, not a rookie. But the only reason that they hired a rookie manager was because Elias wants to have a puppet.
Right.
And I thought that was the biggest thing that they needed was not to have a puppet. Like a Buck Showalter type guy is not going to, here's the lineup. Excuse me? No. Elias is not going to have the juice that he has with a rookie manager because if you hire a rookie manager, he's going to, whatever you say, he's going to do because he's just happy to have the job.
Right. So that we know they're as strongly tied as anyone, Elias and Albernaz.
Just like Hyder was.
Sure, yeah. That's their guy. And to your point earlier, I mean, Elias did publicly back Hyde like a week before he got fired last year, so added another layer to the mystery. But I guess the point is here, the only way that Albernaz is out after this year is if Elias is out. And you're doing a wholesale change.
Because here's your point. Yes, because like you bring in a new GM, what do they want? They want their own guy, unless that, you're going to keep him Albie for a year and see how he does. And, if it's not good during the season, you get rid of him during the season.
But callers like our last one there that are saying this is a disaster. I want no parts of this with Albernaz moving forward. I just don't think they would break up with him.
What do you think of Albie?
I'm on the fence. I was really high on him when he got hired, and I thought a lot of the comments he made at the time, he presented himself as a straight shooter, no nonsense, and I thought the lack of experience wouldn't really come into the mix as much. But then, that straight shooter side of him, maybe a little too straight because he didn't censor himself at times when he probably should have. made some strange comments. So he's been giving to us in the media in terms of things to talk about. I'm not ready to chase him out just yet, but it hasn't gone as I thought it would, is the best way to put it.
And when Rubenstein talked, was that the trade deadline day when he was down at American University?
Yeah, last Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. This is funny to me, Nolan, is your owner is at American University, your manager's at the Ravens practice, and Elias is doing
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at it.
So when it comes to
the biggest thing, the biggest day, your manager's with his wife and kids throwing football on the sidelines watching Ravens, because I was standing almost right next to him, and your owner's down bitching,
Right.
So it's kind of, and then Elias is
so
on his own.
Yeah, obviously Elias he's the one that's the most involved there. But to your point, typically you would think like, all right, this is kind of like a war room thing.
Right.
I want him
Absolutely.
next to me. What do you think about this? They're offering this player. What do you think? Like the Red Sox, their side of the Adley deal, everyone was reporting this thing's done. Medical's passed. They're just waiting on their owner to sign off. And that took another couple hours. So, I mean, that's a good point. It's a good point. Let's get one more call.
It was a bad look. I said that when I'm out at I said trade deadline day and he's out here.
Right. Little odd. Let's get Justin in Hamilton. Justin, good morning. We got Justin here. There you go. We'll come back to him. Greg in Columbia. Greg, good morning. Nothing. All right. We're going to break then, and we'll figure this out. We'll get you on the other side. It's Vinny and Haynie here on 105.7 The Fan. We're talking all things Orioles this morning. Vinny's got his notes from Ravens training camp yesterday. A lot going on out there. Very physical practice. We'll hear about that a little bit later in the hour. But stay tuned here. Vinny and Haynie continues.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Summer heat can stress your home's wiring. Get an FH Fur electrical inspection plus a smoke and carbon monoxide detector evaluation for just $99. Keeping D.C., Virginia, and Maryland safe for 45 years.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Chad asked, hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Summer is winding down and back to school season. Oh, it's officially here. Now, parents, it's about getting your home ready for the chaos of the new routine. That's why you got to check out Town Appliance's back-to-school shopping event. Now, whether you need a high-capacity washer for muddy sports uniform, been through that a lot, a faster dryer for the morning rush, my daughter could use that, or a dorm fridge. Town Appliance, they got you covered. Now, when I bought my GE fridge, Mayor, they made the whole process incredibly easy. They've been doing this for decades, and they'll take great care of you, too. Now, with flexible financing, free nationwide delivery on most orders, and a price match guarantee, it's the perfect time to upgrade and to save. So stop by their showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, or visit townappliance.com today. Tell them that Vinny sent you, and just ask for Mayor, and you can't go wrong.
Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
As Ravens training camp rolls on, Jacoby Lane continues to make his presence felt. The rookie wide receiver has been turning heads with highlight reel catches throughout camp. Lane was asked how he feels his first training camp has gone so far.
Yeah, definitely super blessed to be able to be at a place like this in Owings Mills, feed off the energy and the environment that I'm in. I think that's just who I am, be a product of my environment. Every time I look to the vets or even the young guys, I'm getting better every day. So I just want to try and do that every day.
The Ravens will get Monday off before returning to the practice field Tuesday. Shifting to the O's, the weekend didn't go as they'd like, but they were able to salvage the series finale with a win over the Rangers. They'll now travel to Minnesota for another important series with a team just ahead of them in the wildcard race. A familiar face will take the mound for the Twins in the series opener as Dean Kramer gets the start. In his first outing after being traded to Minnesota, he pitched 5 innings of 1-run ball. Trevor Rogers gets the nod for the O's. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. This fan flash is sponsored by Petro Home Services. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today. I'm Ben Hall, O's Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles salvaged a win yesterday, 10-5 your final score over the Rangers. Avoided the embarrassment, to use a term from David Rubenstein. It would have been an embarrassing sweep. Friday and Saturday were embarrassing enough. I mean, we kind of saved you the ugly details there to begin the show today because, quite frankly, I don't know if I could stomach it, if I could do it again. The Shane Baz, the treatment he got again. How could it get any worse? That was the pinnacle of all Shane Baz starts on Friday night. Going 8 innings, technical complete game, no run support to speak of. Just atrocious. Kyle Bradish, similar treatment on Saturday. Poor defense all around. And just, look, you score 3 runs in 3 games, and then you have an outburst of 10 yesterday. It's just, that has been who this team is all year long, Vinny, and there's no reason to believe it would change.
You know what's kind of sad, Nolan, is like watching like a routine grounder to short. Now I'm like, is he going to make the throw? Because even yesterday, Alonso had to reach to his left to get the ball on a routine grounder to short. So, it's just don't have a lot of confidence. Let's just say that.
And to my point on Friday, I think you were asking where are the Orioles going to be on Monday, or Bob was asking. I said, I'm not going to tell you one way or another how many losses, but I'll tell you this. There'll be no more than 2 games back. I said by the end of the road trip, no more than 2.5 games back. It would not surprise me one bit. You take 2 out of 3 from Minnesota, tread water, split against Tampa Bay. We'll see what happens. But they are destined all the way through the end of September to be hovering right around there, just tearing our heartstrings out every single night. Let's get back to the phone lines here. We'll try again with Justin in Hamilton. Justin, do we have you? We do not. All right. That's going to be us on the phone lines here.
Well, Nolan, how about, if you look at the wild cards, same thing we did last week. All right. Yankees 5-5, Boston 8-2, Texas 4-6, Detroit 7-3, Minnesota 4-6, 3-7 Cleveland, 5-5 Baltimore, 3-7 Seattle, 6-4 Toronto. I mean, that's what it's going to be the same thing with different teams each time.
Right. And Texas did themselves a lot of favors. They're now in the driver's seat in that third wild card spot. Minnesota, as we mentioned, they're up next. They're a half game ahead of you. So that was really the whole outlook, or it should have been going into this road trip, is that you've got a direct 6 games right here, at least with these series, to leapfrog the teams ahead of you. Tampa Bay, you're not chasing them in the standings, but still measuring stick kind of series. 4 games is always tough against them. You'd like a good showing there. So, I think it's boring. It is a really boring answer, but that is truly how I feel about this team. I think they're just the definition of mediocre. I think they're destined to play around 500 ball the rest of the way.
Now, if we were doing Minnesota radio right now, we'd be talking about, this is a series. Hey, if they could sweep the Orioles, they could be at 500 after this, these 3 games. I mean, that's, all right, we got a good shot to get 2 and 3, 2 of 3, against the Orioles this week. If we were doing Minnesota radio, I'm guessing that's how we'd be talking.
Oh, it's got to be mirrored conversations all around the board.
Yep.
And you mentioned Minnesota too. Tonight's matchup, Dean Kramer.
Yeah.
Facing his former team.
Oh, you don't think he's going to be jacked up?
Even if he won't admit it, but he definitely is.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. And I think this one, even more so than Grayson Rodriguez last week, who I thought said all the right things and didn't really make a show of anything.
Yeah, I mean, because if you're him, I'm sure, like, Elias, you want to stick it to him because he sent you down, down to Norfolk, at the spring training and stuff. So
that part, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure that he would love to stick it to Elias.
Well, you know what's going to happen. We need Pete Alonso to hit a home run. And then we need him, as he's rounding first base, to look back at Kramer and say, "Can you see me? Did you see that one?" That's right. Their whole mix up at first base from.
Oh yeah,
I think it was his last start. Yeah, that was his final. And it was a bad taste to end on, those back-to-back rough outings. But if you missed it, Kramer, his first start with Minnesota, faced the Royals last week. Solid 5 innings, 1 run.
Nope.
So got back on the right track. But we'll see if the emotions maybe add to tonight a little bit. Real quick here before we take another break, I mentioned just how bad it's been for Shane Baz this year. Some of the stats here, I mean, these are just absurd. 4-11 is his record on the season, but with a 3.76 ERA. That should be impossible.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. And then you compare that to what Brandon Young has got. They're kind of similar pitchers this year. I thought they've both been very consistent and on their game for the most part. But Brandon Young gets almost 2 more runs of support per outing. And the record's flipped. He's a double-digit game winner, or is on pace to be. So it's just so unfortunate for Shane Baz. 8 innings, 2 runs, off the homer by Peterson, only 1 run of support. I don't get it. I other than just being, there's always a hard luck pitcher every year. There's always somebody who doesn't get support, but this is egregious, man. 3 total runs scored across his last 3 games that he was on the mound. An average of 3 runs per game in his last 12 outings. And mind you, that's not even 3 runs scored while he's in the game. That's just in total. So they are not winning when he's on the mound. And it's to no fault of his own. Very, very frustrating. We are going to come back here. And we're going to dive into some of Vinny's observations from training camp. It was a very eventful weekend out there. Some good, some bad. We'll talk about the Zay Flowers injury scare. And who looked good yesterday on a very, very hot day out in Owings Mills. Physicality was off the charts. So We'll hear all about that. 11 o'clock, we've got Josh Tolentino of the Baltimore Sun joining us. He had a very nice column on David Rubenstein's comments last week. We'll get his thoughts on where this front office stands after yet another disappointing season. Don't go anywhere. Vinny and Haynie show continues next.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The fact that the Minnesota Vikings quarterback competition is still going on here on Monday, August 10th is not a good thing. J.J. McCarthy reportedly outplaying Kyler Murray at Sunday's practice. Kyler is still the favorite to be the Vikings starting quarterback week 1 against the Green Bay Packers, but Murray not being able to pull away from McCarthy is not a good thing and puts Kevin O'Connell on the hot seat if things don't go well this year in Minnesota. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec full synthetic motor oil. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec full synthetic motor oil. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
It was the heat of the moment.
Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato hanging out with you here on a Monday morning. We're talking a lot of baseball to start today's show, but we're changing pace here, heading over to the gridiron. Ravens 2 weeks in now to training camp. A lot going on out there in Owings Mills. And Vinny, you were out there yesterday for a scorcher.
Yep.
It was not a pleasant day out in Owings Mills, but long practice, physical practice. What caught your notice?
What caught my notice early on was, and I was telling you earlier, Nolan, when they were doing routes on air, quarterbacks throwing to receivers. I think it was Lamar, threw it behind Jacoby Lane, and he just reached back with one hand and caught the ball in his hand like it was nothing. Just reached back, boom, caught the ball, and then took off. And like everybody is like, you see that? You know, I mean, he does something, and I think I heard Jesse Minter talking yesterday to the media. I think it was to Sirius Radio yesterday, where Jacoby is a guy that every day in practice does something that wows you. He's that guy that has done that, which is huge for the Ravens, especially with Zay being out. And you know, talking about that is, and I didn't go Saturday, but talking to the people that saw the play and everything, he got kneed like in the thigh is what he did, you know. So I guess, you know, he's got a bruised quad, you know, so how long that takes, 2 days, 3 days, probably, you know, I'm guessing Jesse ideally would like him back, looking at their practice schedule, Nolan, you know, because they practiced this week, walked through on Friday, Eagles Saturday. So the vets basically, you know, the 14th, 15th, 16th, they're off. So if ideally, I bet you Jesse would like Zay back for the 17th and be ready to go for those practices at Minnesota, because I think that's going to be those are going to be good. So I would, to me, they don't need to hurry to have him back, and I kind of think if it's a good thing, you know, if he's just missing a few days, then because Lamar likes throwing it to him all the time, and now kind of makes everybody to kind of get some balls and stuff, so it helps Bateman out. It you know, it helps Jacoby. And Wester, because Wester has that spot, you know, behind Zay. So I think that's a good thing to you know, to get other guys involved. Now, Nolan, talking about like offensively, too many penalties yesterday. A lot of penalties, a lot of false starts, holding calls. You know, it was not pretty. It was like, Jesus, another one and another one. And, you know, I don't, you know, because it was hot, or, you know, the defense is kind of getting on their ass, because a lot of the penalties, you know, like Ronnie had one because Hendrickson's over there, so he's going to jump because it's a pass, you know, wants to get a quick start. So there was a lot of those. So that was a bad look. And to me, the tight ends don't show up. You know, Andrews had another drop, you know, and this is, and I was talking to somebody, you know, out there yesterday. This is the worst training camp that they've ever seen Mark Andrews have, you know, and the thing that Mark always at training camp that we'd always talk about with Mark was and that dude works harder than anybody. He's out there before everybody else doing drills and running route. This year, he ain't out there early. He's
quiet.
not. Yes, and the tight ends been, I would say, disappointing. And I'm really looking forward to, Nolan, when I go to Minnesota next week and watch those two practices, because the Vikings are going to be a very physical defense. So it's going to be good to see that. But back to Jacoby a little bit, because yesterday's practice was 2 hours and 10 minutes, and there was some special teams, and some individual early on, but then it was, it was ones on ones, twos on twos, threes on threes, and it was like move the ball. It was like 1st and 10. There was like a 10-minute segment of 1st and 10, a 10-minute segment of 3rd and long, and that it was 11 on 11 basically the whole time. I'm telling you, and Jacoby, because Marlon was trying to cover him a couple times man-to-man, Jacoby ate him up. Every time that he did, and Jacoby ran for a 6'5" guy. He ran really nice routes, and one was contested, and he basically outmuscled Marlon for the football, which was impressive. The thing that I want to see with Jacoby against the Vikings is being a taller guy. When those DBs get their hands on him right away, how does he handle that? Can he get off, the corner and create some separation and be able to, outmuscle the corner? So that's going to be of interest to me when they go up against the Vikings. That is the only thing that I really want to see yet from Jacoby is that, because otherwise everything else he's doing is great. Like during the mini camp and stuff, he would have a drop a day. I wasn't, that impressed with him in OTAs and mini camp. Then when he came back, he was a different dude. He hadn't dropped a ball, and he's making spectacular catches, making plays, and he stands out over everybody there. And Surratt has been kind of just a guy. He had one good day the whole training camp thus far. To me, he's been just kind of a guy, like separation. He'll do good against 3rd and 4th corners type thing. So I think Lamar still is doing a real nice job. And what was good, too, yesterday was we had Calais Campbell and Jenkins were back in the drills, so they were first time. And I think that's great for the offensive line, for Venga and for Pinter, because you got Jenkins who's, 360.
Right.
And then you got Calais in there who's 6'8", but he understands leverage and stuff. So it's a lot different than going against Peoples and Penny and some of those guys, when you got legit dudes that these are the types of guys that I'm going to be playing against. And all of a sudden, when you go push that, it's like, whoa, right. A different deal. So I think kind of a learning experience for the old linemen, too, which is a good thing. But defensively, the pass rushers yesterday, no, they were getting after their ass. Mike Green. But Hendrickson, they can't block. I have not seen Hendrickson get blocked. If he's going hard, they can't block him. And especially like top of the route or, top of the rush. He's got so many counters and he's seen so many sets and everything else. He's got a counter, or he's so smart that as he's going, all right, the guy's trying to do this. All right, I'm going to spin. I'm going to do this. So, that's the impressive thing about him, So, otherwise, offensively, Bateman made a couple plays. So Bateman's kind of showing up, which I think is a good thing, and they're moving him around more and stuff. So I think he likes that. So he's more engaged. He's not backside all the time. So I think, and he's even said that, during his interview, that he feels like he's more engaged. So that's a good thing. We're hearing a lot of players offensively give a lot of praise to Declan Doyle and stuff. I just hope that it's an easy transition for him game day.
Yes.
Because in practice and stuff, totally different deal. pressure, having to call a play. You only got 30 seconds. That's what's going to be interesting to see with a young Declan Doyle. But thus far, he's doing a hell of a job right now.
And we're going to get to see, he's doing that half and half. He's doing one game in the booth, one game on the sideline. I believe this Saturday he's in the booth for the Eagles game. So we'll see. I mean, that's a little extra narrative to pay attention to. Mm-hmm. Not a matter of life or death.
Yeah, because Lamar's not going to be playing.
Yes, yeah. So, but, play calling in general, maybe get a sense of the flow of things. Also difficult in preseason where a lot of drives are 3 and out, but still, it's all we have to go off of right now. So,
what I'll be anxious to see too, Nolan, is since Jesse's going to be calling them during the regular season, is he going to call them in the preseason games too?
I would think you'd want that just for continuity's sake.
Yeah, or maybe what he does is maybe one game, because he's used to being on the sidelines calling it, but now he's got so many other things that he's got to be responsible for. Mm-hmm. How does that work? Maybe 2 of the games, he does that to kind of figure that out. And then one of the games, okay, let me just kind of get a feel for all these other things that I'm going to be involved with.
Right. A good breakdown of some of the offensive standouts there. We're going to talk more of the Ravens offense throughout the show today. 11:30, we're going to dive deeper into the running back room where Adam Randall all of a sudden is starting to insert his name into the conversation a little bit more. O-line, we'll break them down in the 12 o'clock hour. Plenty of sound along the way. But coming up next, Josh Tolentino of the Baltimore Sun. He's going to join us on the phones here and discuss his column from last week about David Rubenstein and his desire to bring a World Series back to Baltimore. Josh got a lot of thoughts on that and maybe a few Ravens thoughts as well. So he'll be joining us as soon as we get back here. Don't go anywhere. Vinny and Haynie continues.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's a summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Now go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Plus, you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrids. Test drive that 26 Elantra hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon. Gas was $3.99 today when I drove by. And make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. So we got banks on site. It's going to give you instant credit approval. Plus, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. So get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I purchased 19 cars over the years from Jones. Been in every department, sales, service, parts, collision. Every one of them on the surveys, 10 out of 10. So save thousands now. Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts. That's up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Shop AndersonBuickGMC.com.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to metamucil.com for more details.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles had been putting way too many good pitching performances to waste with a lack of run support. That was not the case in yesterday's finale against the Rangers. The lineup broke out with 10 runs on 15 hits and 6 walks, led by a 2-homer day from Pete Alonso. That helped pick up the slack for Cade Povich, who struggled with an early inflated pitch count and was ultimately pulled by Craig Albernaz after just 3 innings of work. The run support made that decision a little bit easier, but here's more from the manager following the victory.
You know, he was grinding out there. I mean, at one point, he didn't throw a first pitch strike until like the 8-hole hitter, and, he's behind pretty much to almost every hitter, and he did make pitches when he had to, but it was just living and dying by that is tough.
And in some Ravens news, Zay Flowers is being considered day-to-day after colliding with Jalen Hawkins during Saturday's practice. The initial contact left the newly paid wide receiver on the ground and in clear pain. He struggled to get up at first before limping his way off the field. Head coach Jesse Minter isn't sounding any alarms after the brief scare, saying he believes Flowers will be okay in the long term. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, thunderstorms on and off, highs in the mid-90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Wish you talk, wish you talk, wish you
1 hour already in the books here on a Monday morning. Appreciate you joining us here. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw in for Bob Haynie today. No worries, he'll be back tomorrow. Vinny Serrato here as usual. And we're about to head out to the phone lines. We're joined by a special guest here from the Baltimore Sun. He is Josh Tolentino. And first and foremost, Josh, good morning.
Nolan, Vinny, good morning, man. I appreciate the sentiments leading up to the call regarding the column. I've been here for just a little bit over a year now, and that is definitely the most reception I have received in terms of any piece. The emails have been going crazy.
So the column we're referring to here, you can read it right now in the Baltimore Sun. From last week, Josh Tolentino writes, Orioles David Rubenstein feels, quote, embarrassed good. So basically, give us the gist here. Rubenstein, has publicly backed Mike Elias about a month ago. He said he was embarrassed when he spoke last week about the team heading in the wrong direction from a record standpoint, even though the money, by his words, has tripled from a payroll standpoint. But you find this to be a good thing, a pressure, maybe creating a diamond situation. Explain to the people what you were thinking.
Yeah, and certainly at first I want to remove the Mike Elias part of it, and then, we'll get back into that in a second. But the fact that David Rubenstein, and again, this was like for, in setting up where and when this was said on a panel with the university in an attempt to promote his book. He wrote a book about owning the Orioles, so that's coming out, I believe, next month. So, and he's basically been asked about what his experience has been like covering the Orioles. I mean, covering the Orioles, owning the Orioles. And he says he's embarrassed and he's frustrated about the results. And a very telling line is that, he wants to be remembered in his obituary as a World Series champion and not the founder of Carlisle. So very eye-opening, jaw-dropping quotes. Honestly, when I saw them, I was like, I immediately have to get to work, because this is a great thing if you are an Orioles fan, that the owner feels this embarrassed, that he is willing to step out on a ledge. And by all accounts, guys, every single time that we have talked to David and we asked about his satisfaction with the team, with the leadership, despite middling results. You look at the trend of the club since David Rubenstein took over as controlling owner in 2024. They win 91 games that season. They get swept in the playoffs. Last year, they won 75 games. This year, they're 56 and 59. That's barely over 500 across the entirety of David Rubenstein's ownership. So you mentioned pressure, and we'll throw Mike Elias back here into the factor of everything. So my read on David's comments are that he's embarrassed by the results. He's not necessarily embarrassed by Mike Elias. I'm not there yet, in terms of, is he going to move on from Mike? He's embarrassed by the results, and nothing he said on that panel made it seem like he was going to make a change in baseball leadership. But as you guys pointed to, the pressure is building. If this continues into next season, if they continue to spiral here over these final 2 months, David Rubenstein, he has to reconcile his faith in Mike Elias with what he's actually seeing on the field. And I think we all have to remember, David Rubenstein inherited Mike Elias. He did not hire him.
Now, Josh, where has David Rubenstein been throughout this season? Because I think Nolan mentioned earlier, he was out there with Mr. Splash, but, he was in the stands quite a bit. Where's he been?
Yeah, great question. He was at the New York series, and I think that was, maybe the second month of the season, and haven't really seen him out and about since. Have certainly seen Mike Arrighetti more when it comes to Camden Yards. But yeah, that is such a great point. And if you guys go back and watch the panel that he was on last Monday with Alex Rodriguez, and owner of the Timberwolves, longtime baseball great, but there was an interesting topic point, and David Rubenstein's taken this call from his office, so I hope that he was taking some mental notes. But Alex Rodriguez said one of the biggest points that he's made as an owner is being visible, and he said that very interesting tidbit is that he said after every home game that he attends in Minnesota, he grabs 2 basketballs leaving out of the locker room, and he'll sign them and pass them out, as he's driving out of the parking lot. So, David Rubenstein, I feel like he needs to be more visible, and I feel like part of it is the factor that he's not satisfied with the results. So, again, I think a telling couple months here. But again, great point, Vinny. He has not been as visible, certainly compared to when he took over the club.
Talking to Josh Tolentino, columnist for the Baltimore Sun here. And you mentioned Michael Arrighetti. He's kind of the number 2 guy in this ownership group. Really the only other one besides Cal, obviously, that the fans are really kind of aware of in any capacity. But Rubenstein, when he was speaking last week, he really propped up Arrighetti. He was talking about how he's the baseball mind. He knows all of that kind of thing, and he really leans on him in that regard. Where do you think, or what do you think the working relationship is like there? I guess when we were reading these comments earlier this morning, I was trying to figure out, I guess, how checked out or hands-on Rubenstein is. But when it comes to baseball stuff, it feels like he really is quick to defer, obviously to Elias and now Arrighetti as well.
Yeah, very quick to defer. And, if, we're putting this at a bird's eye view, David Rubenstein, he's about 1,000 feet up. I'd say Mike Arrighetti is much closer based on everything that I've heard, certainly, and even my discussions with other folks inside this ownership group, that Mike Arrighetti is much closer. I wouldn't say that he necessarily hovers in the terms of how other owners do across various sports, but he is certainly much more involved than David Rubenstein by everything that I have heard in terms of how they deal with the baseball operations and evaluating Mike Elias. So that brings in Mike Arrighetti's patience as well with Mike Elias and where the direction of where this club is going. I know it gets very repetitive, guys, but the 8 seasons, the 0 playoff wins, a lot of people like to lean on that, but we can't dismiss Mike Elias, that is, his accomplishments that he's had. But it's like when you are living on that, and certainly the Kyle Goon from the Baltimore Banner last week, he asked Mike Elias, why should the fan base have trust in you? And my interpretation and my read on Mike Elias's comments was there was some lack of accountability there, not discussing what is happening right now and what the future looks like, but it sounded like he was reading off his accomplishments, his resume from a couple years ago, when fans obviously are very focused on the right now, and they're right, very emotional after the Adley trade and what the future looks like. So that 100 win season sounds nice, but that they need to stack up more of those, and they're certainly not headed in that direction this season.
Hey, Josh, what I found, kind of fascinating was trade deadline day. I'm out at the Ravens practice, and trades are going on. And I see right next to me, Albie, his wife, and kids. And then, the owner is down in D.C. talking at American University on the day. Maybe Arrighetti was in there with Elias. I don't know, but it just seemed, to me, I just thought it was a really bad look.
Yeah, you're right. You are completely right, and I feel like a lot of us had the similar reactions once we saw Albie walk on the field, and the Ravens didn't even really disguise it. Some guests they'll keep on the sideline where the players and coaches are. They put him right in front where really no one was. So separating the media and the fans with the players was just Craig Albernaz and his family. And I mentioned that in my column. In the post-trade deadline fallout, is that it showed how kind of disconnected he was. I did hear that he did eventually make his return once that Taylor Ward trade happened. He did get back over to the warehouse, over to Oriole Park, but man, it's certainly not the best look when the first domino, or that's probably the second domino, because Dean Kramer happened a couple nights before, but for them to trade away arguably one of their best hitters, certainly their walk leader. You wonder if they'll even reach Taylor Ward's walk total with him gone. But not the best look, and certainly shows you just how uninvolved he was in the roster deconstruction that was led by Mike Elias.
He's Josh Tolentino from the Baltimore Sun. We talked about the Rubenstein commentary, but plenty more available on the Sun. Josh, let the people know where they can keep up with you.
Yeah, of course. You can follow me on Twitter at JCT Sports, and friend of the show 105.7, Matt Wyrick, Sam Cohn, and I. We've got our podcast over at Early Birds. Everything at Baltimore Sun. Certainly an interesting time here across both franchises. We got the first preseason game coming up, and the Orioles obviously on their toughest, most important stretch of the season here.
All right, man. Hey, we'll see you around.
All right, guys. Always
Thanks,
appreciate
Josh.
it. Give me a call anytime.
Yep. Thanks for the time. When we come back here, got the whip around for you. A little more abbreviated today. We'll hit on a couple headlines to come out of the NFL world. And then 11:30, we're getting right back to those Ravens. The running back group, what is the depth looking like on paper? Confident in Derrick Henry, that's for sure. We had no concerns there. But behind him, what are things looking like? And maybe a rookie showing up to the party. Vinny's going to let you know about that at 11:30. Vinny and Haynie show continues next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal. Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by September 1st and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Back to school season is here, and Town Appliance's back to school shopping event is going on now. Shop top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more to get your home ready for the new routine. Whether you need a high-capacity washer for your sports uniforms or a compact dorm fridge, they got you covered. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell them Vinny sent you and just ask for Mayor, and you can't go wrong.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right, welcome back. 105.7 The Fan. Be a quick whip around for you here today. Just wanted to hit on a few news and notes around the NFL because there was a lot going on over the weekend. We'll start on the injury front. This is no good for the Commanders down south on 95. Laramie Tunsil, torn tricep, likely to miss significant portion of the season. Never what you want to hear about any player, but especially your left tackle, the highest paid tackle at that in football. Even the Bears guy who just got paid about a week ago, right? He's the highest paid right tackle, but he couldn't even pass Tunsil in the left tackle department. I mean, it's a huge loss. They put all that draft capital into trading for him. Still an elite left tackle. I mean, this is not good for a team that's trying to rebound offensively.
No, that's a huge gut punch, because they went and they paid him, over $30 million, like you said. So they were counting on him and for Jaden Daniels, his blind side, because it's not easy to go find a left tackle on the street. So whoever their rotational guy was, now they got to kick that guy out there, and then that's going to change, how your offensive coordinator is going to have to call plays because, you get a guy like Laramie Tunsil, okay, we're good on the left side. We don't, we can help the right tackle or, we don't have to chip with him. And now everything changes with that.
I guess the only positive, even if you want to frame it that way, is it happened this early, right? That you now have your full preseason slate, joint practices now you can go in viewing it through that lens. Looks like Andrew Wiley would be their option to step in at left tackle. Who's had a good amount of previous experience with both Washington and Kansas City.
Yeah, and Kansas City's line has always been bad. So there's a reason why you wanted to upgrade. Mm-hmm. So now you're playing a backup and at left tackle. Like I said, it's going to change how you call plays, and you got a coordinator that's also new too. So he's got to, in his mind, okay, how are we going to do things? And I'm sure that Jaden Daniels, all right, what are you going to do now? Right.
Right. Yeah, and he's a guy that's trying to get healthy too.
Correct.
Right? That's not good for the mental side, knowing that you don't have that safety valve. From one tackle to another, head over to Philadelphia here. Lane Johnson, putting it out there. This is going to be it. 14th season. This one coming up will be his last, or at least that's the direction he's heavily leaning in. The quote here from him says, "Not that I don't enjoy football. I love everything about this game and preparing for it, but that's kind of where I'm at in my career. Looking forward to this year, playing the best I can, and stay healthy. That's about it." And he missed some time last year. So maybe he thought he was on the fence about last year, missed too much time, said, I can't go out like that. I got to bring it back. And look, with Philadelphia as a perennial contender, plenty to get up for and play for there.
Yeah, and the other thing that's kind of funny too, Nolan, is like the O-line coach that he was with the whole time is
That's
gone.
Right. Yeah.
So they got a new O-line coach, so that'll be interesting for him. And yeah, like you said, can he stay healthy? 14 years, played a long time, and he's always been a hell of a player. I remember when he came out of Oklahoma, he was a string bean, kind of. I think he was a tight end, in high school or whatever, and then built his body up because he was always a real good athlete.
Sure thing for the Hall of Fame?
I would think, because they say that Kelsey will get in at center,
mm-hmm.
and then Joseph will be right tackle. He'll get in
Johnson.
as right, or Lane Johnson will get in at the right tackle. So, yeah, and they both, couple Super Bowls each. Not, they didn't win, but they won one. So, yeah, I think he'll be in line. I don't know that he's a first ballot type guy.
Yeah.
Because Yonda's still waiting.
Yes. Yeah, 168 career starts, 6 Pro Bowls, 2 All-Pro teams on his resume. All-Pro doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. But I think his durability for the longest time was a big part. He was on both of their Super Bowl champion teams, played in the third that they lost. So, he's got about as strong a case as you could want. And then real quick here before we break, another in the retirement news, this one not as big, but Teddy Bridgewater back out of the league. He had that rejoined with the Lions last year as a veteran after that whole thing with him coaching high school fell through. There was a violation or something. It sounds like
now they changed the rules.
Yeah, well, and it sounds like he wants to get back into coaching. So good for him. Pretty lengthy career, but, at his age, probably even as a backup, there wasn't much left for him.
Yeah, and then you know what? When you retire one time, it's a lot easier to do it the second time. You're not, he did it during training camp this past year. And the year before, Nolan, he didn't go to training camp. He came in, mid-year or whatever. So probably didn't like the training camp, probably had, away from family. And, he's from Florida and probably missed his high school guy. And then when they changed the rule, back down in Florida about the financial things where you can, help kids out. I think that's probably more like his calling.
Yeah, good to see. Good to see. The Lions signing Joshua Dobbs. That's their replacement. 1 year, a little over $1 million. Nothing really to see there, but a familiar backup name at that. When we get back from this next break, get back to the Ravens here and their side of things. Running back, how's the depth looking? We trust Derrick Henry. We know what he's going to do. But behind him, who's the number 2? Is it Justice Hill? Are we just anointing him that right away? Or what else could the rest of this running back room do? What have they looked like so far this summer? And then top of the hour, we'll hear from the Ravens what they had to say yesterday. Mainly Jesse Minter kind of recapping some things on the injury department and whatever else is on his mind. We got plenty to get to here. If you want to be a part of it, we have figured out the phone lines, so get back in here, 410-583-1057.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Well, your home is filled with memories with your family, but if your kids are older and they've left the Baltimore area, maybe you want to move closer to them. So you got to work with Lee Tessier if you're thinking about selling your home. Now, Lee, he guarantees results. Now, if he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to beforehand, he's going to buy your home himself. And it helped Tom and Sue know that they would be in good hands with Lee. They'd been living in their home for more than 30 years, but wanted to live closer to their grandkids. So they weren't sure where to start with the home selling process. So they called my buddy Lee Tessier and his team. And they were amazed at how easy the process was. And there were multiple showings right away. Their home sold fast and for top dollar. And it's all thanks to my buddy Lee Tessier. So give Lee a call at 410-638-9555. Again, 410-638-9555. Or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, it's so simple. Just start packing.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me, they calm me down, they make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens are 2 weeks into training camp with a new coaching staff calling the shots. Yesterday, Jesse Minter put his team through their most intense practice so far with a workload that he says more closely resembled a real game. They'll now turn their attention to this Saturday's preseason matchup against the Eagles, a moment that will truly show just how far along the group is. Minter was asked if things have moved along how he thought they would in his first taste of head coaching.
I don't know that you're ever satisfied. To me, what you're chasing in training camp is the best version of yourself. And you want that to continue to raise and raise and raise. We're chasing so many little things, new things on both sides of the ball. We're really trying to chase detail. I like where we're at. I thought we've had some really good days in pads from a physical standpoint.
As for the Orioles, they managed to avoid a sweep against the Rangers yesterday and will now have to battle another team ahead of them in the wildcard standings as they travel to Minnesota. Tonight's pitching matchup features a familiar face. Dean Kramer will start against his former team just 1 week after the trade deadline. Trevor Rogers is scheduled to go for Baltimore, with everything getting started around 7:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, thunderstorms on and off, highs in the mid-90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here on a Monday morning with you, 105.7 The Fan. A lot of good Ravens thoughts here for you on a Monday morning because it was an eventful weekend out in Owings Mills for training camp. I'll say this, we've talked a good bit about what went down there yesterday, Vinny, and some guys coming back from injury. That's nice to see, but just in general, Ravens very fortunate in the health department this year, outside of the Zay Flowers scare on Saturday, which even that doesn't seem to be that big of a deal, but we got done talking about Tunsil. You look around the league. I mean, it started day one of training camp. These guys dropped like flies. So for the Ravens to be holding strong in that department, certainly encouraging.
Yeah, and I think it's how they practice. I think that's the thing. It reminds me of how we practiced in San Francisco, where there's not a lot of physicality. You're not tackling running backs to the ground. You're not doing those kind of things. So you're protecting your own. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a big thing on how you practice. So I like how they practice, and I think it's good because, having guys healthy, that's the biggest thing. And when you look at the Ravens, the guys that are over, on the fields now trying to get back, get ready, like they did with basically all four of their defensive linemen, but we've got Campbell back and we got Jenkins back. But what they were doing is, with veteran guys like that, you're not going to hurry them back because they can play and they don't need, a month to get ready. So they're on Matabike has not hit a sled or anything yet. He's over there in his pads, and he's running and he's doing drills on the side, with a trainer. And that's what Calais and that's what Jenkins were doing last week too. And, and then they get them to a point where, okay, they're ready. And Travis Jones is probably going to be that maybe next week, hopefully. Mm-hmm. And then I saw Bullock was working out with Matabike there, and he's coming off, what do you have, sports hernia surgery. So, he was out there the one day, and I'm guessing that he wasn't quite ready yet. So he's still over on the sides. And like you said, Nolan, there is not a guy that, has been a gut punch where you lost a guy, like Washington lost Tunsil for 4 to 5 months. So no, I think it's a great thing. And I think they're getting quality work in, and guys are staying healthy and they're taking care of themselves. How do you do that? You practice properly and you don't go try to lay a guy out or anything, and how did Zay get hurt? Zay got hurt. He got his, I think it was 20. Hawkins's knee hit Zay in the thigh, and he got a bruised thigh. So it was two guys trying to make a play. So yeah, I think I like it. They've got to be happy about it. So yeah, and Nolan, let me just say this: the guy, I think he's going to be a huge addition. Is Jalen Hawkins? Mm-hmm. He's a headhunter. The way he looked, like he laid out Bateman yesterday. Right. Which, to me, protect your own. Save that. Because there was another running play where I saw a safety, and it was like 21, coming in, and he would have laid him out. But I think he's going to bring that, which they haven't had for a while. And I'm excited to see, when they're doing live contact, because he's going to be involved in it. And I think it's going to be a very, not like it was kind of a quiet signing, but it's going to be a very impactful signing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll hear some thoughts at the top of the hour. Jesse Minter talking about the Zay Flowers injury, Hawkins colliding with him, because it's not the first time Hawkins has ran into somebody.
No. I said as long as it's, and he's not going to hit anybody, I'm guessing Nolan until it's an Indianapolis Colt.
Right. But for now, let's dive more into this running back room.
Yes.
We know the familiar names here. Derrick Henry speaks for itself. Justice Hill, he's been here a good while. We know what his skill set is. Rasheen Ali, we're a few years in now, depth piece. And then newcomer Adam Randall. So when we look at this depth chart as a whole right now, the first thing that stands out to me, and it's kind of similar to tight end, can we really keep 4? And then you pair those together. Can we really keep 4 running backs and 4 tight ends? So just on the surface, Vinny, possible to keep all 4 of these guys here and no issues in that department?
Yeah, I think they'll definitely keep 4. And like you said, Nolan, I mean, Derrick Henry, I think he still looks good. He's 32 years old, and you wouldn't be able to tell it. He shows burst and everything through the hole. I think he's going to catch more balls than he's ever caught before. But Justice Hill is definitely number 2. And Justice Hill is going to be in there on third down stuff a lot too, because by far the best pass protector they've got. I mean, that's his role. He's got a role, and he does it extremely well, and it's a very valuable role. And then number 3 is Ali. I think Ali's gotten better. Ali has kind of caught my eye. He looks much smoother and faster, not speed-wise. I think it's because he's very comfortable with what he's doing. So he's very quick to the hole, reads the holes quickly, got a nice little burst. The wide zone and the zone stuff, I think, is to his liking. Mm-hmm. And he looks good doing it. So if he has to come in and run, I think they'll be in fine shape there too, because like I said this, I told some people, he reminds me of Amp Lee, who I had in San Francisco out of Florida State. And Amp wasn't a burner, but he was real fluid and had really good vision and could make quick cuts. And that's kind of what I see with Ali. And then 4th would be the rookie.
Right.
And Nolan. And we heard Jesse say, when he was asked about it, like you said, all these days kind of run together. And Jesse talks all the time.
It was so they had that intense padded practice on Thursday.
Yeah.
And I remember you came back Friday and you were saying that how you were looking forward to Sunday.
Yes.
Because
he was going to get the run.
Yeah.
And the thing is they give him a ton of work, because even Jesse said it after that Thursday. He needs to drop his pads. The same thing I've been saying, from the get-go. Being a former receiver, you're not used to dropping your pads all the time, especially running between the tackles. And the wide zone stuff is good for him, because, the wider it goes, it's more natural for him. But like when they're doing this at the end of Sunday and the end of Thursday, they're live, they're giving it to him, and you gotta drop those pads. And he just needs a ton of that, a ton of it. And I think, Nolan, that if we'll see how he is on special teams and things, but I would imagine that he'll be inactive. Mm-hmm. He'll make the roster, but I think he'll be inactive because they'll have 3 backs up, unless he's a phenomenal special teams player. And he has returned kickoffs at Clemson. But like if he could cover kicks, cover punts, do those things, where he would dress because of special teams, not because of running back.
It might be tough. Isn't Ali a special teams guy?
Yeah. And Jacoby Lane is trying to become, a gunner. And who's one of their good gunners is Tez Walker. Is one of their gunners. And Wester play. So how many receivers are you gonna have? 6 receivers up for game day? Because they're all on teams. Then you probably could only have 3 running backs, and maybe only 3 tight ends would be active then too.
Last thing here on the backs, what do you think the splits will be in terms of workload? I go back to 2024 because it's the last time the Ravens offense looked complete. But Derrick Henry, 325 attempts there. Lamar was running over 130 attempts. We know what he can do if he's involved. But then it drops off a cliff. Justice Hill next closest at 47. Keaton Mitchell only 15. Then a year ago, Henry over 300 again. Lamar stepped back. But then again, your other backs, Keaton Mitchell, 59. Justice Hill, 18. So is it still going to be Derrick Henry's a lock for that bell cow role? And then it's just Justice Hill, okay, you're a third down guy, and that's about it, and sprinkle Ali when necessary?
I would say Henry will have over 300 again. Yep. Why wouldn't you? You got a Hall of Fame running back that averages 5 yards a carry, and he's still a monster. Yeah, I would have him involved, all the time. And I can see, Hill getting third down type stuff. But then I can also see Ali getting a little more than just a couple, because I think Ali will show well. Now, it's going to be interesting, Nolan, to see that in the Eagle game, is Justice Hill going to I mean, they really don't need to see anything from Justice Hill. And Randall needs to play a ton. And Ali, I'm sure they probably would like to give Ali a few carries. Give him a few carries, get him out type thing.
Yeah. That was Keaton Mitchell last year, right? After coming off the injury, he had busted one for a long gain. He was like, get him out of there. Get him out of there. He's good.
Now, speaking of Keaton Mitchell, I mean, on the highlights that I see from the Chargers, he catching bombs.
Really?
He caught one yesterday, a deep ball down the field. It was a beautiful catch. I mean.
Mike McDaniel's up to something there.
Yeah, let me just say, he looks good.
We always knew that, though. Hey, 410-583-1057. We got a couple people we're going to get to in this next segment. You can join them. We're talking Orioles. We're talking Ravens. It's up to you. Top of the hour, news from the nest. We'll hear from Jesse Minter. He talked about Adam Randall, talked about some injured guys that are coming back. We'll hear from the head coach. And then buy or sell at 12:15. We'll check that stock market, and then I'll hit Vinny with some questions from around the world of sports. All of that coming up next here on Vinny and Haynie.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Don't look now, but the Detroit Tigers are just one game out of a playoff spot in the American League after trading Ace Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers and Casey Mize to the San Diego Padres. Detroit won its third straight series over the weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the Giants in San Francisco, just 3.5 games out of first place in the American League.
The Ravens are 2 weeks into training camp.
What a job by manager A.J. Hinch to stay in contention. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest coming up here at the top of the hour. Going to hear from Ravens head coach Jesse Minter, what he had to say yesterday after Ravens practice. But right now, we're hearing from you, talking to you. We finally got these phone lines fixed. It was actually my fault. I'll own up to it. It was all me, but we're good now. We're rolling. Let's head out to the lines here. We got Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, good morning.
What's going on, Nolan and Vinny, man?
What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, not much. I heard at the beginning of the show y'all was talking about the O's and everything, right?
Yep.
And first of all, somebody mentioned something about a guy bought his son a team because he wanted him to stay out of trouble.
Eddie DeBartolo, Eddie
Really?
Senior. Yep. Eddie was in Vegas too much, so his dad, bought him the Niners and they bought it for like $17 million.
Oh, is that right? Man,
what a bargain.
Dang, I know. Tell me about it, man. I wish I had them type of problems in my family, you know. I used to get in trouble. But as far as the O's go, right? Like I know they said we went to first in spending, right, and then only in fourth place or something like that.
Well, they tripled their they're nowhere near the tops in spending, but they're out of the basement and
But you look at somebody like Tampa, right? I always go back to Tampa. They 23rd in spending, and they have the best record in Major League Baseball right now. So
them in Milwaukee.
Oh, I forgot about Milwaukee, right? So that goes to show you don't have to just spend, you know, to win, because like the Mets are number one in spending right now. You know, believe it or not.
Rashawn, what do they do better than any of those two teams? Develop.
Right. Well, we had these prospects. Everybody, these guys are supposed to be Hall of Famers right now. Holiday, Henderson, Westberg can't stay healthy. So who's the best fall back on? Like, it's the players or what? Like, they're not developing. You know, they're coming up here, but they're not living up to expectations, I would say.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's why if I'm Elias, I am using that excuse. Like, well, injuries. You know, look at all the injuries we had. You know, so
does
it ain't
everybody.
really my fault.
That's his only excuse left. Yeah. And we don't even want to hear that one.
Yeah, I mean, I know that one trade deadline, he could have got more when he traded to get Jack Flaherty, and then on the off season signed Charlie Morton and Tommy Sagano. Like, come on, man. But who, by the way, is not pitching too bad out there in the worst park for pitchers in Colorado, though. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he's pitching, you know, better than some of our guys. But I don't know what the answer is, honestly. We just got to hopefully some of these AAA guys, AA guys pan out. You know, we got to keep spending and go the Tampa Bay route, though. But I guess the Tampa route don't work unless you win a World Series, though. I mean, they still haven't won nothing yet. So,
yeah. And check with Milwaukee, too. So,
yeah.
I mean, they're, you know.
Milwaukee, yeah.
But look, that's kind of a debate now in baseball, right? What's the way to do it? And I feel like people get stuck arguing between the extremes, Dodgers and Rays. Well, there's a lot of other successful teams in between. You know, you don't have to be an exact replica copy of either one. First and foremost, that you can't do what the Dodgers are doing, right? I reject the small market label. I've made that known, but I'm not naive enough to think that the Orioles could throw the money around that the Dodgers have. I'm not saying that. But you have a lot more to give, and Rubenstein showed that. They've already done it. Alonso in the offseason, 2 pitchers now in season. I guess technically Yennier Cano. I mean, there's been a little bit more movement here at the very least. But to the point about developing and everything, all this is fine, right? If you want to be the Rays and you want to go all in, we're not spending, we're purely developing, good. But they're all in on that, and they don't waver.
Yep.
If the Orioles, it feels like they're stuck in between, or they're willing to spend in certain areas, not willing to spend in others. And then they'll say, well, we want to develop, but where's the actual development? You're leaving an extremely crowded room. Nobody really gets a fair shake. Nobody has a chance to. You know, this past deadline, you created a hole in the outfield by trading Taylor Ward, which could have been, hey, get Enrique Bradfield Jr. up here, play Dylan Beavers every day. What Heston Kjerstad, God forbid he gets another opportunity, but what do they do? No, let's go get a AAA guy from another organization and have him cut to the front of the line over here and make his MLB debut, Christian Franklin. What is Heston Kjerstad sitting there in AAA saying? It's like, hello, you spent a draft pick on me 5-6 years ago, and this guy's coming from over here cutting to the front of the line. It never ends. Mike Elias loves to hoard all of these names together, and then none of them actually perform well because none of them get a real chance to.
The other thing, too, Nolan, is I think if you look at Tampa and Milwaukee, and I don't know, but I'm just knowing Murph, fundamentals, they're excellent at fundamentals. So Milwaukee's outstanding defensively. And I imagine if Tampa's winning that many games, they're pretty damn good defensively. And the other thing that they do is they get rid of their guys, a year beforehand, get prospects. But the biggest difference between them, they develop their prospects into players, and then they win games for them. And then when they get to a certain point, they get rid of them and then get young guys because they can develop. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing that why do you think they sent Cal down to the minors to help, get the development straightened away?
Yeah, I don't think it's purely out of a unwillingness to spend. I think they do their strategy because they know they do it better than everybody else.
I 100% agree with you.
Some of it is necessity. Obviously, they don't have the funding that other teams do, but they've proven that they could pay contracts. I mean, they signed up for the Wander Franco business, and that was an absolute disaster, but they were willing to pay and kind of go do what other teams around the league do and lock up a young talent early. So they could spend more. I just think that that's one area where they have a clear advantage over the rest of the league. Let's take a break here. Come back, hear from Jesse Minter, what he was talking about yesterday after Ravens practice. More of Vinny's observations that we didn't get to from the weekend. Buy or sell at 12:15. And then longtime NFL writer Eric Edholm will join us at 12:30. Now with Yahoo Sports, we'll get his thoughts on the Hall of Fame festivities from this weekend. Whole new crop entering the Hall in Canton. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you here up until 2 on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's summertime, which means the beach, the pool, and outdoor activities. Look, if you're not happy with what you see in the mirror when you're pulling on that bathing suit or T-shirt, it's time to make a move at LifeMed Institute. They're not selling you some fad diet or empty promises. They're using real science, backed solutions, including the GLP-1 peptides that targets weight loss at its core. Add in hormone optimization, IV infusions, and you got a full lineup working for you. Now, they're expert medical providers. They're in your corner every step of the way. Dr. Whip's over there. He is spectacular. Awesome. This summer, let's get you feeling like a champ. Medically supervised weight loss that actually works. Don't forget that. LifeMed Institute, they specialize in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy. I got my shot Saturday. I go once a week, get my testosterone B12 shot, and you get a ton of energy, strength, and confidence with treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. You shouldn't have to feel like you're running on fumes when the rest of the world is out there thriving. Take that first step this summer and find the best LifeMed location for you. For me, it's Bel Air with the Dream Team, the Four Blondes at lifemedinstitute.com or give them a call at 410-575-1200. Tell them Vinny sent you.
For 45 years, FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Total peace of mind since 1981. 877-CALL-FUR or FHFur.com.
When someone close to me got hurt in an accident, I saw how hard it was. The pain, the stress, not knowing what's next. That's why having someone you can trust means everything. Science and Kirk has been that trusted name here in the DMV for more than 50 years. They'll take on the insurance companies, handle all the paperwork, and fight for you like family. If you've been injured, remember this. You have a lawyer. Call Science and Kirk or go to youhavealawyer.com.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win, except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes, like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game. And now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
My Chemical Romance brings the Black Parade Tour to Nationals Park on August 18th, a Live Nation show. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
After scoring just 3 runs across their previous 3 games, the Orioles lineup broke out yesterday with 10 runs to salvage a win over the Rangers. Pete Alonso led the charge with 2 homers and 4 RBIs, but Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill also went yard in the victory. All of that was much needed considering Cade Povich did not have his best stuff on the mound. He was working behind nearly every hitter he faced and needed a heavy pitch count to navigate the second and third before he was chased out early. Here's his post-game reaction.
Like I said, a little disappointed in myself, especially with those early runs. I don't know, I have to look at some stuff on trying to figure out what was not right, whether it's mechanically or feel, but like mentally, I felt like the bats put me in a great spot to just fill up the zone and for them to come out and swing it. I'm just glad they showed up today.
A series win for Texas moves them into the 3rd wildcard spot while the O's sit 2 games back. Their next opponent, Minnesota, is stuck in between at a game and a half back. That series gets rolling later tonight when Dean Kramer takes the mound against his former team. Trevor Rogers will go for Baltimore. Game time at 7:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, thunderstorms on and off, highs in the mid-90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your home for the best Ravens coverage. It's time for News from the Nest. Sponsored by Window Nation. Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Go with Window Nation and get 50% off all window styles. Plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation. They're the real deal.
Yeah, I feel really good about where that's at. And I think those types of things, may take a couple days, may take 1 day, 3 days, but I feel good that he'll be back out there being Zay here pretty soon.
There's Ravens head coach Jesse Minter talking about Zay Flowers, who went down on Saturday. That was a non-padded practice, if I'm not mistaken. So you would typically think, all right, nothing to see here, kind of a boring day. We'll just get back to the next padded one on Sunday. The only notable big eventful thing from Saturday was not good, and that was Zay Flowers getting banged up there, colliding in the middle of the field with Jalen Hawkins, new safety. They banged legs, a knee got driven into a quad, and that's what left us here. Left quad contusion. Minter called it day-to-day. Doesn't sound like it's too serious, just a little R&R, and maybe see him back here in a week, but he was talking more like days in that one. But Vinny, when you looked at their schedule this week, preseason game coming up on Saturday, what's really the need? Maybe just take your time, right?
Absolutely, especially with a player like that, who's your go-to guy. And the thing about it is, it's who Lamar looks for. Like they were doing a goal line or like a move the ball type drill, 2-minute drill. I think he threw it to Zay like 5 times in a row. So he's extremely, extremely comfortable throwing it to Zay. And I would love to have Zay back for the practices with the Vikings, which would be the 19th and 20th of August. So, right now, what are we sitting at, the 10th? So, if he could be back by next Monday, I think that would be great.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, the big scare there, not just him being a big part of your offense, one of your most important pieces, but just days after signing his contract. Yep. So that's always one of those. You hold your breath. I'm sure the player's doing it to some extent on their own, but this one here seems to be no harm, no foul. Jalen Hawkins and his side of this, again, we're not really assigning blame, but this is not the first time that he's had a collision with a fellow teammate here in the summer. It's obviously... Again, I don't think there is intent here, but the point is Jesse Minter also spoke about Hawkins, right? Again, you're not blaming, but here's what the head coach had to say about Hawkins' side of it.
I really don't want to put that on him. I think when you're a safety and you're like breaking on the ball, there's just a little bit of an awareness of not trying to have the body-on-body collisions. We certainly want Jalen to play with the mindset and the breaks and anticipation that he plays with. So we'll continue to just be really, really careful about that.
And, Nolan, the funny thing is yesterday at the beginning of he KO'd Bateman, and Bateman laying on the ground, and it was 21. So you may have to, it's all good, but when you see the Indianapolis Colts jersey, don't take our guys out.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. And love the effort, love everything, but take a step back. We know that you'll hit. We know you'll do those things. So it's been more than one time, and he's the only one that doing it. So he's going to have to back off, and they got to talk to him a little, because you don't, a non-padded practice, you're losing a guy. No.
Mm-hmm. So if we're forecasting, right, you got joint practices with Minnesota, and then later on with the Commanders. If there was a guy that was going to be at the center of a little bit of it might be him.
I think. It'll either be him or one of the old linemen. I think it'll either be him, Vincent, or Rosengarten.
Okay. Yeah, Vincent was at the one last Thursday.
Yes.
It was him and Tavius Robinson.
Yep.
Hey, well, speaking of those physicality, these long practices, the weather has been, aiding in some of these guys being a little irritated as well. Here's what Jesse Minter had to say about getting in some good work.
Yeah, I wanted like last Thursday and today to kind of be the, real physical. Today was more of almost like a game-like, even though it's hard to really simulate that when you're playing against each other. But there was like some good breaks where, a group's out there, then they get a chance to go over to the side and talk and then come back out. So tried to simulate that. We got about 34 plays with each group, which was kind of our goal. And so I thought there was some good physicality. We know with the ones, we were obviously mostly in thud. We did a little bit of tackling with some of the other groups. So again, good physical work and feel like we'll be a little more ready to play now going into this week.
Yeah, and when you really look at it, Nolan, is all right, the ones offensively and defensively, they got 34 plays. All right, a game, that's a half. That's a half. Mm-hmm. So what they're trying to do is, because a lot of these guys, are going to have to play a game on Saturday. So, they've got to, the stamina part of it comes into play. And the practice was only 2 hours and 10 minutes. I didn't think it was, that long. I guess it's longer than they've been.
That's what I was going to say. And then comparing to the Harbaugh era, this just feels shorter.
That was
shorter in general.
Because the biggest difference I see, Nolan, is between the two practices. Like Harbs, they would always start with special teams, and that'd be like 20 minutes. And then they're in the middle of practice, there'd be another 20-minute. So it was almost like 40 minutes a day of special teams.
Interesting. I think it makes sense. Harbaugh's special teams background.
Yep.
But we're not neglecting it here.
No.
I don't know. I guess it's just differences in the way they operate.
Mm-hmm.
And then looking ahead to the preseason, what do you think his philosophy, Minter, on playing starters? Case by case?
Case by case. Yeah. Receivers, no. Andrews, no. Everybody else, yes, tight end wise. O-line, Ronnie, of course, no. Rosengarten, no. I guess Simpson, probably no. It'll be interesting to see. I think Venga probably needs, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he gets quite a bit in the Viking stuff, then maybe not. Defensively, none of those old guys.
No.
None of them. They're... So, it'll probably be, all right, which starters right now would you see play? I'm guessing Mike Green would play. That would be Mike Green. None of the defensive tackles. Hendrickson, no.
What about
Simpson? Yes.
Trenton Simpson.
Simpson will play. Otherwise, I don't see any. What's the sense? I got the Vikings practices coming up where I'm going to get 2 great days of work for my ones, for all my starters. So I wouldn't. There's no way that they're playing. Pinter, maybe, and maybe Venga, maybe a little bit, some of those guys. But otherwise, I don't. Jacoby Lane's got to get some.
Oh, yeah. He'd probably be the one that everyone's got their eye on.
Yeah.
We're looking for narratives and storylines. It would be him. 410-583-1057. We'll take more of your calls throughout the rest of the show. But when we come back, let's play a little buy or sell. Vinny's going to take a look at the stock market. I've got some questions for Vinny from around the world of sports. Eric Edholm's going to join us here at 12:30, talk all things NFL with him. And then we'll get back to breaking down the Ravens at 12:45, a more in-depth look at the O-line. What's going on up front? Heard Vinny mention some of the names there, but who's lurking in the background? Maybe somebody taking notice from a depth standpoint. All that and more coming up next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Support, assist, care. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Enroll now for fall classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu. lincolntech.edu.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
That's right. Playing a little buy or sell for you here on a Monday afternoon. We got the sports topics here coming up in just a second. A lot of NFL news coming your way, a little bit of college football. But first, Vinny, that stock market, what are we looking at here?
The Dow is down 79. The NASDAQ is down 45. S&P's up 2. DraftKings, they're up $1.05. Under Armour's down 41 cents to $5.52.
Well, hey, let's get started here in the NFL. Browns quarterback competition. This is going to be one to keep an eye on all summer long. It's been that way for a few years now, but it seems to be down between Shedeur Sanders to Deshaun Watson. An argument without a good answer, in my opinion. You know, on one hand, you've got a young, still relatively untapped piece in Shedeur Sanders, who actually got a decent amount of run last year. On the other, Deshaun Watson, we all know the story there. And I think at the very least with Watson, you know, this many years into that big, hefty, massive overpay of a contract, if they had a chance to get any sort of return on investment, they're going to take it. Whether that's in the best interest of the team or not remains to be seen. But I remember last year, the quarterback competition even more jammed up. Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco was a part of the mix. Deshaun Watson was hurt, but he was still there. Look, there's just been a mess at quarterback in general for the Browns. It's never really going to change. But buy or sell, Vinny, a third quarterback will enter the mix this year as well. So we've got our two, Sanders and Watson. But somewhere along the line this season, there'll be a third quarterback that starts a game.
I'll buy it, you know, just because they'll probably be looking. I mean, if they had a decent quarterback, they'd have a decent team. Mm-hmm. You know, that's the problem. And, you know, if they, you know, they got 3 number 1 picks next year. So, I mean, they're going to have a chance, you know, to do some damage. So, I mean, they got to find out about all of them, and that's Monken's job. And I'm sure Todd already knows in his mind probably who's going to be his starter, but they're playing those guys in the preseason, those quarterbacks. So it'll be a chance for everybody to get a real good look, and everybody will make their evaluations. Because right now it sounds like the media is saying that Watson is the guy, and I mean, that could change just as quickly as it would if it was for Sanders. So, we'll see. I mean, when you got 2, you got none.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah. And when you got 3, I don't even know what that says on top of that. But,
you need one.
Hey, how about a little college football here? A shakeup at Nebraska. Take a look at them in the Big Ten. Dylan Raiola, he's out of the picture, off to Oregon. Going to have to sit behind Dante Moore. But point is here, Matt Rule, not exactly left high and dry. He took those NIL savings from the quarterback department, landed the transfer. They've got their quarterback transfer from UNLV. But more importantly, those savings building out a deeper roster all around. Those around the program saying that this is as deep as it's been, the best overall roster of the Matt Rule era. And they certainly need that because it's been a slow grind with him as head coach. They had back-to-back 7-win seasons, but that was with Raiola calling the shots. We'll see what happens now. Buy or sell, Vinny. Nebraska will find its lane in a crowded Big Ten, finish with at least 8 wins.
I'm going to sell it. I think the Big Ten's fairly decent, and I mean, Maryland should have beat them last year, also. So I think they're okay. I think they're a middle-of-the-pack Big Ten team. The good Big Ten teams are good at what? The O-line and D-lines, and they usually have a quarterback. So, and that was the thing that Nebraska was known for, was that offensive line, and kind of like Wisconsin. And to me, those 2 teams are kind of similar right now. Nebraska, probably a little better, because I think Wisconsin's coach is on a hot seat.
Yeah, look at Nebraska's schedule. They do get Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, no Penn State. I'm trying to think who else might be
USC.
Relief. Yeah, no USC, no UCLA. So, but yeah, Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana. I mean,
that'll be 3 tough ones there. And Iowa's always, tough.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, they got them on the road. Let's see here. Head back to the NFL. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, remember him? The Ravens was here for a week. I think exactly 1 week last year after he was traded out of Philadelphia, traded to the Houston Texans. There was a sideline blow up about a few weeks in. That seemed to lead directly to his release. The Ravens here on the practice squad for a week. Then he latched on with the Bears, actually played pretty decent with them. Now in the offseason, he signs with the Bills and says he has even more reasons to look forward to their Week 1 matchup against Houston because he's got revenge on his mind. Says all the BS that came out, it was lies. They released me because I wasn't gelling with the team. I didn't fit well. Well, why the hell didn't the coach speak up about it? We were already starting 0-3. How can it possibly be on one person? Off to a good start, but buy or sell, Vinny, Gardner-Johnson will play for multiple teams again in 2026. The Bills will want no parts of this.
I'm going to sell it because I think if the Bills get rid of him, I think, I think he'll be done.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, the Bills have needs in their secondary.
Oh, big time.
So,
big time.
I don't know what the difference was for him going to the Bears. Might have been a coaching connection, if I'm not mistaken. But other than that, he just all of a sudden was energized with them. I think with the Ravens, he realized that he wasn't going to get a real shot. They brought Alohi Gilman in at the same time, so just didn't work out. And hey, how about this one here? Vita Vea. Remember, it's been a few weeks since he publicly requested that trade out of Tampa Bay. Lost in the usual NFL news shuffle. Also, the fact that his teammate Baker Mayfield was also going through a negotiation. Well, no attention for Vita Vea, but his agent trying to stoke those flames a little bit, telling Rick Stroud of the Tampa Bay Times, quote, I just don't see it ending in anything but a trade at this point. Buccaneers GM Jason Licht to that in response says, quote, I have no plans on trading Vea. So the stalemate continues. But when is that deadline that's actually going to generate some movement here? He's still under contract for the upcoming season. He's holding out. Team's not budging. He's not budging. Buy or sell, Vinny. Vea will not be traded this year. He'll play for the Bucs.
I'll buy that. And you know when he'll report, Nolan, the first week of the season because the paycheck is one of the 17 paychecks, not one of these small little paychecks that you get for training camp.
No doubt about it. Hey, before we break here, we're going to get Eric Edholm coming in just a second, talk all things NFL. Got more giveaways for you this week. We're giving away more Maryland State Fair tickets, and these one with a little extra bonus here. because not only do you get a ticket entry to the fair, but 2 tickets to see Congress the Band performing live at the Maryland State Fair. That's going to be on September 11th, coming up here, oh my God, about a month. So you better get in here soon. Courtesy of the Maryland State Fair. Let's go with caller number 6, 410-583-1057. Again, we're giving these away all week long. This is your one shot to win today. Eric Edholm coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Nolan and Vinny hanging out with you until 2.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
C-A-L-L-A-M-azing. Go to callamazing.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Get ready for the new school year routine at Town Appliances back-to-school shopping event. Tackle sports uniforms with a reliable Whirlpool washer. Prep quick dinners on KitchenAid range or upgrade to a luxury Gen Air refrigerator. Mayor, they offer flexible financing on whatever your family needs. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell Vinny sent you. Just ask for Mayor and you can't go wrong.
Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Pickles Pub this summer as they give away 50 most interesting Man of the Year bobbleheads. Just purchase a bucket of Dos Equis for $30 on the day of a stadium bobblehead promotion and it's yours. Newly renovated, Pickles offers an atmosphere fun for families and friends with their new 55 TV system upgrade with a Jumbotron and video wall. So stop in and get your most interesting Man of the Year bobblehead with the purchase of a bucket of Dos Equis on the day of the stadium bobblehead promotion this summer only at Pickles Pub while supplies last.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Clothier Exclusive Menswear. Clothier Exclusive Menswear. Look sharp, feel unstoppable. Step up your style today. Visit ClothierExclusiveMenswear.com.
wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles had been putting way too many good pitching performances to waste with a lack of run support. That was not the case in yesterday's finale against the Rangers. The lineup broke out with 10 runs on 15 hits and 6 walks, led by a 2-homer day from Pete Alonso. That helped pick up the slack for Cade Povich, who struggled with an early inflated pitch count and was ultimately pulled by Craig Albernaz after just 3 innings of work. The run support made that decision a little bit easier, but here's more from the manager following the victory.
You know, he was grinding out there. I mean, at one point, he didn't throw a first pitch strike until like the 8-hole hitter, and, he's behind pretty much to almost every hitter, and he did make pitches when he had to, but it was just living and dying by that is tough.
And in some Ravens news, Zay Flowers is being considered day-to-day after colliding with Jalen Hawkins during Saturday's practice. The initial contact left the newly paid wide receiver on the ground and in clear pain. He struggled to get up at first before limping his way off the field. Head coach Jesse Minter isn't sounding any alarms after the brief scare, saying he believes Flowers will be okay in the long term. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, thunderstorms on and off, highs in the mid-90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you here on a Monday afternoon. We're going all the way until 2 o'clock this afternoon when the final drive takes over. But right now, joined by a special guest making his return to the show here, longtime NFL writer. He's Eric Edholm. What's going on, Eric?
Hey, what's happening, you guys?
Hey, and Eric now making his return to Yahoo Sports as well. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
We can get into that a little bit later, but Hall of Fame festivities this weekend, Eric. Always a great thing to celebrate these guys going into Canton. Of all the speeches and everything, there's just so many standout moments, but what caught your ear over the weekend hearing all these legends take the podium and get enshrined?
Yeah, no, it was study in contrast. On the one hand, you had Adam Vinatieri almost doing like a comedy routine at one point, and he got emotional too, but I didn't expect it to turn into the mini roast it did. I mean, he took shots at, Bill Belichick, Peyton Manning, and Tom Brady and whatnot, but it seemed like mostly in good fun. On the other end of the spectrum was the kind of shocking and, arresting moment that was Roger Craig announcing in a pre-taped interview or a pre-taped speech that he gave that was played there, that he's suffering from dementia, vascular dementia, which is, something that, his family members approached him and said, we got to get tested here. And he believes, or his doctors believe, was related to his football career. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously a very well-loved player who had to wait his turn to get in, and, another member of that great 49ers team from the 80s that found his way into Canton. And, just sad to see him going through that, and wish him the best of luck and hope that he can get the treatment he needs. But all the speeches were great. I think they all hit on different emotions and different notes. I mean, Larry Fitzgerald was very professional and, gave exactly the kind of speech you'd expect. Drew Brees was super intense and honored all the New Orleans people who made the trip, and there were tons of them. I mean, they took over Canton. So, very exciting weekend, and I recommend everybody just tune in and check out those speeches because they do tear at the heart a little bit.
Eric, I tell you, I was telling Nolan earlier, a team that I'm really kind of anxious to see is the Chargers with Mike McDaniel. I just, the dude's kind of weird, but, he knows his offense. I laugh every time I watch his interviews and stuff, but I think they're going to end up being kind of a surprise, team.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. It's like no one ever wants to elevate them to that next level I think probably because of their playoff disappointments with two different head coaches, Jim Harbaugh and Staley before him. I mean, it was, they just haven't done any damage in the postseason in recent memory, but they've had good regular seasons. They've got a foundation back, and a good foundation that lost so many critical pieces on the offensive line, namely the tackles. I mean, now with, Rashawn Slater back, Joe Alt back, Trey Pipkins has turned into a pretty good player as well. And so, I mean, they really have, I think, the makings of a very good offensive line. And so you take McDaniel's creativity, some young receivers there. They have really their top 5 or 6 receivers, I think, have all been drafted by the team since 2023. So again, it's like, Justin Herbert has come up with these guys, and now they're putting it all together. I think the interesting key will be the run game. How will they? That was such a big key for what McDaniel did in Miami. If Omari and Hampton could play up to the first round level that he was drafted to, and then obviously Keaton Mitchell, you guys know about, and they're excited about him.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be an important part of this team, I suspect. I think McDaniel has given plenty of hints that he thinks Keaton Mitchell is more than just a change-up type back. So, yeah, they're going to be explosive, I think.
Talking to Eric Edholm here on the Window Nation guest hotline. Eric, wanted to ask you about the running back market. I mean, could we be looking at a renaissance here in terms of the way they're valued? Last week, big one for the running backs. Gibbs, Robinson, Taylor, all getting paid. Even go back earlier than that, what A-Chain and Breece Hall were able to get. Does it feel like the tide is kind of changing a little bit here, the way the money's being handed out to the position again?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think they're absolutely getting a little bit of I don't want to say a market correction, but I mean, I'm glad that as the run game has cycled back into the NFL, and as we've had this, you just named off a handful of elite players at the position. Obviously, Barkley and Christian McCaffrey kind of set the high water mark, and those other guys have now matched it and maybe even surpassed it in some ways. We do have a very good upper class of running backs in this league. And, for years we lamented the fact that this position that was, that we all grew up watching as kind of the centerpiece of the offense, or at least a bigger one than maybe it is today, wasn't getting paid at the level of receivers. We saw how those contracts went up. Wasn't getting, even tight ends were increasing at a bigger rate in some cases than running backs overall. So, yeah, I think it's nice to see those guys, but you also have to have a back who is a true difference maker, and there's still plenty of teams that use those timeshares and the 60, 30, 10 allotments, kind of those split up among 2 or 3 backs. And, the Lions obviously depend so much on Jahmyr Gibbs, especially with no David Montgomery. Tyler Algier leaves. Bijan's going to be even more leaned on this year, and both have been spectacular. But you've got to have the talent and the player to earn one of those salaries. And I don't know that there are, there's like a slew of unpaid guys who are next in line. We have to wait a little bit, but yes, it is good to see that kind of rebound a little bit.
Eric, I'm anxious to see the NFC North. As a matter of fact, I'm going, I watch the Vikings practice next week against the Ravens, which I'm anxious to see the quarterback battle there, and then Green Bay's been kind of quiet, which kind of scary, and then the Bears talking about their offense being, a lot better, and Detroit, their defense has got to be better. So I think that's going to be a hell of a division.
It sure is. I think you could make a case for any of the 4 teams to win it. I mean, the Vikings, at the very least, have one of the best defenses in the league. Maybe not the best, but certainly in the top 5 or 6 units, I think you'd say. So if they can get, average to above average quarterback play with Justin Jefferson and, one of the best offensive minds around in Kevin O'Connell, they're going to have a shot. Chicago obviously stealing the division last year, winning twice against Green Bay in December in thrilling fashion. I mean, there's so much excitement. I'm based here in Chicago. I can just tell you that people are expecting more Caleb Williams, fireworks, more Ben Johnson creativity. That could happen, but the schedule is going to be tougher, and they depended so much on turnovers last year, not committing them and also forcing a ton. I wonder if that doesn't swing back a little bit. They're going to be ripe to be overtaken, and they've had some injuries too with Kyler Gordon and Luther Burton getting hurt. So, the Lions are kind of laying in the weeds in some respects, but, you lose Terrion Arnold in that crazy offseason story, and They just had their center go down today, and he's going to be out for half the season maybe. So, there's a lot to kind of go through there as well. They're going to be a little thin. And then as you mentioned, Green Bay, are they kind of lying in the weeds a little bit? They lost some guys in free agency. Romeo Doubs, obviously they trade away another receiver to the Eagles too. I just kind of wonder if they have enough firepower, but they're a really solid team top to bottom that doesn't have a lot of pronounced weaknesses.
He's Eric Edholm, joined us here on the Window Nation guest hotline. Always good to catch up with Eric. Before we let you run here, let the people know where they can read along.
Yeah, this is my third stint at Yahoo Sports. Hard to believe they keep bringing me back. I don't know why, but I'm glad they do. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of what I've done before, but kind of a more attuned focus on the draft during the season. I really want to get on these prospects and have a great feel for them by December and January as we shift into draft season. But I'll still be covering NFL. My buddy Frank Schwab has got the power rankings, though, so I'm no longer doing those. And no more complaints, no more hate mail from having everybody's team ranked too low.
Well, you can't win them all, but we'll still be pestering you. I can promise you that.
Oh, please do. Please do. I deserve it, and I expect it.
All right. Hey, appreciate the time, man.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, guys.
There he goes. Always good to hear from Eric. Hey, when we get back here, we're going to keep talking NFL. More on the Ravens, their O-line. Did a breakdown of the running back room earlier in the show. We got one on the O-line coming up where it seems like we're getting a little bit closer to knowing who our starting center might be. Vinny's going to talk about that. And then we'll hear more from the Ravens, the wide receivers in particular, at 1 o'clock during NFL lunch.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and the Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Devastating news for the Washington Commanders, losing star left tackle Laramie Tunsil for perhaps the entire season, at least a majority of it, with a torn triceps. Tunsil is one of the best left tackles in the league, and outside of quarterback Jaden Daniels, probably the one player the Commanders could not afford to lose. And now looking at the NFC East, it's hard not to look at the Commanders as the last place team in the division. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here on 105.7 The Fan. Let's start breaking down this Ravens O-line depth chart. A lot of names here. But this is the one area of the team from last year where I think everyone would have pointed their finger and said, that needs to change. If I can only change one thing about the Ravens heading into 2026, it's got to be that O-line, and I'll roll the dice with everyone else. So they have made some changes, most notably drafting Venga Ioane. You reunited with John Simpson at left guard. And then the only other big thing is this ongoing competition at center where they've cultivated a lot of names, but nobody really emerging just yet as a starter. So, Vinny, right off the bat, when you look at this O-line depth chart, the starters in particular, is center the only question mark in your eyes? Do you feel good about the other four at the very least? Is this truly just a one-spot conversation?
Well, the thing about it is, Nolan, they've had, 10 or 11 practices? Mm-hmm. Danny Pinter started every one. I mean, they've had the same 5 the whole time. So nobody has alternated in there with the ones other than Pinter. Pinter goes out there every time the ones are. And Pulisic is with the 3s. So it looks like to me in their minds, Nolan, that Pinter's been the guy and is the guy right now.
So I guess my question would be is who's actually challenging him? Because Pulisic, right, remember coming off of an injury, there is that factor, that side of it. Not, bailing him out here by any means. I'll give Pinter his credit. But Javon Gwynn, is he even... He's
been the number 2 guy the whole time.
But even like putting up a fight, what's the gap, would you say, between Pinter and Gwynn?
Well, I think, the games will determine more so. Probably more so the Minnesota stuff, because we heard Eric say, what do you say about the Vikings defense is really good. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be a good indicator there. I think with Pulisic, I think he's tall. He's not a great knee bender. And I guess, maybe the ankle is, the Achilles, because he gets tossed around fairly easy, I think. So I just Nolan, to me right now, I mean, it looks like Pinter is the guy, period.
How soon do you think they would anoint him? I know Minter said that they are in no rush here whatsoever. And like you said, until we actually see preseason action, that's probably the way it should be. But if you had to guess when they might settle on their guy.
I would say either after the Vikings practices or right after Washington practice the following week.
Okay.
I could see that if Pinter looks real good, I could see them, saying Pinter's the starter.
And Corey Bullock, who we did not mention there, he's just getting back to health to be a part of this conversation. But
if Corey's a part of the conversation, it's late, it's a week or 2 weeks down. He's got to, I'm guessing, I don't know if he'll play this week, because he didn't practice yesterday. He was on the other field. So maybe the Vikings preseason game, he's got to, get 2 preseason games in and perform well. I mean, because he is a good athlete, and that's what it takes, for this offensive line. You want athleticism, because it's all about, the O-line coach, all he talks about is running up the field, and they want to run the wide zone stretch play. And, your first step is kind of up and out, because you're running. You're not coming off knocking people off the ball. You're running basically up the field, and then your positioning block. So could Bullock get in on that? Yeah, but right now I think Pinter's in a big lead.
Mm-hmm. How about some of the other backups here on this line? I mean, we know Andrew Voorhees because he started quite a bit the last couple of years. But the one guy I'm really, really going to have my eye on this year is Emory Jones Jr., who could be a big swing man for them. He can't play all 5 spots, but he could play guard and tackle. And then I think everyone's looking close there at the John Simpson factor. If that doesn't look quite how you want it, how soon until an Emory Jones Jr. could be ready to replace?
I think if Simpson struggles, I think it's Voorhees. He's the one who's been working there most of the time. Emory Jones Jr. has been working at the right guard spot. He's got athleticism and stuff. I just wish he played bigger and stronger. So we'll see there. We're going to learn a lot about Emory Jones Jr. in the preseason, Nolan, because he's going to play a ton.
Does he still have that rookie feel because he missed training camp last year?
He shouldn't.
Well, just in the way I don't know. I guess you kind of treat him almost as a rookie.
I don't. We'll see. I mean, you know what? The preseason games and the Vikings practices, we're going to know a lot about him next Thursday. Mm-hmm. We'll know a lot about a lot of these guys. I'm telling you, of the O-line, the guy that's impressed me the most on being totally different is Rosengarten. Totally different. I mean, much more confident, much cockier, much more aggressive, thicker. He's got that confidence where I'm the dude. That's kind of how he looks. And he looks like he's in really good shape. And he's being aggressive. And he's like taking a leadership role. Mm-hmm. I guess Ronnie is not like the leader type on the field, but he is off the field. Like they go over to Ronnie's house and stuff. And Rosengarten seems like he's kind of trying to take that role on the field where, I'm sticking up for people. I'm the badass. That's kind of the impression I got from him. And I kind of like, what I've seen from him. I've seen him being able to anchor some. He's gone against Tavius Robinson and a lot of one-on-one stuff when they go. And he's won every one of them with him. And, so he has shown much better.
And then lastly here, the real rookie that everyone's has their eyes on, Venga Ioane. Any moments this year or in camp so far? I know you're only going off of the padded practices, right, so it's even more limited. But any moments where he looked like a rookie, or there anything that would resemble a growing pain? Or does he look like a starter ready to go?
I think he looks like a starter pretty ready to go because, He's athletic. He's a really good knee bender. So he can come off with a flat back and he can come off and get leverage. You know, I think he got kind of welcome, you know, because he had Jenkins and Calais Campbell compared to, you know, Penny and, you know, so he hadn't been seeing a ton of great competition. Yesterday was the first time. And I think when they go play the Vikings, Nolan, with their defensive linemen and stuff, I think that'll be another eye-opener for him. But, you know, it's all part of the process because does he need to be ready this week? No. Does he need to be ready at the Vikings practice? No. He needs to be ready for Indy, you know, and that's all the development. But he's got base. He's got balance. He can anchor. He's got strong hands. He's a thick man, you know, and he can finish. So, I mean, he's got all the talent that you want. And everybody talks about how he's, you know, old beyond his years. So I think he'll get nothing but better and better as the season goes along.
More Ravens conversation coming up next during NFL lunch. We're going to focus a little bit more on the wide receiver side of things because, boy, Jacoby Lane, he just won't quit. Yeah. It's every day now. He's got some sort of highlight reel catch. We'll hear about that. Elijah Surratt also spoke with the media. And a couple other surprises for you along the way. AL East report at 1:15. Recap what went on in the division over the weekend. A lot of happenings going on there. More drama with the Red Sox, I should say. And then Sam Cohn. We'll get back to the Ravens, put a bow on things with him. He's been out there at training camp alongside Vinny this entire time. We'll see what some of his big observations have been, any key battles that he has his eye on. So about an hour left here in the show. If you want to be a part of it, we'll squeeze you in when we can. 410-583-1057.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
1057 The Fan.
Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books of One Sport. The lead up to the U.S. Open continues with the quarterfinals at the Canadian Masters, and I think Luciano Darderi is a live dog. The Italian, ranked 22 in the world, is a 2-1 underdog against American Brandon Nakashima. On a normal hard court, I'd agree, but Montreal center court is very slow, and it's expected to be extremely humid tonight. This will play more closely to clay court conditions with long rallies, so I give Darderi closer to a 50-50 shot of winning. Darderi on the money line, outright. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts. That's up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Shop AndersonBuickGMC.com.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Get ready for the new school year routine at Town Appliances back-to-school shopping event. Tackle sports uniforms with a reliable Whirlpool washer. Prep quick dinners on KitchenAid range or upgrade to a luxury Gen Air refrigerator. Mayor, they offer flexible financing on whatever your family needs. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell Vinny sent you. Just ask for Mayor and you can't go wrong.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens are 2 weeks into training camp with a new coaching staff calling the shots. Yesterday, Jesse Minter put his team through their most intense practice so far with a workload that he says more closely resembled a real game. They'll now turn their attention to this Saturday's preseason matchup against the Eagles, a moment that will truly show just how far along the group is. Minter was asked if things have moved along how he thought they would in his first taste of head coaching.
I don't know that you're ever satisfied. Like, to me, what you're chasing in training camp is the best version of yourself. And you want that to continue to raise and raise and raise. We're chasing so many little things, new things on both sides of the ball. We're really trying to chase detail. I like where we're at. I thought we've had some really good days in pads from a physical standpoint.
As for the Orioles, they managed to avoid a sweep against the Rangers yesterday and will now have to battle another team ahead of them in the wildcard standings as they travel to Minnesota. Tonight's pitching matchup features a familiar face. Dean Kramer will start against his former team just 1 week after the trade deadline. Trevor Rogers is scheduled to go for Baltimore, with everything getting started around 7:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. Own your next move at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills for a rewarding career. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, thunderstorms on and off, highs in the mid-90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
So much going on with the Baltimore Ravens out in Owings Mills this summer. We've been keeping you up to date with all of it. Vinny Serrato's been out there every single day. He returns when they return to the field tomorrow. So we get his phone calls throughout the week, but on an off day like this, it's good to have him in full so we can fill in everything that we don't get to during the week. And we're going to do that right about now. Talking about these wide receivers, the rookies, Elijah Surratt, Jacoby Lane, they were both given the opportunity by head coach Jesse Minter to prove themselves first, right? We're not exploring the veteran wide receiver market at all. These are our guys, and he even flat out said one of them is going to have an impact role on this team. And in the early goings, boy, it sure looks like Jacoby Lane. This guy loves the one-handed catches, made another one over the weekend. So Jacoby was asked himself, hey, does it feel like they're testing you in your catch radius with all of these throws?
I don't think it's a test. I just think it's how the game works. You get put in different positions, and it's just a matter of if you're going to make a play or not. And I think sometimes you get to make a play, and sometimes you don't. But I think every time I'm going to come to try, every time the ball's in there, I'm going to come down with it. So.
And he has. I mean, to me, he's the most pleasant surprise from OTAs and minicamp to now. You know, he and Roger Rosengarten, you know, just because, you know, when I was out at the OTAs and the minicamp, Jacoby, he didn't stand out. He didn't do the things that he's doing now, and he had a lot of drops, you know, and Surratt was the guy. Surratt was the one making the plays and stuff. So when he's been doing what he's been doing, I think it's fabulous because you got a guy that's 6'4" and it's got a huge catch radius and everything, and they're going to take advantage of that catch radius. The other thing is he's got strong hands, you know, so he can win contested catches, you know, because he can snatch it. I have not seen him drop a ball. Where OTAs and minicamp, he drop one every day. And I heard Lamar talking yesterday about Jacoby, and he says, I've never had a guy with that kind of catch radius as my wide receiver. So I think that's a new weapon that they have not had before.
Mm-hmm. That'll play for sure. And you mentioned the strong hands. That was the one thing that Declan Doyle was ranting and raving about when he spoke on the one-handed catch ability, or just Lane in general last week. And even went as far as comparing some traits here, not the full picture, let's not get carried away, but the hands, that trait, to Michael Thomas, who was as sure-handed as anyone here in recent NFL history, and Doyle worked with him in his brief time in New Orleans. So here's what Jacoby Lane's reaction to that high praise.
That's where I got my Instagram name from, Can't Guard Mike. So that dude is the GOAT in my eyes, and I think being able to be compared by him is of nothing but a blessing. But at the same time, I haven't done half the stuff he's done in the NFL. So just trying to realize that and do it in my own way and just grow every day.
I would say half the stuff. You haven't done any of it yet.
Wow, yeah.
But he's going to be a big part of the offense. He's going to be, I think, you know, like what Loveland was to the Bears offense, and kind of more and more and more and more, you know, as the season went along and became a big part of it in the playoffs. I think that's what Jacoby Lane is going to be to this offense.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what, if he's going to be like Michael Thomas, you take the possession side of it for sure, but red zone ability, there's a guy, I mean, I'm trying to think of any other areas I could compare the two. I mean, stature-wise, 6'3", 212 was Michael Thomas, so similar. You know, obviously his radius was off the charts. But, you know, many, many years there with 9 touchdowns in the Saints offense. So that, I mean, we're not expecting 9 touchdowns out of Jacoby Lane, but that is that one area, right? Even if he's not involved in drives as a whole, red zone has got to be where he makes his hay.
See, I think he's going to be involved because I think that makes even Zay more dangerous, you know, motioning and being in the slot. And, you know, it gives Zay more of an opportunity. It gives Declan more of an opportunity to create matchup problems. And, you know, the goal line stuff, Nolan, they're going to have to work a ton more on that. You know, the fade routes where they just toss the ball up and he goes and gets it. Or, you know, the back shoulder there where he goes up and gets it in the end zone. But, you know, I mean, I saw him do it a couple times, and it wasn't, you know, the ball's got to be, you can't throw it hard, you know, because you got to make it a jump ball, you know, like an alley-oop pass, basically, because, you know, he's 6'4", he's long, and he had a 40-inch vertical. Right. So that radius, you got to take advantage of the high point, because if he's got a corner that's 6 foot tall, he's already, and then you throw it high, the only way you're going to stop that is if you interfere with him.
I'll be honest with you. I've always hated that play, the back corner fade down on the goal line.
The fade stop kind of thing.
It drives me nuts. And I think it caught on because teams watched like these elite big body receivers do it. And they're like, oh, well, we can do that. But if you don't have that guy, you're just wasting it down. I mean, for years, the Ravens have not had that guy. And I don't think they run it a ton. But sure, if you're down there, first and goal, and they run that, I hate it on first down. I hate it in general. I mean, if you're fishing for a penalty, maybe, but you're not doing that on first down, I'd say throw it out the playbook. But that's just me.
It's a touch throw is what it is. I mean, like I said, it cannot be a laser throw. It's got to be, you got to let Jacoby have the opportunity to go up to get the ball.
Let's hear from the other rookie here, Elijah Surratt. He mentioned how he's now taken the back seat to Jacoby Lane, but these guys are very familiar with each other, and apparently a little bit of friendly competition going on.
Yeah, we always push each other. That's my brother right there. We met at the combine, and it's been nothing but love ever since then. So I love being out there with Jacoby, man. He's a playmaker. He's effortlessly good. He just goes out there and makes plays, man. He's going to be a great receiver. And, of course, being around those type guys, being around great players, that always pushes me because I want to be the best, too. He wants to be the best. So it's great having someone like that to continue to push me and allow me to push him as well.
I'd imagine that Surratt is not even close to being finished in terms of what he's going to do this summer. So, whereas you already said during the OTA portion, Surratt may be ahead there. Now it's flipped back. Wouldn't surprise me if he shows up. And from a health standpoint, said that he's 100%. The leg sleeve, we know that's gone and everything. So, should be no restrictions.
Yeah, and I just think, man, I mean, right now, today, Surratt would have to be good on teams knowing to dress on Sundays. Because what they do, like when I call it TTO, team takeoff, and they split up the two groups. The one end is the 1s and 2s and the other's 3s and 4s. Now, Surratt is at one end, Jacoby's at the other end. Yeah, Nolan, when they line up 3 wide receivers, Jacoby's with the first group. It's not Tez Walker. Wow. Jacoby.
Yeah.
And right now Tez is 4. Jacoby is 3. And Surratt might be 6. He's down at the other end. He and Jacoby, they ain't on the field together much. Because when Jacoby's out there, he's with Zay and he's with Bateman. When Surratt's out there, I'm not sure the guys that he's not with Tez Walker a lot either.
No, and real quick on Tez, again, I wasn't out there, but it sounded like maybe the connection chemistry between him and the quarterback's not where it should have been. He was getting some balls thrown a little low, so we're praising Lane. He's got the insane catch radius where he's making up for maybe a bad throw here or there. Devontae Walker, anything latest on him or just kind of lost in the shuffle?
Like he'll make a play every now and then. You say, oh, that was Tez. Like I recall like a deep ball. He caught a deep ball, and then a slant route. Other than that, I don't have a lot of recall.
Kind of like his career so far.
Yeah.
Makes a play, disappears.
Yeah. Like you see Zay all the time. You see Jacoby all the time. And I want to see Bateman every day, and now that Zay is out, Bateman had a good day. I want to be talking about Bateman every day. He's got to be involved every day. That's what we've got to see. And the guys that are involved most of the two that have been involved most of the time has been Jacoby and has been Zay.
We'll talk plenty more Ravens at 1:30 when Sam Cohn joins us from the Baltimore Sun. But coming up next, we're going to get back to the Orioles here in the AL East as a whole. It's the AL East Report. We'll let you know what was going on with the rest of the division over the weekend. Red Sox, they are human. They lost their first series in over a month. I'll tell you how it happened when we get back.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
Callamazing.com. Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
That's right. We're going around the AL East here on a Monday afternoon. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato hanging out with you until 2 o'clock this afternoon. No good for the Orioles this weekend. They dropped the series to the Rangers, and as a result, still lost in that wild card shuffle. Baltimore 2 games back of the Texas Rangers, who now sit firmly in the driver's seat. They are at 500, 59-59. That's the record it takes to get into the playoffs here in the American League. Others in between Baltimore and Texas include Detroit, Minnesota, and Cleveland. Always important because Minnesota is up next on the schedule. So they will face Dean Kramer, their old friend, tonight. Try to get back he's looking for revenge. They're looking for a win. We'll see what happens there. But elsewhere in the division over the weekend, some notable happenings here. Start with the Red Sox losing to the Athletics 4-3 yesterday. Why is this notable? This is the first series loss for the Red Sox since the beginning of July. Oddly enough, you got to go back even further to find the last time the A's won a series. That was between June 12th and the 14th. A bit of history made along the way here. Jacob Wilson of the Athletics, his 111th consecutive game without an error. Why is that noteworthy? Well, he now breaks Mike Bordick's longstanding record, 110 consecutive games set back in 2002. So how funny is that this year of all years, or this modern era of baseball, where we are ripping league-wide defense being terrible, and go figure, it's 2026 is the year that Mike Bordick's longstanding record gets snapped.
And you know what's interesting about that series too, Nolan, is the Red Sox won the first game 13-1.
Right. Business as usual for them, right? And then you drop 2. So, look, there's no doubt in my mind to that point, still 8-2 in their last 10. Whoever they got next here, let me take a look. They'll get right back up on the horse. They got Toronto coming up. So, big division series.
And I imagine Adley is close because he's, to playing for him.
Right. Just made a rehab start over the weekend or
and
recently
got a double.
Here. Yeah. A double. So, maybe later this week. Could be back in there. I don't know if I'm ready to see it yet. I've already seen him in the Red Sox uniform, so we've gotten over that hurdle. But actually him standing in the box or him behind the plate catching for them might take a bit to get used to for sure. Moving on here, Phillies got the best of Toronto. This was an extra innings yesterday, 7-6 the final in 12. Strange finish here. Stott and Hill, your heroes there in the 12th for Philadelphia, but how often do you see now an extra inning game with the modern rules where neither team scores in the 9th or the 10th, or the 10th and the 11th, I should say?
Yeah.
Usually it's a guarantee.
Bunting over, yeah.
Especially, I'm looking more at Philadelphia, right? Once you blank them in the top of the 10th and the top of the 11th, what are you doing? Just bunt the guy over to third and get him in with a sac fly, but not that easy. They still get the win in the end. Toronto, they're like the Orioles. They're treading water. Just a game back, or half game behind the Orioles here. Braves got the best of the Yankees, 2-1. That one went to extra innings. Michael Harris, the hero in the 10th with the single. Olsen homered earlier in the game. Funny thing in this one, and it ties into Saturday, Chris Sale was pitching for Atlanta, got called for a balk. Pitchers never sits well for them getting called for a balk because nobody can come up with a clear definition of what it is. But he was still so pissed off about it that before yesterday's game even started, he's yelling at the umpires from the dugout, and they gave him the boot before the first pitch. He's not even playing that day, but still saying, you're not watching this one. Head back to the clubhouse. And lastly here, the Rays, they did beat the Mariners 4-1, which, all right, I know they're a division rival, but that's good for the Orioles' sake because Seattle is very much in that wild card hunt. So it's good for them. Let's see here. Maybe we squeeze a phone call in if we get one, but I'll give you those standings again. The Orioles still chasing here. Seattle now a game and a half behind them. Toronto a game and a half behind them. But the point is, 8 total teams in consideration for that last wild card spot. And we keep saying it, Vinny. It's 8 right now. When we get to the last week of September, is it going to be any less than 6? I just don't see it. Maybe one of these teams drops out. Maybe they join the likes of Kansas City, the Athletics, and the Angels, but I just don't see it, man. This is going to be neck and neck right down to the last series.
I'm right there with you. I mean, we've been saying that ever since. I memean, because when you look at it, other than Boston, nobody's gone on a run. Everybody's 5-5, 6-4, 4-6. Everybody is average.
And real quick in the National League, Philadelphia, I mentioned them, a much-needed win that they got in extra innings because they're clinging on to that last wild card spot. San Diego only a game out on the outside looking in. Miami 3 games out on the outside looking in. What a roller coaster that would be, where if you're Philadelphia, you're so bad, your manager gets fired, Mattingly comes in, you take off, all right, they're going to be in the playoffs, they're going to be back. They could end up being on the outside again.
Yeah.
I mean, what a year. What a wild, wacky year.
And with Miami, yeah. Miami, and then I saw Stowers. he's going to be out for a little bit. He tweaked a hammy.
Mm-hmm. Let's get out to the phones here. Harry's in Owings Mills. What's going on, Harry?
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call. And to your point, the playoff situation is extremely razor thin. Because you look at the Orioles, if they could have won one more game in that series against the Rangers, they actually, I believe, I don't know what their tiebreaker situation would have been with Texas, because Texas won 2 out of 3 in Baltimore, and the Orioles would have won 2 out of 3 in Texas. I don't know if the Orioles would have had the advantage or not, but everyone else, they would have had the advantage being tied with the Tigers because they have a better head-to-head with the Tigers. So you see just how close it is, and, you go from Friday and Saturday being so frustrated. This team can't score at all. They can't even hit the ball. They can't catch the ball. They can't throw the ball. To getting excited again after the win yesterday. And I had one question for Vinny I wanted to ask as far as the Ravens, because I see that Teddy Buchanan, hey, Vinny, how you doing, by the way?
Good.
Teddy Buchanan, good, is still on the PUP list. So other than Roquan Smith, who are going to be the linebackers for the Ravens starting this season?
Well, Simpson, I watched him run every day. He's sprinting on the side doing drills. He hadn't been taken off the PUP list yet, but he looks really good running. He's, and the season's a month away? Is that what? Probably? Yeah, probably a month away.
Yeah.
I would be totally shocked if he's not lining up against Indy.
410-583-1057. No more time for calls, but if you want to get a text in, that is the number you want to send it to. We'll go through the fun house before we get out of here a little bit before 2. But coming up next, Sam Cohn from the Baltimore Sun. He's going to join us, recap everything he's seen so far 2 weeks into Ravens training camp. It's flying by. There's plenty to get to with Sam after the break.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Feel the thrill of playing Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery. You can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to win great second-chance prizes, like $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for 20 years. Please play responsibly.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
After scoring just 3 runs across their previous 3 games, the Orioles lineup broke out yesterday with 10 runs to salvage a win over the Rangers. Pete Alonso led the charge with 2 homers and 4 RBIs, but Colton Cowser and Tyler O'Neill also went yard in the victory. All of that was much needed considering Cade Povich did not have his best stuff on the mound. He was working behind nearly every hitter he faced and needed a heavy pitch count to navigate the second and third before he was chased out early. Here's his post-game reaction.
Like I said, a little disappointed in myself, especially with those early runs. I don't know, I have to look at some stuff on trying to figure out what was not right, whether it's mechanically or feel, but like mentally, I felt like the bats put me in a great spot to just fill up the zone and for them to come out and swing it. I'm just glad they showed up today.
A series win for Texas moves them into the 3rd wildcard spot while the O's sit 2 games back. Their next opponent, Minnesota, is stuck in between at a game and a half back. That series gets rolling later tonight when Dean Kramer takes the mound against his former team. Trevor Rogers will go for Baltimore. Game time at 7:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, thunderstorms on and off, highs in the mid-90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Couple more segments left here in today's show. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato hanging out with you here until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Joined by a special guest right now. We're talking more Ravens with you here on The Fan. So we head out to the Window Nation guest hotline and grab the Baltimore Sun's Sam Cohn. Sam, good afternoon.
Hey, guys. Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, happy that you could hop on here. And I wanted to start here. I saw your most recent training camp stock report for the Sun. And, right at the forefront, Jacoby Lane, how could he not be stock up? That's been the guy grabbing all the attention. But a little bit elsewhere at the center competition, you had one name kind of emerging from the pack. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, I think at this point, and we actually talked about this on our podcast this week, that it feels like just by nature of where we are at this point in camp that Danny Pinter, on paper, seems to be the front runner. Now, we know that Ethan Posick is coming off an Achilles injury earlier this calendar year. We know that above all else, he brings more starting experience than anyone within that competition. But Jesse Minter has acknowledged, one, that Danny Pinter has been the one taking the lion's share of first-team reps through the first 2.5 weeks of training camp, and that the fact that they signed Ethan at the start of training camp kind of put him behind the 8 ball. And the reason I say that it seems like Danny Pinter is on that stock up ranking is because he's looked sharp thus far. And I think when the center position is someone who you don't feel like you need to talk about or doesn't stand out, that means they're doing a good job. And at a certain point, you start to wonder, until Ethan comes back, or not comes back, until they feel confident that they can kind of put him in those positions, and until they feel he's ramped up, that puts him even further behind the 8 ball. Danny Pinter continues to take those reps. That halfway through training camp, it kind of feels like we're trending in that direction of maybe by the start of the season, it could be Danny Pinter's job, and that it takes a little bit longer for Postage to come around and maybe contend for that position. So I put Danny Pinter there just because at this point, through 2.5 weeks of training camp, it feels like on paper and from what we've seen, it is both his job right now, and he's doing it well.
And Sam, I mean, I've been to all but one practice, and Pinter has been with the ones every time. He's not alternating, nothing. And Postic's been most of the time with the threes. So I mean, I think it's Pinter's job to lose, and I'll be anxious to see. I think next week the Vikings practices are going to be big for that spot to see kind of if anybody else emerges.
Completely agree. We've seen, we've seen Jovan Gwynn getting reps. We've seen Corey Bullock ease his way back into football from what was a non-football injury
sports
designation or. Yeah. So I think, again, from everything we've seen up to this point, when you have a guy who maybe wasn't the expectant at that position, but is the one getting all those first team reps and is doing them well, then it kind of makes you wonder, like, is it beneficial to the Ravens to disrupt a good thing? But hey, maybe Ethan Postage comes in and he's a big guy. He's got a lot of starting experience. I think there is a world where he comes in and he's really good and he's fast friends with Lamar and takes that position right away from Danny Pinter. Just at this point in camp, it's hard to see that changing because you love the idea of continuity with your two-time MVP quarterback. And when they have that much time spent together and they have that rapport, why would you want to disrupt that?
We're talking Ravens training camp with Sam Cohn of the Baltimore Sun. Something on the negative side here so far. Mark Andrews, very, very uncharacteristic summer for him so far. A lot of drops. Certainly doesn't do anything to ease the fan base tension coming off of what was, by all accounts, a down year in 2025. What's been your view on him so far through a couple weeks of camp?
I think I'll say up front that we have to be cautious with this kind of thing because I think this goes for any training camp conversation about any player at any position, is that all of this can feel like fool's gold at times. It can be a real predictor of where things are going, but you just have to kind of be careful of how much we're saying or laying down the hammer on a player because Mark Andrews has shown time and again that a bad stretch can turn around quickly for him because of his experience in this league, his work ethic, and his relationship with Lamar Jackson. That all said, to your point, he has not looked like the Mark Andrews that we expect coming out of what was, a down year. He gets a contract extension. He needs to be a focal point of this offense. He's the most experienced pass catcher that the Ravens have. He's someone with a long-standing relationship with Lamar Jackson. If they can get him going in the right direction, that would be huge, and also would kind of stamp the Ravens' decision to let Charlie Kolar and Isaiah Likely walk and stick with the oldest guy in the room. But particularly in 11-on-11 situations, he just hasn't wowed. And the other thing I'd say to that point is, I think the wow factor in training camp, the bar has risen because of Jacoby Lane, that to do things that turn heads like that, it's just a higher bar than it might be otherwise. But he's dealt with dropped passes, and he doesn't seem to just be as much of a focal point or have as much ease in getting open and getting to his spots with Declan Doyle's offense. Some of this could be, credit to just everyone is learning an entirely new offense. He's figuring things out. These things take time. That is entirely a possibility, and maybe that is why come week one he might look better. But at this point in training camp, he just hasn't done the kinds of things that, to your point, ease any frustration from the fan base about needing him to have a bounce back year in the same way we talk about Rashad Bateman.
Sam, I would say that the whole tight end group as a whole has been disappointing.
I think at times that is fair to say. I think at times I might push back. I feel like Josh Cuevas has outperformed the expectations of what people might have thought, because we've seen him catch a handful of touchdown passes and with second or third string reps, he's getting looks and he isn't perfect. This isn't someone that they expected to come in and be a difference maker right away, but for someone with maybe low expectations to start a camp, I thought he looked solid, and I think Matt Hibner has contributed in ways that like you're expecting. I made this comment to someone the other day that from what we've seen, I'm not saying that either of those guys are going to contribute in meaningful ways in 2026. I think it would be a stretch to say that they like fight Mark Andrews for those kinds of reps or anything. Like that would just be going too far. But from what we've seen, I'm like, I could see one of these guys emerging to be a real succession plan for Mark Andrews. Like I think we've seen spurts of potential there. And I think from guys like that, like that's what you're expecting when you have Mark Andrews and Durham Smythe sort of locked up in that 1-2 tight end role.
Talking to Sam Cohn here on the Window Nation guest hotline. One more for you before we let you run, Sam. Last year's first-round selection, Malachi Starks, a name that really hasn't been mentioned at all this summer. Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing, but what's your view on him? Anything standing out in particular? Are we in for a year 2 step forward?
I felt like I got to a point after maybe a week of practice, and I had that thought of like, man, no one's really talked about Malachi. We haven't seen him do a whole lot. He hasn't really stood out. He hasn't really been in the mix as much as maybe you'd hope for, again, as you're saying, someone who you're expecting, like in the same way we talk about a year 2 jump for Mike Green, you're hoping for the same. If you're the Ravens, you're hoping for the same for Malachi. And I think the day that I started to think about that, or at least have that question, he broke up 2 passes. He seemed like he was getting in the right spot. I think working next to a guy like Jalen Hawkins will be really beneficial for him. Playing alongside someone who was in a Super Bowl 6 months ago, and obviously being in the same room as Kyle Hamilton for another year. I think the Jesse Minter, Anthony Weaver scheme will put him in better positions. I have no reason to believe that he won't take a year 2 jump. And I think that we have seen in moments of one-on-ones or specifically maybe in 11-on-11 when he's getting his hand in the way of throws or just kind of being in the right place at the right time. I think the fact that we haven't talked a lot about him is not anything to be overly concerned about, because we've kind of seen him make plays that remind you like, yeah, he's out there and he's going to be in the right places. And I think all the pieces around him will be super beneficial to what he'll be able to do in year 2. So I would say my answer to that is no cause for concern that he won't be better in year 2.
Always good to talk Ravens with Sam Cohn of the Baltimore Sun. That's where you can read his stuff for social media purposes. Let the people know where they can follow you.
You can follow me at Sam D. Cohn, Cohn, on Instagram and Twitter.
Hey, perfect. Thanks for the time, man.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, guys.
There he goes. We got one segment left for us before we get the afternoon show guys in here. If you want to get a text on air, now's your time to send it. 410-583-1057.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
During a Las Vegas Raiders training camp practice, quarterback Kirk Cousins charged defensive end Max Crosby after Crosby made contact with his arm a second time during drills. Cousins grabbed Crosby's jersey in a heated exchange before teammates separated the two of them. Coach Clint Kubiak briefly suspended both stars from team drills. Max Crosby, what are you thinking? I'm Maddie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right. It is the final countdown here. We're going to take a trip through the fun house in just a second. Appreciate you listening all day long. Phone issues or not, we were happy to have you here. And accomplished a lot today. We got a little bit deeper into the Rubenstein dynamics, some of his ownership group happenings. I think the big lesson is that Michael Arrighetti is now the name to start paying a little more attention to, that he's got a little more sway than we were giving him credit for. But that'll be a storyline that we're on top of.
Has he ever done an interview?
Not that I know of. I do remember when they officially took over and had that, introductory where they bought the team and it coincided with opening day. He was over at Pickles handing out free drinks. So that was a good first showing, but that was back when the whole ownership group, they could do no wrong. They just walked into the place. They were getting a standing ovation. So.
Yeah, that was probably Haney's favorite guy if he was giving him free beer.
Yeah. Just to say, to put it lightly there. Speaking of Bob, he'll be back tomorrow. Normal setup going on there. Vinny, you'll be back at Ravens training camp.
Yep.
So we'll get your call in there around 1 o'clock with everything going on. Yeah, a lot going on here. Orioles taking on the Twins tonight. Dean Kramer going to face his former team. Any predictions there?
My gut tells me that Kramer's going to be off the charts tonight.
Yeah,
because it normally, when they have a really good hitting game where they score a lot of runs, then they go quiet.
It's a good point. So you got the revenge factor, the Orioles side of things. If you missed Kramer, his first start with the Twins last week, nothing crazy, but good, solid, and he needed to bounce back bad after the 2 bad ones with the Orioles. 5 innings, 1 run. Sure, it was against the Royals, but he did his job. So we'll see what he's got tonight. All right, let's go take a trip through that fun house.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Start with this one on the Orioles. Texter says, frustrating series this weekend, but honestly, once they won yesterday, it made me even more frustrated because of Friday's loss. It looked even worse. Boz deserved so much better from the lineup, and for what it's worth, I thought Taveras was safe at the plate there in the 9th. We didn't even talk about that today.
Yeah.
I mean, what a dramatic game that had no business being that dramatic. That's really my takeaway on the Taveras slide. I did think he was safe. I thought it was honestly shocking that they missed that, especially with the assistance of replay. But I can't be mad when you waste all of those opportunities in the previous 8 innings. 2 runs is all it was going to take, 2-3 runs. If you can't get that, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Evaldi or no Evaldi, no, don't give me that excuse. Maybe DeGrom on Saturday, you tip your hat to him, and that ended up being not as close because Wolfram was terrible in the later innings. But yeah, Texter's right. Friday night, that stings, man. Still stings on Monday morning.
Yeah, because it's, you could have won 2 out of 3 and you'd been in, totally different situation. But you know what? That's been the whole season.
Yep. Back at it tonight. Eric in Bel Air here says, I heard Albernaz over the weekend quoted as saying the team needs to play a little more small ball, and yet their approach does not change. Meanwhile, they're a bottom-of-the-barrel offense in all categories, generally boring to watch, but no need to change the approach, I guess. To me, I'm out on 2026 and out on Albernaz for that matter as well.
Well, the only one that bunts is Taveras. Otherwise, nobody else knows how or bunts.
So I understand Eric's frustration there, and I don't think he's wrong. Like, if you know that's your team and you know that's not your strong suit, or you know deep down that you're not actually going to implement these things, why are you saying it? To me, it's no different than Brandon Hyde annually. Spring training starts. We're going to play more small ball. We're going to steal more bases, be more active on the base pass in general. Then you get to the season, and nobody's taking off and running. So don't tell me one thing just to have an answer for the media's sake. I get it's a tough gig. Nobody wants to do all these media availabilities, but we listen, and we hold you to your word. So good text by Eric. And how about one more here? Texter says, the ongoing issues this year have led people to place blame all over the team. I don't know what Albernaz and his staff are doing with this roster, but similar things were there under Brandon Hyde. Is this just an uncoachable group? Interesting thought.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Certainly there's some guys that are coachable. I mean, we talk about development and it's not going the way it's supposed to be going. Position player side of things, 100%. It is not going the way things are going. But the pitching side, I would tip my cap a little bit. Trevor Rogers, case in point, of a guy that there's an example of a guy who already had major league tenure that you corrected. All the bullpen arms over the years that they've gotten off the scrap heap and gotten something out of. I like that. But now the test will be the guys who haven't cracked the majors. Yeah. All of these guys in the farm system, if they can actually turn into something, then we'll give a little more credit on the development side of things.
Hey, Nolan, let me mention one thing here, because it's going to, as fans, we're all going to be like, what? The NFL will allow head coaches to designate a member of their sideline staff to initiate replay challenges.
Oh.
Traditionally, head coaches have been the only member of a team that can declare a challenge by throwing the red flag. But the change, if a coach prefers to assign the task to someone else, a decision he would have to inform the officials before the start of the game.
So more thoughts on that tomorrow, but my instant reaction, I want to hear yours. I don't think it's going to be used. If I'm a head coach, I want that control. I'm the last line of defense. It's worked for all these years the way we've done it. When am I ever not paying attention? When would there ever be a scenario where one of my coordinators is more in tune with the game than I am?
Oh, it wouldn't be a coordinator. It would be, somebody.
Just anybody in general.
I know. Because, this is the first time I saw it. When it popped up on my phone. It's like if I'm the head coach, hey, throw the flag. I'm guessing that's what you do. So I don't know why I would give it, because if I'm telling him to throw it, I was going to throw it anyhow.
Exactly. Yeah, and you see how many guys they're waiting on the word in their ear. They've got it in their hand. Do I throw it? Do I not? There's just so much there. I'm not moving that responsibility to someone else.
Yeah, maybe like a Jesse. No, first-time head coach. I don't.
Don't overcomplicate it.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we'll talk about that tomorrow and plenty more. You've been listening to Vinny and Haynie here on The Fan. Nolan McGraw in today. Appreciate you listening. Bob's back tomorrow. We're back to normal. We'll talk to you then.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the Anthem. On August 20th, it's country rocker Co Wetzel. Punk rock stars Social Distortion stops by on September 4th. Then catch the legendary Ringo Starr and his all-star band on September 28th. And check out the iconic Morrissey on October 15th. 4 unbelievable shows in one place. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free TSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
That little chirp is not an annoyance, it's a warning. With summer heat putting a massive load on your home's electrical panel, hidden hazards pose a real threat to your family. For 45 years, FH Fur has been the trusted name in home safety for Virginia, D.C., and Maryland. Protect what matters with a comprehensive FH Fur electrical inspection for just $99, including a full smoke and carbon monoxide detector evaluation. Peace of mind done right the first time.
877-CALL-FUR, FHFur.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Tim Barbalace this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the grand opening of Dick's House of Sport in Annapolis Mall. The new Dick's House of Sport is celebrating all weekend, August 14th to the 16th, with great giveaways while supplies last, incredible grand opening savings, and much more. See store or dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis for complete details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles had been putting way too many good pitching performances to waste with a lack of run support. That was not the case in yesterday's finale against the Rangers. The lineup broke out with 10 runs on 15 hits and 6 walks, led by a 2-homer day from Pete Alonso. That helped pick up the slack for Cade Povich, who struggled with an early inflated pitch count and was ultimately pulled by Craig Albernaz after just 3 innings of work. The run support made that decision a little bit easier, but here's more from the manager following the victory.
You know, he was grinding out there. I mean, at one point, he didn't throw a first pitch strike until like the 8-hole hitter, and, you know, he's behind pretty much to almost every hitter, and he did make pitches when he had to, but it was just living and dying by that is tough.
And in some Ravens news, Zay Flowers is being considered day-to-day after colliding with Jalen Hawkins during Saturday's practice. The initial contact left the newly paid wide receiver on the ground and in clear pain. He struggled to get up at first before limping his way off the field. Head coach Jesse Minter isn't sounding any alarms after the brief scare, saying he believes Flowers will be okay in the long term. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, thunderstorms on and off, highs in the mid-90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
On September 4th, then catch the legendary Ringo Starr and his all-star band.
Back with another one of those block rocking beats.
Carter batting for the first time, and Carter pops the ball up. And Narvaez with the call, and the Oriole bats come to life in the Sunday finale in Texas. 10 runs, 15 hits, 6 walks. The first multi-homer game of Pete Alonso's Baltimore career. It's a much-needed lapper. The O's win at 10-5, and they pull back within 2 games of Texas.
Came out strong today. Yeah, it was up and down the lineup, great at-bats. 6 walks, you know, that's something we were talking about with our, you know, earlier the past couple games, and even back and at home was our ability to walk but not being able to cash them in. But the guys had great at-bats, great swings, big day by Pete, Kobe, Jackson, Cowser, Leote. Yeah, it was a great offensive performance tonight.
Kevin Brown on the call, courtesy of Masson, and then you heard the skipper Craig Albernaz following the Orioles' 10-5 win over the Rangers. It's the final drive. Ken Wyman still out. He'll be back with us. We'll be whole again tomorrow, Femi, but we'll hold it down on this Monday like the Orioles held it down in the series finale. And Femi, it's the most baseball thing ever, right? Yep. We were doing the show on Friday, and a question that we posed: can this Orioles offense do enough to keep them afloat. And that was not the case Friday and Saturday. Ugly offensive performances by the Birds in the first 2 games of the series. They were 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. They scored 1 run in each of the first 2 games, had 13 hits combined. Then yesterday happened. They were 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position. They scored 10 runs and had 15 hits, which tied their most hits in a game since June 21st at the Dodgers. Remember, we were using June 22nd on Friday with how bad this offense has been since that point. After scoring 11 runs in their first 7 games in August, they scored 10 yesterday, Femi. And look, it's not ideal. They lost the series against the Rangers, but it would have been disastrous if they would have got swept, because that would have been the difference of being 4 games back, where now the O's are 2.
Yeah. I think the goal here was to stay afloat, salvage what you can. Cade wasn't necessarily on yesterday. And I think Ben McDonald threw out an amazing stat during the game, and he's a treasure trove of stats, dude. Every time I'm like, what did he say? Let me write that down. I think the O's recently have been averaging four circumstances a game with runners in scoring position, right? And I think you said yesterday they had 13, I believe, and they got 4 hits during those situations. An average Major League Baseball team averages 9 opportunities. So it just tells you how deficient and inconsistent they've been. But I think we were texting back and forth, and I kind of off the cuff, like in the 3rd or 4th inning, I said, watch them score 10 runs today. And they did score 10 runs, But we need those 10 runs spread out over the course of a number of games. And I think we talked about this too. You have these offensive explosions, but that's really not what we need. The starting pitching has been outstanding. You look at what Boz did. You look at what Bradish did. Look,
Boz has been unbelievable.
Just no run support.
I feel so bad for that guy.
Isn't it crazy? It seems like, and look, Brandon Young is my guy.
Yeah.
It seems like he gets run support, right? And Boz doesn't get any run support. You know what I mean? And there's no rhyme or reason for this. Sometimes the art and the science don't match up. It is just what it is. You know what I mean? And all he can do is go out there and keep pitching and doing what he's doing. He's doing outstanding, especially as of late, right? The data backs that up. But in regard to run matriculation, I still think the root of all the systemic issues revolve around 2 things for me, mainly. At the plate especially, it's the whiff rate. It's just the swing and miss with runners in scoring position, runners on third base, not being able to move runners around. It's the base running. There's still lapses in base running that I don't understand. And then obviously there are the errors. And, I think, was it Boz that was coming off the mound to get a ground ball on?
Yes, it was Boz on Friday, but then Saturday it was Gunnar and Bradish. Yeah. That led to 2 unearned runs.
Exactly.
Orioles lead the majors in unearned runs with 71.
You can't play perfect baseball, right? And that's kind of the situation that you're putting yourself in. You leave yourself no room for error. And like you said, I think it was outstanding that they were able to kind of let us relax yesterday. It was a fun game to watch. Yeah. I think you had 5 players with more than 2 hits or more, right? I think it was 5 players with 2 hits or more yesterday. And so, it was fun, but it doesn't look, I'm not overly confident about what they're going to be able to do at the plate. Look, I don't know what kind of state Blaze is going to be in when he gets back. What I will say is this, and I know we're going to talk about this later. I see tweaks and intricate things that Kobe's doing at the plate with his swing, which I do like. I mentioned last week that when situations occur around injuries and the trade deadline, some guys will shrink and some guys will psychologically be free. You know who's been freed? Tyler O'Neill. He's playing free baseball right now. And the numbers, I think, back that up. I think his OPS since August 1st is at 1,000, or does it go back a little bit further than that, maybe even? It's really high. I know that. And my point is that a lot of people, I'm probably one of them, was kind of like, I don't really need to see a whole lot of time. Let me just speak for me. Maybe I don't need to see a whole lot of him. I know he's a clubhouse guy. I know he's a glue guy. I saw him at Starbucks with his daughters. He's a great dad too. He's a great guy. This isn't about being a great guy. This is about who can help us clinch a wild card spot. But he's having me reconsider some of the statements that I made. And when players step up, when they get opportunity, it does make you reconsider positions you've made. That's why I never write anything in pen. It's always in pencil.
I think what I love the most about yesterday's game, because we just haven't seen this all that often, and we've talked ad nauseum about the fact that this team has not been able to play complete games where the starting pitching's on, but then the offense is off, or the starting pitching and the bats are on, and then the bullpen blows it. Yesterday, I found it very refreshing. You mentioned Cade Povich, and Cade didn't have it, and he didn't throw a first pitch strike until the ninth batter that he faced. So he was constantly behind. He was walking that tightrope, and it bit him in the butt in the third inning. But the offense picked him up.
It did.
The offense picked him up, which was awesome to see. Pete Alonso had a monstrous game, 9 total bases, 2 home runs, his first multi-home run game of his Orioles career. Kobe Mayo, another 3 hits. Colton Cowser, that homer that he hit the straightaway center.
Was it 440
feet? Over 440 feet.
Yeah.
It was awesome to see. Even Leody Taveras had a couple of hits. The offense was able to pick up Cade Povich. Now, what does this mean long-term, Femi? Like you said, I'm not saying that I'm super confident or anything. Ultimately, it was just nice to see them win a ball game after the offense was infuriating in the first 2 games of the series.
When we were sitting out in that monsoon on Thursday, for those that don't know, we were outside at the watershed on Thursday. We had a great time, but the weather was wild. I made a point about how I'm looking at each game. What did I say? I'm looking down at my feet, 1 step in front of me. That's it. Because if I look up, if I do anything else, it's just going to get me infuriated one day or irritated the next day. And I can live in increments like that when you're kind of toward the end of a season, which we are. We're in that back third of the season where every game does matter. And there's so many teams that are kind of looking just 1 step in front of themselves. I can live in that a universe short term because I know that each day incrementally is going to move you in one direction or the other. Now, if I start thinking too long term, that puts my brain in a place I just don't want to go yet. So I'm taking kind of a football approach. It's week to week. We're on to Minnesota, I guess, right? And Dean Kramer. So we're on to Minnesota, and let's look. You take 2 out of 3 in Minnesota, right? And now you're 500 on this series, on this road series now, right? On this road trip. And then you know what's waiting at the end of it, a 4-game series against Tampa, like kind of, and I don't mean to say like all the marbles really, but like all the marbles in regard to like, are you going to be in a survival mode where you have an opportunity, or are you really setting yourself back to where it gets a little more stressful?
Like you said, you kind of got to piecemeal this, and this is a 10-game road trip that the Orioles are on. But like we were doing on Friday, we were looking at it in this 6-game sample size because the Rangers and Twins are right there in the wild card. Then I'm looking at it in a 10-game gauntlet where it's Rays 4 games, Yankees 3, Rays 3. So that's going to be a tough
I want to bounce
stretch.
something off of you, and I want to get your opinion on this because I'm projecting. And I love projecting in football because I feel like I see that really clearly. I don't know enough about this roster or kind of like the younger kids that are coming up. I'm still familiarizing myself with some of those athletes and what that can mean for the future. But what I can say is this, though. I like Hoppy's stuff. You know what I mean? And once again, I'm projecting here, but I feel like the bullpen is going to be where the rubber meets the road, right? You know what I mean? Like Wolfram, I have my concerns, right? Like, like Cano, I know what I'm getting there, right? I'm just wondering, like, as I project forward, I feel like he can be that 8th inning guy that gets us to the closer, or does he have stuff that you'd want to develop where he throws 100, right? I don't know about the off-speed stuff. My point is that I can see a role for him because of the stuff that he has. I know right now, if you look at the box score, it's not going to impress you necessarily.
He needs to harness it to have a chance.
Yeah, okay.
Because, look, Seattle's trying to make the playoffs, and they've been scuffling of late. They gave up on it. Yeah, I see.
When
he pitched, he was kind of the mop-up guy. Now, the Orioles, it makes sense given where they're at, where, hey, we're going to take a flyer on him, and maybe, our numbers called in the lottery game, and we end up hitting the jackpot right there with Hoppy. And look, to Mike Elias's credit, there have been several bullpen guys come out of nowhere and end up having significant roles over the course of his time. But we'll get more into this as the show progresses. Steve Molesky's going to join us at 3. He's got his Substack, of course, Birdland Territory, Brad Brock, Steve, and myself. Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner at 4. And Cordell Woodland is going to join us at 5. But Femi brought up Kobe Mayo and Tyler O'Neill, and the offense has really been scuffling heavily since June 22nd. Not those 2 guys. Those 2 guys have been standouts. If they can carry this through the end of the season, what does this mean for their outlook for 2027 and beyond? We'll tell you.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win, except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes, like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Mayo goes out to the first pitch, right center, and it gets past the diving Cam Cauley all the way to the wall at center. And Kobe, who did not have a triple in his big league career, has picked up 3 now over the last couple of weeks. And that may change as O'Neill vaults the ball. Deep center field. It will go. Tyler O'Neill continues his assault on left-handed pitching to the left of straightaway center. It's a 2-run blast. And the red-hot O'Neill is back on track here in Texas. He extends the Oriole lead to 9-3.
Kevin Brown on the call, courtesy of Masson. Both those highlights occurred during the O's 10-5 win over the Rangers yesterday. And we keep going back to the date, June 22nd. That was the day after the Orioles blew out the Dodgers 12-1. And since that point, and Femi, despite dropping a 10 spot yesterday, the Orioles still did not score more than 13 runs in the 3-game series. So now it's 11 of their last 13 series. They've been held to 13 runs or fewer, but it hasn't been to the fault of Tyler O'Neill or Kobe Mayo. Both of these guys in this stretch, O'Neill, OPS over 1,000, Kobe Mayo, OPS over 900, the two highest OPS on the team since June 22nd. But I want to go to separate buckets, to use Mike Elias's terminology.
Take us there, brother.
Let's go with Kobe Mayo first. And you heard Kevin Brown. It's pretty hilarious. Kobe Mayo didn't have a triple in his career prior to the past couple of weeks, and now he's got 3 in his last 9 games. But you could go back to May 13th. At that point, Mayo was batting 162, 538 OPS. So in this 56-game stretch, he's got 11 homers, 27 RBIs. He's got an 820 OPS, which is more than respectable. Really, really good for Kobe Mayo. And we know that he mashes left-handed pitching, one of the best hitters against left-handed pitching in baseball this year. But quietly, over these past couple of weeks, he's improving a lot against right-handed pitching, and that's been very encouraging. But Femi, if Mayo continues this run, I wonder what his role is for next year, because it does get complicated. Now, Jordan Westburg should be back, but can you count on him at this point? He's been hurt the past couple of seasons, but Westburg was your everyday third baseman. Is that where maybe you could tinker with Mayo in a corner outfield spot, like Mike Elias said that he wanted to do heading into spring training this year? Where does Jackson Holiday play? Could you tinker with him at third base? Like, there's so many variables, and Blaze Alexander coming back from injury. What happens with Mayo, assuming best case scenario, he's able to ride this wave into the offseason?
So I look at Kobe. I mean, right now he's a utility player with a high ceiling, I think. The power is undeniable. What I love is that he's clearly taken a better approach at the plate. Less wrap with his swing. I want to make sure, because I put these notes in here and I want to make sure I get them right. Less wasted movement, getting the barrel through the zone. It's very obvious to me that he's a lot more relaxed at the plate as well too. If he continues to evolve his swing and is able to hit righties and lefties, it'll probably never be equal, but never say never, right? He'll continue to evolve. As a guy that I see as a high quality utility player, I'd love to see him in right or left field. I'd love to see him play some third base. I'd love to see him play some first base as those opportunities arise. I know that Sam will probably play some first base. Obviously, we already have an everyday first baseman. I understand that. But we're talking about the day-ins and day-outs and the dog days of baseball, where having guys that can do multiple things matters. He can DH as well, right? I think that if we can project forward these last, 46 games? Is that where we're at? I'd love to see how he finishes the season. I'm going to continue referencing the psychological advantage you have when you know you're going to be out there more often than not. I think it matters. I also think there's things that athletes tell themselves, I'm an example of it, that put me in a headspace where I just feel confident. I feel like I'm playing with house money to some degree. It may or may not be true, but it's what I believe. And if I believe it, I actually use it as a weapon. I weaponize that mindset. I think Kobe's weaponizing his mindset. I think he's weaponizing the opportunity that's in front of him. Sometimes when things seem at their deepest, when everyone is kind of giving up, there are guys that say, you know what? It's house money. I could just be free, go out there and play. I'm not saying that I know that that's what he's doing, but I like what I see. Even some of those ground balls he fielded.
Oh,
went
he
down
had a
to
great
knee.
defensive game yesterday.
He just looks way more comfortable all the way around. Maybe he's taking some more ground balls at third, and like he's probably been doing that all season. But right now, I'm seeing the benefits.
Well, and to that point, Femi, and the beat guys always say this about Kobe Mayo. He's always out there doing fielding work before anybody. He really takes that to heart. Now, do I think that he's an everyday third baseman? Probably not.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's where it's tough on where he fits in. And I think absolute worst case scenario for Michael Elias, I'm not advocating for this, but it is an option. If he continues to ball out, maybe he's an attractive trade chip to acquire something else that you may need heading into 2027. It's a distinct possibility, but I'm happy for Kobe Mayo because he's a great dude. He busts his ass, and he dominated the minor league level with his bat. It never made sense why it didn't translate or even come close to translating to the level that it should, but I'm happy to see it now. And I think that he will continue to finish this season strong because he's playing with a lot of confidence. And then there's Tyler O'Neill. And O'Neill, prior to June, was hitting 158, 498 OPS. It was a disaster last year, Femi. It was a disaster prior to June this year. And he's making real money. He's making $16.5 million. And since that point, 39 games since June 2nd, he's got a 938 OPS, 8 homers, 14 RBIs. And you're starting to see him mash left-handed pitching, which is exactly why he was brought here. Where prior to this, he was hitting righties better than lefties. It was just a total failure of a signing. But now he's playing with a lot of confidence. And O'Neill is another interesting situation because there's probably not a position group on this team that's more in flux heading into the offseason than outfield. And I don't think O'Neill's an everyday outfielder at this stage of his career. He's currently set to be the second highest paid Oriole on the team in 2027 for $60.5 million. That's another situation, Femi, where if he's balling out, maybe you're looking to kind of unload the salary, see what you can get heading into the offseason, but that would be a good problem to have.
Yeah, in his last 30 games, he's hitting 269, 5 home runs, 9 RBIs, 21 hits, and 78 at-bats. And we know that he's been pinch hitting and doing pretty well at the pinch hitting opportunities he's gotten. What is the reason behind kind of this resurgence? I think it's between the ears. How psychological baseball is, guys. It's a grind. And once again, things happen that can seem devastating in the moment, but it frees up some guys psychologically to go out there and perform because they know there's no other option. It just frees you up. And I don't know how else to explain it. And I'm hopeful that he can continue what he's doing because I think that they're not going to out-defense teams to wins. It's going to come down to mashing, right? Base running, starting pitching. For me, those are the levers that they can pull. And if they're going to be a wild card team, I think that Tyler O'Neill has to kind of stay on this pace. And the reason I say that is because, look, CES playing third, I feel like, look, I know he hit the ball really hard in a couple games, and I know that the statistics aren't showing that. I know his batting average has kind of plummeted lately. I think it was Friday. He hit a couple lasers right to the left fielder, right? But if Kobe's going to be playing more third base, because I think he's earned the right to. Remember, I always say if guys perform, they have the right to be out there. CES is not playing in the outfield. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the way that I look at it, if I'm thinking about the best lineup right now based on the best performers, Tyler O'Neill has to be in right field out there playing. You know what I mean? And so I'm happy for him because everything I hear about him is just what a good guy he is. And I know that good guy awards don't get you playoff wins or playoff opportunities, but it helps for sure. And I think it helps morale in the clubhouse. I think people love to see good guys win and good guys perform. And you already said it. We'll worry about next year, and that salary number. I mean, we'll see if we even have baseball in 2027 to start the season, right? But I am happy for Tyler. I do see the improvement. I mean, I'm hoping that he can continue on this and it's not just a blip. 30 games is a pretty good sample size, though. Like I said, he's hitting right around 270. Hopefully he can keep these going for the next 30, 35, 45 games, however many are left.
We're going to get back into the O's at the top of the hour. Steve Molesky, he's got his Substack. We'll ask Steve about Pete Alonso, Kobe Mayo, Tyler O'Neill, Shane Baz. The O's just being allergic to scoring for him. But coming up next, we're going to get into the Ravens. We're going to hear from Marlon Humphrey. And you were out there on Saturday, Femi. I was out there on Sunday. Marlon spoke to the media Saturday. And I have found Marlon very refreshing.
Dude, who is this guy?
But for the past year and a half, he's been the mouthpiece of the defense for me, not Roquan Smith. And that's not a shot at Roquan. I just love hearing Marlon talk. And you're going to want to hear what he had to say about this coaching staff.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit WindowNation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal. Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens are 2 weeks into training camp with a new coaching staff calling the shots. Yesterday, Jesse Minter put his team through their most intense practice so far with a workload that he says more closely resembled a real game. They'll now turn their attention to this Saturday's preseason matchup against the Eagles, a moment that will truly show just how far along the group is. Minter was asked if things have moved along how he thought they would in his first taste of head coaching.
I don't know that you're ever satisfied. Like, to me, what you're chasing in training camp is the best version of yourself. And you want that to continue to raise and raise and raise. We're chasing so many little things, new things on both sides of the ball. We're really trying to chase detail. I like where we're at. I thought we've had some really good days in pads from a physical standpoint.
As for the Orioles, they managed to avoid a sweep against the Rangers yesterday and will now have to battle another team ahead of them in the wildcard standings as they travel to Minnesota. Tonight's pitching matchup features a familiar face. Dean Kramer will start against his former team just 1 week after the trade deadline. Trevor Rogers is scheduled to go for Baltimore, with everything getting started around 7:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, thunderstorms on and off, highs in the mid-90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Checking in on the purple and black. Bank statements on the final drive. 105.7 The Fan.
Personally, I didn't meet it, and obviously team-wise, I didn't meet it. But, I think going forward, kind of just keep working. And that's kind of where I put my focus on this year, just trying to figure out how to get better. Ask the coaches, how can I get better? And just continue it every day, because every day is a new challenge. You have good days, you have bad days. You try to have your bad days closer to good. That's the goal.
That was Marlon Humphrey meeting with the media on Saturday, and he was talking about not playing up to his standard last year, and he admitted that following the Week 18 loss to the Steelers. And Marlon Humphrey gave up 723 receiving yards last year. That was sixth most in football, and he was getting picked on, and he was getting picked on a lot in that Steelers game. Heck, Adam Thielen beat him on a route in that one. But Humphrey needs to bounce back this year for a multitude of reasons, Femi, and this is a contract year, and we've touched on that a lot, but Marlon Humphrey has the highest cap hit for a corner in the NFL this season at $26.2 million. You were out there on Saturday. I just cut up the sound this morning. I thought Marlon was awesome during that press conference, really introspective and just really cool to hear his perspective of this new coaching staff compared to the old coaching staff, and also where Marlon's at year 10 in his career.
Yeah, I think this goes back to the Lounge podcast that they produced, I guess it was last week, which was prior to him taking the podium on Saturday. As you noted, I was there. I thought on the Lounge, he was extremely transparent. He was vulnerable. He was self-deprecating. There was a level of football mortality that I heard, a sense of urgency that I heard. There was no playing games at all. Yeah, he was a little light in some instances on the Lounge and at the podium, but I was taken aback in a good way at the way he was analyzing himself and the requests that he had from Jesse Minter on a daily report on what he did good and what he didn't do good. And if I was trash, just tell me I was trash. And you know what I mean? And the idea that he might move to safety at some point, but right now he's a corner, and that his football life would feel incomplete without a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Here's Humphrey on his initial impression of Jesse Minter. While it's waiting for the sound here, Marlon, I thought he was really leaning into the fact, Femi, that this coaching staff, just how hands-on they are, just how, and he wants that coaching at this point. where, he's leaning into it. And like you were saying, Femi, like, how can I get better? Even though I'm a decade into the league, like, how can I improve? And I found that very refreshing.
It's not strange anymore, but it definitely is interesting because I'm not sure what position he was in our room, but I don't know what his exact title was. But I've been in, obviously, when I left off, he was in his position. He now the head coach. So I've been very impressed / surprised at how he's kind of addressed the room. I think when you come from, obviously, Harbaugh last year, big, alpha type leader type guy, I was interested in seeing how much different team meetings would be. It's been really good how Jesse's addressed the room and how he's addressed just small situations. I think sometimes just throughout any season, there will be drama, there will be stuff that happens. How quickly can you address them? And there's sometimes that something happens in the offseason and it can trickle down into the season. An example would be the other day we were at meetings and there was some old scars from different coverages from different positions, and he addressed it right there immediately. And it was over. It was like, this is how we're going to do it. The next meeting, he ran the meeting. And it was like, this is how it's going to be. This is how it's going to be done. So that's something I really like, that he addressed things immediately. It's very effective.
I think a lot of people are wondering, is this sort of a shot at the prior coaching staff with, how they were dealing with stuff? Is it just matter of fact? Femi, how did you read it?
I think it was matter of fact. I mean, the truth is the truth. You know what I mean? And this is the thing. Like, I talk about this idea of the 4 C's, and intuitively, Jesse Minter and I have a Venn diagram of overlap on how we value communication. Like, the most important thing you can do in any relationship is you got to be curious first. And then once you're curious, then you start collaborating on something, right? And then once you start collaborating, then you build a connection. And then you have conflict. Like, the conflict comes last. And whether we're looking at how the sequence of these things is occurring, Jesse came in curious about all the players on this team. And then he made a genuine effort to collaborate and build a connection with them. And now when he is creating conflict and bringing up things about how we address issues, old issues, new issues, how we're going to coach you and teach you, these players are so receptive to it because he did the other things first. When you lead with conflict, are you shocked when you have chaos? You shouldn't be. And this goes for everybody. I don't care what your job is. This is an agnostic concept. You never lead with conflict. You always lead with curiosity. And when you do that, people will respond positively across the board, whether the position, it doesn't matter what the position group is, from Lamar to the offensive line. Everyone has said what a great job Jesse has done. And I think in some way, it's peeled back the Marlin onion. And we're seeing a very raw, kind of uncensored, transparent Marlin. And I think that's the way it should be. And when he talked about Jesse stepping into the room as the head coach, who's a knowledge expert in the area that Marlin happens to play, right? Like corners, that's what Jesse coached for a long time before he was, the defensive coordinator, all the different jobs that he had. He coached corners. And so I think that Marlin feels like he's going to be able to be the best version of himself because of how much this staff teaches and how much they seem to care. And I'm hoping that it does produce a better version of Marlin because, I was looking this up while you were talking, and I think it's important for context. I'm a PFF fan, not because I think it's perfect, but because it's a metric that's used the same across the board for everybody. Chidobe Awuzie was 11th in the NFL. Can you imagine him being better? I can imagine him being better. Nate Wiggins was number 52. I think he's going to be better, right? Marlin was 103 out of 112. So there was 109 corners that were technically on paper better than Marlon Humphrey. That looks like a typo to me. I can't see that as being true. Now, I know it's true because it happened. Do I think that that's where he lives and he belongs? Absolutely not. I think he's going to get a massive improvement from the Minter effect, the Weave effect, and just the fact that he feels like he's being supported. I think Marlin is a lot more cerebral, emotional, and psychological than probably think because they see the games and the jokes. I actually don't think that's who he actually is. I think that's a veneer. And he's showing us, if you just let him talk and listen to him, he's not really holding back. I personally really like that and appreciate it.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to get back into the O's. Steve Molesky is going to be joining us. We'll get Steve's thoughts on the offense waking up in the series finale against the Rangers. We'll also get Steve's thoughts on David Rubenstein's comments about being embarrassed by the Orioles' downturn. But coming up next, we're going to keep the Ravens talk rolling. Someone I feel like who's flown under the radar, Femi, Justice Hill. And Justice Hill was very active yesterday when I was out at training camp. And this was someone in 2024 that played a big role on that historic offense. What type of role could Justice Hill play in a Declan Doyle offense? We'll get into it next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the game that was against Dean Kramer and the Minnesota Twins and focus on Game 2 of the series. Ken McCusick joins us in studio as we'll continue to break down training camp and all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Don Nelson, the second winningest coach in NBA history, passed away on Sunday at age 86. In 31 seasons, Nelson won 1,335 games, only behind Greg Popovich for most wins as a head coach. Nelson also won 5 NBA championships as a player with the Boston Celtics. Nelson's style of up-tempo and fast-paced basketball will be remembered. Nelly Ball. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. No purchase necessary to join. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See T&Cs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Today, partly cloudy, high of 91. Tonight, cloudy with a chance of rain and a low around 76. Tomorrow, high near 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. No purchase necessary to join. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See T&Cs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens are off today before they are back on the practice field tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, off Friday. Well, walkthrough, not open to the media. And then Saturday, the preseason opener. They kick off against the Eagles at M&T Bank Stadium. Someone we're not going to see in that game is Justice Hill. And Femi, we didn't see Justice Hill in 7 of the 17 games last season. He ended the year on IR due to a neck injury. And I think that was an underrated blow to this team last year because Justice Hill was one of the unsung heroes of 2024 for me. Not just his stat sheet, but his numbers for you. 47 carries, 228 yards, a touchdown. And he also had 42 catches for 383 yards and 3 receiving touchdowns. But also, we know his ability as a pass protector. So Justice Hill, he's entering the final year of his contract in a new system with Declan Doyle. How much of a factor do you think Justice Hill is going to be this year?
I mean, he's one of those guys that kind of goes unnoticed, right? When he makes a mistake, you notice. And when he has an explosive play, you're like, oh, man, that's Justice Hill. You know what I mean? He's such a undervalued resource. And what I mean by that is he's great on third down. He plays and punches above his weight. I'm trying to think of the game and who it was against. Was it against Myles Garrett? I think it was
the Chiefs with Chris Jones.
It was the
I know
Chiefs.
Chris
You're
Jones.
Right,
that definitely happened.
He got into Chris Jones' chest for sure.
Yeah.
The thing about Justice is that he's so intelligent, and don't let his size fool you. I think he's just a really well-rounded back. He's the consummate pro. There's not a thing that he cannot do. And he's a security blanket. He's another guy that is going to understand his duties, that it's to protect Lamar on third down when he's in there in pass pro, which happens pretty frequently. And that there's an alignment and assignment technique part of being a true third down back. I did it for many years. There's a patience that has to come with running your route because you're the last. I mean, you're the check down. If it's a 3 or 4 route progression, you're going to be the last person that the quarterback looks at. There's no rush. Let's make sure the side door is closed, the back door is closed, and the front door is closed. And what I mean by that is these different guys that are coming from different places, make sure that your linemen are protected. Do you know how much linemen appreciate a chip, especially when they don't have to ask for it? It is like the saving grace for a lineman when they are a half a body off, either in or out, and a back comes through and just destroys somebody. They don't like the defensive linemen and these rush backers are not necessarily paying attention to a back on their way out. There are so many things that a back can make right that are wrong when it comes to pass protection and having a dump off and an outlet for the quarterback. And I think Justice is the guy that does that as well as any running back in the league when he's healthy.
And the last part you were saying, the dump off, that outlet pass, I saw him catch a ton of passes during yesterday's practice. And again, you go back to 24, he caught 42 passes. And in this Declan Doyle offense, I think we're going to see some more screens and dump offs. Yeah. And I think that's where Justice Hill could be a factor because we know it's not exactly Derrick Henry's game.
Yeah, I like Justice Hill as a change-up back for sure. And it's going to be interesting to see how him, Adam Randall, because I think Ali is nice. I just think that Adam Randall has more tools in his toolkit. And I look at Adam Randall today as a future potentially, and once again, I'm projecting here, starting running back. You know what I mean?
Well, and even more short-term, Femi.
Yep.
This is Justice Hill's final year of his contract. So is this a situation where Adam Randall could slot in as the backup running back in 2027? I think there's a shot for that.
Look, I think everybody has tried to close the book on Justice Hill. It was Keaton Mitchell at one point, right? They've tried to get rid of him, but he won't go away. And I credit him. And I was rough on Justice Hill at certain points of 2024, I think it was, because the zone read exchange was problematic for a really long time. They got it solved eventually, but I think it reared its head yesterday. Was it yesterday? It did. I don't know what the issue is on the exchange on these zone reads, but you already know how I feel about the zone read. It needs to be part of this offense, and you already know. You go ahead and tell them if you want. Like, you know what I'm begging Declan to start the season in shotgun and run zone read with Lamar. I'm begging him to do it because everyone thinks that's gone. You know what it would do to these people's brains? It would melt their minds if they lined up in three wides with an offset back and ran freaking zone read. Or if they lined up in the pistol and then shifted to that shotgun formation and ran zone read. People would be like, I thought it was going to be different. You know, maybe even have them think for a series, like, no, it's going to be a shotgun, a lot of pistol. And then as Declan gets more comfortable, start rolling out the things that he wants to do. I digress. My point is that Justice Hill has a role here. I think a lot of us tried to count him out. A lot of us had issues with certain things at certain points. But when you look at the production, when you look at the consistency, when you look at the details and the little things that he does, I become a true Justice Hill fan. And I got a chance to actually ask him a question on Saturday post-practice, and I asked him about the nomenclature and verbiage that Declan is using, and he says, hey, I only know one language. So to me, it doesn't. That's such a great answer and such a good sign of intelligence. I could not have projected that that's the answer he was going to give. I expected him to say, yeah, it was a little bit difficult, but now I got it and I'm good. No, he's like, nope. They point to the mic. I know exactly who I have. I look at my protection. I run my route. I'm good to go. I was like, wow, excellent. That's what a third down back says. Like, it doesn't matter what the language is. He can read bodies, and once he knows who the mic is, basically who the center and the line is moving to, he knows he has the guy right outside of that or a guy backside of that. So it's pretty easy from that perspective. And, Justice, a first-class answer in regard to what he said to me on Saturday.
Coming up at 3:30, we're going to take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. If you want to weigh in on Marlon Humphrey, your expectations for him, Justice Hill, this ground game in general, or the Orioles. At 3:15, we're going to get into Gunnar Henderson. His struggles continued over the weekend. You're going to be shocked where Gunnar Henderson ranks among qualified hitters since July 1st. We'll give you those numbers at 3:15. But coming up next, Steve Molesky will be joining us, and we'll ask Steve, hey, this offense has really been struggling since June 22nd. Not Kobe Mayo. What has he thought of Kobe Mayo's hot streak? He'll tell us next.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Play more, win big, all summer long during Horseshoe Casino's 12th anniversary celebration. Enjoy 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st, then join them on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Jacoby Lane has been a consistent standout throughout training camp. Declan Doyle recently compared Lane to Michael Thomas, which left the rookie very excited.
That's where I got my Instagram name from, Can't Guard Mike. So that dude is the GOAT in my eyes, and I think being able to be compared by him is nothing but a blessing. But at the same time, I haven't done half the stuff he's done in the NFL. So just trying to realize that and do it in my own way and just grow every day.
Trevor Rogers will take the mound in the series opener against the Twins tonight. Rogers got back on track during his prior start as he allowed 2 runs and tied a season high in strikeouts with 9 across 6 innings versus the Angels. Dean Kramer will start for Minnesota. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 91. I'm Tim Barbalais, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalais, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles set to open up a 3-game series tonight in Minnesota, taking on the Twins. O's are 57 and 61, a half game behind the Twins, who sit at 58 and 61, who are a game and a half behind the Rangers in a really muddied American League wild card picture. Joining us now to make sense of it all, or at least try to, is Steve Molesky, who's covered the O's for a long time. He's got his own Substack. He's got Birdland Territory. Steve, Brad, and I, we do 3 times a week. We just did our latest episode yesterday. Steve, the offense has really been struggling for a while now. You were the first one to point out that date, June 22nd. But someone who's shined since then, Steve, is Kobe Mayo, who's got an OPS of nearly 900 in that span. What have you thought of Kobe heating up of late?
You know, Kobe's had about 2 or 3 chances this year, and he would probably tell you he didn't exactly thrive in the first when in April, no Westberg, so Kobe's at third, and it didn't go well. And then Blaze Alexander took over at third, and then he got hurt, and Kobe got another shot. And this one is finally clicking, and it wouldn't be the first time, Tim, a player needed a couple hundred major league at-bats to start to sort it out. As you noted on our Birdland Territory show, he's really starting to look much more comfortable against right-handed pitching. And, I mean, he had a 400 OPS, so that won't work. So it's getting better. His final number probably is not going to look great, but I think he's starting to show he can be an everyday hitter. Is he going to play third? Probably not long-term for the Orioles, but he's been pretty solid here.
Hey, Steve, I'm floating a theory here. Just play along with me. You might hate it. Tim was not too enthused when I brought it up, but I'm going to try you.
I didn't respond. I didn't respond.
So, look, I'm trying to project opportunity here, and I'm looking at Alex Hoppe, and I love the velocity. I love the strikeouts per inning or Ks over 9, however you want to look at it. And I understand that some of the walks and some of the other things might not be attractive, but there's not a lot of guys that are throwing 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Do you think this is a guy that can be developed look, I don't want to use the word high leverage bullpen arm, that's getting out front, but I like some of the tools that I see. And I consider you obviously an expert. I mean, am I crazy? What do you think of the floor and the ceiling of an Alex Hoppe?
Yeah, that's what they saw, the ceiling. And I don't want to say that pitchers like him are a dime a dozen, because that's really kind of demeaning, actually. But I think there are a lot of pitchers like him. And by that, I mean, Femi, we see a lot of young guys or guys who've been around throwing 95, 98, and for whatever reason, it doesn't lock in for them. Occasionally you find one and it does. And that's what the Orioles are hoping here. They took a flyer. I think he's got some options, which is probably the best news, because he could go back and forth for a year or two. He could get AAA seasoning, come up when he's ready. You know, you just need some arms that can throw hard with options. And I see what you saw, and I think we both see what they saw in adding them. And so now it's a matter of, can the Orioles unlock something that others could not to this point?
We're speaking to Steve Molesky. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan. Steve, I think a lot of us were sort of caught off guard with David Rubenstein's comments that he made at American University when talking about the Orioles' current situation, saying he's embarrassed by the O's downturn. He said that he's tripled the salaries since taking over as owner. What did you think of Rubenstein's comments?
I was surprised because it felt like he skipped a step to me, Tim. He'd been real positive and publicly supportive of the team and Elias every time he was asked. And, you know, you would expect that. And then here he's suddenly embarrassed. And I was surprised to use that word because, as I said on our show, is he embarrassed at the ownership performance to include himself? Is he embarrassed at the front office? Is he embarrassed by the clubhouse, or all three? Probably all three, maybe. I guess it's a team effort. And it probably was fine to be bluntly honest there. And as Brad Brock said, and Femi might be able to chime in as a former pro athlete, he didn't think the clubhouse would take that negatively. They know they've underachieved. And so he said it. And so maybe that was okay. It caught me off guard because he hadn't said anything of the sort all year. And I kind of wish he would meet with the Baltimore media at some point to say that, rather than saying it at American University, and then writers have to watch the tape and find a good quote and write it, which is fine because that was an appearance he did, I think, for his book. And so it was curious to me, as I guess try to shorten my answer here.
Hey, Steve, I really want to talk to you about Jackson Holliday. I really see him hit at the top of the order. I know going into Saturday, he was coming out of it like an 0 for 18 streak, I think, with 9 strikeouts. It was so odd to me because I felt like he was so locked in prior to that. And then, boom, it seems like he's kind of locked in again. There's something about this kid that I just really like. The bat speed, the athleticism. I enjoy seeing him at short a little bit. But what do you think? Are you good with him at hitting third? I don't want to see him anywhere lower than third in the lineup. How about you? Are you cool with him hitting third? Would you like to see him at leadoff or some other spot in the order?
I've always felt he's the future leadoff hitter for the Orioles because his eye was so good as an amateur. He was so good in the minors. And if you look at late last year, he started to walk a ton. And I actually asked him this season, I said, Jackson, what happened? You were walking a little bit, and then all of a sudden you were walking a lot. And he could not pinpoint any change or any approach change or anything. It just started to get better for him in that regard. And he's got speed. He's got a little pop. I just think he can make it happen at the top of the lineup. And the Orioles really don't have a prototypical leadoff hitter. And so I think they've been waiting for him to get going for an extended period to throw him in there. But why not have him at some point, whether it's next year, be that guy and have the power guys a little lower? And I think he could be a 75 to 100 walk guy, steal 25 bags, hit 15 bombs, and really be productive there.
Steve, something that we're going to get into on the other side is Gunnar Henderson. And we've asked you a lot about him when you've come on with us. We've talked a lot about Gunnar Henderson on Birdland territory. And when I was looking up numbers this morning, I really was stunned at how bad it's gotten. Since July 1st, out of 256 qualified batters, he's 245th in batting average, 233rd in OPS. Clearly, this is just heading towards just a bad year for him. That is what it is. But what are realistic expectations for Gunnar to finish out this season?
Tim, I keep feeling the guy is going to get it going, and he just never does for an extended period. So it's turning into a lost year. Can it be salvaged? It can to some degree. But we're looking at a player who's almost 200 OPS points beyond his peak. And we thought we would see 850, consistently from this guy. And so I think he's just feeling the way of the world. We see it, the emotion, both good and bad, come out, which I think is showing his true feelings. Because in the moment, you can't hide emotion. And we see Gunnar get emotional even on challenging pitches. It's like, oh, Gunnar, why did he challenge that? Because he just wants to do badly, well, so much for this team. I'm telling you, this kid is all heart. He'll work through it. It's going to take a lot more than this year for me to not believe in Gunnar Henderson as a person, a player. But it's been incredibly disappointing. He is getting beaten too much on fastballs. He seems to have to take one right down the middle and then swing at one on the corner. He's just all out of whack right now. And he's chasing too much, and the plate discipline that he showed isn't there. So I don't know the answer, and the Orioles don't either, but I would have probably dropped them in the order by now. They choose not to, and this is where we're at.
He's Steve Molesky. Steve, tell everybody what's the latest with the Substack and Birdland territory.
Tim, I have been busy on this Substack, man. And if anybody wants to check out the Steve on Baseball Substack, in just the last week, I've written huge profiles on the pitchers they got from Boston. Big story on Michael Ferret. Big story on the amount of pitching prospects they have now. And it's not me selling anything, Tim. It's what I do. I've built a reputation on covering the farm and knowing young players and enjoying getting to know them. And along that line, tomorrow, I have a big story coming on JT Quinn. He just got promoted from Frederick to Double-A. This is a minor league pitcher that the Orioles did something very unusual a couple weeks ago. Frederick, in late June, had one game they had to win that night to win the first half championship, and they bumped Quinn up a day to pitch that game. And in the minors, they just don't do that. You stay on your schedule, you get your rest, you pitch when you're supposed to. They moved him up because this kid was a big game pitcher at Georgia, and he's got a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. And, you know, right now, Tim, he's ranked like as their 7th or 8th best prospect among the pitchers, which shows you what they've done here in the last year or two with their pitching.
He's Steve Molesky. Make sure to check it out. A lot of great stuff happening on Steve's Substack. Steve, thanks so much as always, man. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thanks.
You got it. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. You want to jump in, now's your chance. Jump to the front of the line. What are realistic expectations for Gunnar Henderson from here on out? If you want to talk Ravens, we'll talk Ravens as well. But we're focusing on Gunnar. We're going to dive into the ugly numbers since July 1st. And what are our expectations for his runway to finish the season?
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the game that was against Dean Kramer and the Minnesota Twins and focus on Game 2 of the series. Ken McCusick joins us in studio as we'll continue to break down training camp and all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Steele makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801, 410-793-1801.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-856-4300. That's 800-856-4300. 800-856-4300.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. the Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Femi, Tim, and Ken break down the birds.
This is a big Baltimore chop.
Baltimore chop on the final drive.
Big chopper over the mound.
105.7 The Fan.
Big chance for Gunnar Henderson now as the Orioles string together back-to-back hits off Montgomery.
And that's in there for a called third strike. Outside corner, top of the zone. And Henderson gets punched out for the final out of the inning. No runs, 2 hits.
That highlight, courtesy of Masson and Rangers Television. Orioles won the game 10-5, but Gunnar Henderson, he struck out twice, and he was 0 for 4, and then he ended up getting pulled from the game after his final at-bat in the 7th inning. And I was looking up numbers this morning, Femi, and they were, frankly, even worse than I thought.
Yep.
Gunnar's struggling immensely here, and for so long, Femi, at the beginning of the season, all right, he'll turn it on. Okay, well, June's always his best month of his career. And now it's just, we're way beyond the point of no return. To use Steve's words, and I agree with him wholeheartedly, this is a lost year for Gunnar Henderson. It just is. The numbers at the end of the season are going to be bad. But what can he do in the final 44 games? Before we get to that point, though, since July 1st, there are 256 qualified batters in MLB. Gunnar Henderson is batting 171. That's 245th. He's got an on-base of 285, 193rd. Slug of 282. That's 235th. His OPS is 567, 233rd. 8 RBIs, tied for 214th. He's got 2 multi-hit games. He's got 2 homers since July 1st. It is brutal for Gunnar Henderson. No way around it.
Yeah, there are pitches that he would normally put into the right field bleachers that they're high and tight, 4-seam fastballs that you would think he'd normally get to. And pitchers don't even care now. They're not even afraid at this point. And what they do now is they set him up inside, high and tight, and then they're going, off speed away and low. And he's chasing things now at this point as well. You know what I mean? So I just feel like we know the talent is there. He's too young to fall off a cliff like that in a way that I would think is permanent. I've been floating the question this whole time. Like, I feel like it's something technical more than mechanical. And what I mean by that, let me rephrase that. It's more psychological than technical or mechanical. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, dude.
No, you're good.
You know where I'm going with it.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's astonishing though, because if you just looked at the numbers and then you saw the name, you'd be like, I couldn't have projected or predicted this is where we'd be.
And I know this isn't fair to say, but Gunner's a victim of his own success, and we hold Gunnar Henderson to such a high standard because he set that high standard as a very young ball player. This was an all-star a couple years ago, a guy in the MVP talks in the first half of 2024. If Gunnar Henderson played to his expectations this year, the Orioles would have a wild card spot right now. There's no question about that in my mind. And now you're looking forward. Of course, I'm not expecting the Gunnar Henderson of old in this 44-game stretch, but does he have any more big moments in him? It's not that long ago against the Phillies when he had that big 2-run triple. Remember, and you just saw the overwhelming emotion. He's punching the dirt after driving those 2 runs to give the Orioles the lead that they wouldn't relinquish later in that game. Can he be better with runners in scoring position? Because that's been a huge calling card for him. Can he play more of a clean shortstop?
Yeah, I mean,
because the errors have just been overflowing.
I think he can. I mean, will he? Like I said, I'm head down, one step in front of the other. I'm not looking too far ahead. I think our baseball insider Ryan Ripken said it best, that he cares too much and does too much and tries too hard, and that's part of his biggest issue, is that he's squeezing so tightly. I'm sure that he's gone through the full list of potential things that he could do in regard to pre-game, post-game, sitting down and talking about it. I'm sure he's running through all of it. He's probably a little bit taken aback by the regression. I think that the best thing to do right now is to set short, small goals and try to build on those. And look, really good athletes are notorious for being able to compartmentalize things and create a game in their minds to kind of block out the noise and create some type of scenario where you put yourself in the best headspace to play the best. My assumption is he's probably tried some version of that, but you have to keep trying. You know what I mean? So look, my expectations are that this is kind of where he is right now. We've seen odd things happen in baseball, though, right? You know, that there's the anomalies in baseball that are always mind-boggling. Could he turn it around? Yeah, I'm hopeful that he can. But like right now, I'm just going to sit back and watch because I'm not super hopeful at this point.
Family, they can't bat him leadoff.
No.
You can't. Yeah. He batted leadoff the entire Rangers series. He was 0 for 11. That you have to drop him down at this point. It's incredible that they haven't, but you got to drop him down.
I'd love to see him probably hit like 5th in the lineup. You know what I mean? There's a case that you could probably hit him 6 or 7 too. I just don't know what that does. Look, if you're just looking at your lineup and you're looking at who's been the most productive and how do we space these guys out to give ourselves the best opportunities to have more runners in scoring position, you got to move down in the lineup for sure. I just don't know. I feel like he's wound so tight right now.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't know what that does for him. And based on where they are, we're kind of making this, like, you always got to put the team first, but the team success is contingent on your talent and your long-term talent. He's your long-term talent. Can he just finish this season out, and regardless of how it happens, they're doing what they need to do to try to make this playoff pushing? Can he separate that from what happens going forward? I would hope that he could. I mean, that's what athletes need to do sometimes. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'd love to see him hit 5th, 6th, 7th, somewhere in there.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. We'll ask Jonas what Jacoby Lane's bust is going to look like in Canton, Ohio, because we're already we're carving it out right now, Femi, with how good his camp has been, right? 3:45, we're going to go around the NFL. Laramie Tunsil suffers a torn triceps. Luther Burden, he's going to miss all of preseason. And there's a resolution, an odd one, to the Kirk Cousins, Max Crosby situation that we touched on before we got up out of here on Friday. But coming up next, we're going to take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. What are your expectations for Gunnar Henderson down the stretch? This Orioles offense was yesterday just an anomaly. Is it going to get back to getting shut down by Dean Kramer today, or are they going to light up Dean Kramer? 410-583-1057. We're taking your phone calls next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel. Tomorrow, 10 till 2. 105.7 The Fan.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerry'shomeservices.com.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FLEX to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FLEX to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FLEX.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
CO's offense mustered just 2 runs over their first 2 games of their series against the Rangers prior to scoring 10 yesterday. Manager Craig Albernaz was proud of his team salvaging the series finale to stay in the mix for the final wild card spot.
50-game season to kind of finish up strong, and the first 2 games were tough, but being able to salvage this win here and and then take it to Minnesota and kind of put our best foot forward there. So, yeah, this one was huge.
The Birds road trip continues against another wild card hopeful in the Twins. Trevor Rogers will start for the Birds, while Dean Kramer will get a crack at his former team. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, with Ryan Ripken and yours truly, gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 91. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
O's dropped their first series of the road trip in Arlington. The Rangers won the first 2 games. O's were able to salvage the series finale, and now they're in Minnesota, Femi. 7:40 first pitch, Baltimore baseball tonight. Yours truly and Ryan Ripken at 6 immediately following us on the final drive. Want to get the people's thoughts on the Orioles. 410-583-1057. Are they still really alive? Do you like their chances at making the playoffs? What do you think of Gunnar Henderson and his struggles? We gave you the numbers. He's one of the worst qualified hitters in baseball since July 1st, which is something I never thought that I would say, especially coming into this year. And also Ravens. Femi and I were out at practice over the weekend. Femi was there Saturday. I was there yesterday. We played some Marlon Humphrey sound earlier in the show. Very candid. Yeah. I thought his presser was really awesome, quite frankly. People's thoughts on Marlon Humphrey, 410-583-1057. Could he have a bounce-back season in store? But let's go out to the phones. Rashawn is in Baltimore. Rashawn, you're on the Fan.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
When it comes to Gunnar, I'm wondering, was he out of options or something like that? Because why didn't they Vince probably send him down? To see if we can work on some things down in AAA. I mean, I know it's kind of too late now because we trying to, push for this wild card, but I'm curious about that. Maybe they want to hurt his feelings. I mean, a guy like Gunnar, he get mad and definitely not want to resign because you sent him down, but he should even want to get sent down to work on some things. He's struggling like this. This guy was supposed to be the future.
He's got 3 options, Rashawn, but you just don't say. I mean, Rashawn, we didn't see Kowser get sent down at any point. We didn't see Kobe Mayo get sent down at any point. That it wouldn't make much sense.
I think he's just too talented, Rashawn. Yeah. He's got to work through it at the big leagues. I think he's earned that right, I believe. And I hear you. If you just took away the number and the name off the back of the jersey, and you saw the performances of late, and you forgot what he's done in the past, I see what you're saying. But I think based on who he is and some of the achievements, I think that could be a bigger issue if you were to send him down, personally.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hopefully he can get it together, and hopefully he can have a coming out party tonight against Dean Kramer, which shouldn't be hard to do, looking at Dean Kramer past a couple starts when he was with us. So
he was great that first start with the Twins, man.
Yeah, he did, which is kind of strange. Maybe he was trying to pitch his way out of Baltimore when he was with us, so who knows? But, all right, man, y'all have a good one, though. All
right, we'll see you, Rashawn. Yeah, it's going to be interesting tonight, man. It's funny. I sort of feel the same way that I felt about Grayson Rodriguez, where it was going to go one of 2 ways. He's either going to shove or get killed, and Grayson had the best start of his season.
Still won, though.
They did. He went 7 innings, gave up 2 earned runs. Grayson Rodriguez didn't get any run support. But Dean Kramer, we've seen him come up big in a lot of big-time spots. I just wonder how amped up he's going to be going against his former team, because he's going to want to show what they were missing.
Yeah, my guess is that this is going to get him focused and dialed in. You know what I mean? I mean, he's crafty, right? It's not like he's going to blow you away with his stuff. These guys have been watching him for a long time, so I'm gonna. I don't know what the line is right now, but I'm gonna go advantage Orioles tonight. And look, I know after they produce 10 runs, you kind of wonder what's the output going to be on the backside. We know that hasn't been a theme. You score 10 runs and then you score a bunch of runs the next night. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I'll give the O's the advantage. My guess is they're going to have a nice little book on Dean to give themselves some advantages.
410-583-1057. Kevin is in Parkville. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
Yeah, I was thinking about Gunnar. I was thinking like his swing just seems like he's trying too hard. And I don't know if it's his eyes, but there's another thing. When I looked it up, they got 2 new batting coaches, and one of the guys was brought in to change the batter's psychological approach. And he was going to fine-tune them, and he was talking before the season, and I was reading this thing, and he said, so before the season, I'm going to improve their psychological approach to the game. And he's not really he doesn't have like a baseball player. He wasn't a baseball player. And I'm wondering if he screwed him up, because Gunnar just seemed to be a free swinger.
Well, Kevin, thanks for the call. And look, something about his swing, I think, there's something there. And when Brad Brock was on with us last week, you sort of asked him that question, Femi, is this more mental? Is it more? And I think it's a little bit of both at this point. The hitting coach thing, look, this team has cycled through hitting coach after hitting coach after hitting coach. And at some point, you need some continuity, for sure. But it's hard for me to get too worked up over the hitting coaches.
Yeah, I'm not worked up over that at all. I think a lot of times when things go wrong, you end up with too many chefs, as they say, too many cooks in the kitchen. My guess is Gunnar's probably watched quite a bit of film. He probably has a pretty good idea of where the holes are in his swing. And my guess is he's trying his darndest to get it sorted out. But sometimes it just takes time and maybe just a little break to get away from everything and kind of just reset. And maybe that's what Gunnar's going to need is a reset to kind of get him back. But he's not the first player that has had a bunch of accolades and then had a year that just is unexplainable. It's baseball. These things happen. So long term, am I concerned? No. Would I love to see him finish, hit 270 or 280 over the next 44 or 45 games and hit 6 or 7 bombs? That would be outstanding. That would kind of get him back on the right foot for 2027. But he's just going to have to play his way through it. There's just no other way. You just got to go through.
Larry is in Baltimore. Larry, on the Fan.
Yeah, y'all bear with me because I know y'all going to defend this. Mm-hmm. Why didn't they trade Gunnar? Isn't what's his name? Boss's agent?
Scott Boras, yes.
Okay, he's not staying in Baltimore. Y'all know that, right?
It does seem unlikely, yes.
Okay, so why didn't they just trade him and get what they could get for him?
You're not trading him at peak value. You're trading him in the midst of the worst season of his career. Now, this is going to be a conversation that's going to resurface next year. Could it be a situation exactly like with Adley Rutschman where you trade him with a year and a half to go? That's a distinct possibility.
Adley, that was full of crap, too. They know when they signed Basayo, he knew he was going out of town. I've been an Oriole fan for years. That's how I'm sounding like I'm sounding. But if he ain't going to stay here, toodaloo. He can go. He's not the only one on earth that can play shortstop.
I get what you're saying, Larry, but it's about getting the best return that you can get. And right now, you would not get anywhere near the best return you would get for Gunnar Henderson. And this is also a team that thinks that they're going to be back in contention in next year. Let's just grab one more call real quick. Kevin is in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, Tim and Tommy?
What's up, Kevin?
Chilling, fellas. Just trying to get after it out here in the world of concrete, my man. But I just had 2 quick points. One Ravens point. Yeah, I think, like you were saying, Femi, we kind of have an embarrassment of riches. I think Justice Hill is one of the players that you want to be able to compliment the most. That guy's been a warrior here. I'd like to hear your thoughts, Femi, on being around star players during your time on the field. And, did you feel like most of the time those guys were facing an uphill battle, or did you feel like they were kind of more downhill? If you could just share your experience with those guys similar to Gunnar Henderson and where he's at, I'd love to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
thanks, Kevin.
I think that, I think in the locker room, everybody's kind of the same. I think stardom is based on how the fans view athletes, and maybe sometimes the front office and the coaches too, because when you're talented, you things are built around you, right? Like the system is sort of built around Lamar. He's earned that, right? But when it comes to like kind of the day in and day out of being in the locker room, guys are just guys. You'd be surprised who the locker room leaders are. They might not be the guys with the best stats. They might be the guys that are the oldest or the most experienced or the most vocal in some ways and just know how to get guys right. So the locker room has a way of being very flat. There's not a lot of hierarchy necessarily. Now, what does get you cachet is how long you played, like knowledge of the game, experiences. Like everybody respects and appreciate that. That's how the locker room works.
Coming up at 4:15, Femi was out at Ravens practice on Saturday when Zay Flowers suffered that quad contusion. Any cause for concern? Who could benefit during the practices in which Zay ends up missing? Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. He's going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll get Jonas's thoughts on Marlon Humphrey, him meeting with the media Saturday. What has he thought of Marlon thus far during training camp, as well as Jacoby Lane and others. But coming up next, we're going around the NFL, and the Commanders took a big blow because Laramie Tunsil, he suffered a torn triceps, expected to miss most, if not all, of the season. Luther Burden suffered a groin injury. He's going to miss all of the preseason. What do we think of the Bears? What's their encore going to look like in 2026?
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the game that was against Dean Kramer and the Minnesota Twins and focus on Game 2 of the series. Ken McCusick joins us in studio as we'll continue to break down training camp and all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. News over the weekend from Raiders camp had both Kirk Cousins and Max Crosby sitting out of practice on Saturday due to a fight on Friday. You have to wonder today how many teams picked up the phone and called Vegas to see if Crosby is available. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's chumba.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at ProStatusFinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Tonight, cloudy with a chance of rain and a low around 76. Tomorrow, high near 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayambadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
I can smell it, man. Football games. We had the Hall of Fame game last week. We have the Ravens preseason opener Saturday against the Eagles, but I mean, that's fake football, right? Like college football week 0, that's coming up in a few weeks. And then, of course, week 1, the Ravens open their regular season in Indianapolis. Can't wait for that. But I say this all the time. There's not a worse injury than injuries that are suffered, serious injuries that are suffered during training camp. And that's exactly what happened with Laramie Tunsil over the weekend. And coincidentally enough, he was going up against former Raven Adafe Owe in a one-on-one pass rush drill, and he suffered a torn triceps, Femi. It likely requires surgery. He's going to miss at least a significant portion of the regular season. We know Laramie Tunsil. We know he's one of the highest paid left tackles in all of football. How big of a blow is this for the Commanders?
Yeah, I mean, like I literally was thinking about Leon Searcy. He was my teammate.
Yeah.
You know, I remember when this happened. He had just signed a 6-year, $31.5 million deal in 2001 with us, and tore his tricep tendon. And look, the tricep tendon is that's a small ligament that does not get a ton of blood flow. It takes a long time for that to heal. So I feel for the Commanders and that investment and what that means. You know. Protecting their quarterback's blind side. It's unfortunate. It's football. You know, every time we go into training camp, we hold our breath because we know a star that we care about, hopefully not someone on our team, but someone around the league is going to get hurt in camp, and it's going to be significant, and it's going to affect what happens going forward. Now, I haven't done a deep dive on the Commanders and their depth. I don't know who's going to play left tackle for them now. But they brought him in to serve and protect their quarterback because of the injuries that he went through last year. They don't want to see Marcus Mariota out there anymore. Is Marcus Mariota even on the team still? Is he still their backup? I don't even know that. I have to look that up. But It's unfortunate, but it's inevitable. Is all I can say. It's Thanos. It's inevitable.
Staying in the NFC, Luther Burden, he's expected to miss the preseason after suffering a groin injury in practice. And those soft tissue injuries, groin injuries, no one likes groin injuries, Femi. That's for damn sure. But Burden, he was one of so many contributors for that Bears team. It really was the pick your poison offense under Ben Johnson. Declan Doyle, of course, was the offensive coordinator. But sort of looking more big picture with this Bears team, Femi, they were on a bit of a magic carpet ride
Big
last
time.
year. Let's call it what it is and give them all the credit in the world, because 11-6, you win a playoff game, but you look at all the come from behind wins. You look at all the crazy last second, fourth quarter comebacks. Is that a regression candidate for you?
I think it is. I mean, they're going to have a harder schedule for sure. And you saw what Jaden Daniels and the Commanders did 2 years ago. They were 2025's version of the Commanders, weren't they, to some degree? Right?
Yeah.
Now, they didn't make it to an NFC championship game, but I think they punched above their weight. And as a result of that, you see all these expectations. I'm looking for a bit of regression. I think they'll still be a good team, but if they were 9-8, would I be surprised? No, I wouldn't be surprised. Do I think they're the best team in that division? No. I don't think they're the best team in that division. I think Detroit is, actually.
I think that division is so fascinating.
It is fascinating because I think any team can win that division, right?
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think the Packers, I'm not as high on them after how they finished the season, and it looks like LaFleur, maybe he might have lost his job at that point.
Kyler Murray in Minnesota, though?
Well, my thing with Minnesota, O'Connell is a hell of a coach for me.
Yeah.
They had
San Diego State, by the way, San Diego State.
They had arguably the worst quarterback playing football last year.
Yeah.
They had a winning record.
I know.
I don't know how that.
No,
happened.
I remember the Ravens playing in Minnesota. That was a pretty wild game.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? But I respect Kevin O'Connell. You know, he did play quarterback at San Diego State. He's one of those coaches they call an offensive savant, a quarterback guru. Justin Jefferson, one of the best receivers in the NFL. They got a solid defense. I could make a case for Minnesota with Kyler. I think Kyler's going to end up being the starter. I believe if they can keep him protected and have him play within the confines of the offense, which I think Kevin's going to try to get him to do to play on time, I think they could be dangerous. Now, once again, I think the Bears are going to be good. I think they're going to be a playoff team potentially. But I still think Detroit, similar to what Baltimore did last year, I think they're going to rise back to the top of the division.
Quickly, we hit on this as we were leaving on Friday during the 2-minute warning, and you were a little agitated bringing this up because Max Crosby, he ended up hitting Kirk Cousins not once but twice in practice, and he was kind of bringing up, hey man, I only go one speed, I've done this my whole career, and like this kind of macho. So him and Kirk Cousins got into it. Kirk's grabbing his jersey. Well, Raiders coach Clint Kubiak, he held both of them out of practice because of that scuffle. He held him out of practice on Saturday. He said this: we have very clear expectations on how we want to practice and how we want to go about our business, and we violated that. So we held those guys out. That's all I'm going to say about it. We addressed it with the team, and we're moving on. I don't understand holding out Kirk. If you wanted to make an example out of Max, I get it, but keeping your quarterback out makes no sense to me.
Let me take my glasses off when I do this.
He's running hot right now if you're watching on YouTube.
What are we doing? Las Vegas Raiders, what are we doing? This is some of the dumbest you-know-what I've ever heard. Max Crosby is probably the most well-known player on their team. He's an all-pro. He sets the standard. There's no way on God's good green earth should he have, first of all, what he said was so idiotic. It doesn't make any sense to me. The quarterback wears a red jersey for a reason. No one ever touches the quarterback. Everyone knows this. And the idea that you're going to hold them both accountable because Kirk Cousins, first of all, where's the offensive line? Why isn't there an offensive lineman jumping in Max's face? I mean, is Max the one in the red jersey? Is he carte blanche? Does he just do whatever he wants? It sounds like he's the one running practice. I mean, the idea that you would punish a guy like Kirk Cousins, who is basically Clark Kent. I mean, great family man, awesome leader, good all-around dude. Watch the show Quarterback on Netflix. You're going to love Kirk Cousins. There's nothing not to like about Kirk Cousins. He studies, he's diligent, he cares about his teammates, he cares about the fans. He does everything right. And then you have Max, smoking weed, writing rap songs. Look, hey, I'm about all that. That's cool. I'm about it. But I'm not a professional athlete anymore. You know what I mean? Like I like the idea that athletes have a lot more freedom than they had when I played. I'm not even mad. I'm happy. You guys should do all the things. But when it comes to your work product and the code and the way you're supposed to play, what are we doing? Max should have been sat down. He should have been fined, and he should have given Kirk a public apology, honestly. And the offensive lineman, where are you guys at? Like, this to me showed me nothing. It told me nothing. I hated what I heard coming out of Clint Kubiak's mouth and how they addressed it. You punished the wrong person, and the punishment is nothing. Like, it doesn't make players want to be thoughtful or kind or respectful. It's just like, oh, he hit the quarterback. It's fine. It's Max. That's what it sounds like to me. Anyway, that's where I'm at on it.
I wish you gave a strong opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so silly, man. Yeah, you should have heard me in my house last night.
Coming up at 4:30, Jacoby Lane. He is the talk of training camp. He met with the media for the first time during camp yesterday. We're going to play some of his best sound at 4:30. At 4:15, scary situation when Zay Flowers went down. Thankfully, it's just a quad contusion. We'll get more into that at 4:15. But coming up next, Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. We'll get Jonas's thoughts on Jacoby Lane and other big standouts from Ravens training camp.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and The Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
The summer sell-a-thon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR, FHFur.com.
Play more, win big, all summer long during the 12th anniversary celebration at Horseshoe Baltimore. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Earn 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st. Then join Horseshoe Casino on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore for all the excitement. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My Chemical Romance brings the Black Parade Tour to Nationals Park on August 18th, a Live Nation show. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Jacoby Lane has been a consistent standout throughout training camp. Declan Doyle recently compared Lane to Michael Thomas, which left the rookie very excited.
That's where I got my Instagram name from, Can't Guard Mike. So that dude is the GOAT in my eyes, and I think being able to be compared by him is nothing but a blessing. But at the same time, I haven't done half the stuff he's done in the NFL. So just trying to realize that and do it in my own way and just grow every day.
Trevor Rogers will take the mound in the series opener against the Twins tonight. Rogers got back on track during his prior start as he allowed 2 runs and tied a season high in strikeouts with 9 across 6 innings versus the Angels. Dean Kramer will start for Minnesota. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 91. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
We are just 5 days away until the Ravens play a football game again at M&T Bank Stadium. I guess it's their first game there since the Patriots debacle, where Derrick Henry didn't get a touch in the final 12 minutes of that game. But whatever, we don't need to revisit that. We don't need to bring up.
Why you gotta bring up old stuff?
Well, we'll bring up some current stuff with Jonas Schaefer, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. And Jonas, the Ravens weren't on the practice field today, but if they were, I'm sure everyone would have been tweeting about Jacoby Lane because that's just all that's happened the first 10 practices of training camp. What's been your perspective of Jacoby Lane's first training camp with the Ravens?
Yeah, I figured I was going to get a Jacoby Lane question when I hopped on with you guys, so I was just kind of racking my brain for what is the adjective that is best captures the Jacoby Lane experience. I would say supersized, and it's not just because of his hands or his vert or the downfield target range, but our intern Vivian Yao did a nice story on the Jacoby Lane experience, and I went looking through the Twitter view count honestly from the Ravens to see just how viral his stuff has gotten, and I think it was 4 of the 8 views highlights from the Ravens Twitter channel that have gotten over 250,000 views as of yesterday were Jacoby Lane catches. And then I was like, oh, I wonder how his press conference yesterday did on their YouTube channel. And of course, the only guy, as far as I could tell, who got more views in training camp, from those podium sessions was none other than Lamar Jackson. So you've gotten Jacoby Lane is outdoing Zay Flowers in the same camp where Zay Flowers just got, $100+ million guaranteed. So I think that really speaks to just how much investment there is from this Ravens fan base in Jacoby Lane. And I think that just goes to show like the power and the hold that a prototypical X receiver, if we're calling him that, which, maybe we shouldn't, kind of has over a fan base. Like the idea that this guy could be something that Lamar has not had over his career. And I think it also probably goes to show just how much of, his own kind of savvy social media, alternate accounts has over a part of the fan base that might not be listening to terrestrial radio, but obviously, is very invested in his own success.
Hey, Jonas, we got to watch practice together on Saturday, and obviously when the rain started and we ended up inside, I think the interview that I was most just surprised by was Marlon. The transparency, the honesty, the self-deprecation, almost the sense of his football mortality to some degree, and just what he wanted and what he expected, and the clear communication. I think a lot of people see the veneer of Marlon and the jokes and the silliness and his podcasting career, and I'm not sure if they really know who he is. And after seeing his interview, I'm not really sure I know who he is. I thought it was really refreshing. What did you take away from him being at the podium on Saturday?
Yeah, I think there's always I think this is actually the case last year. Like there was a Sun intern who came in with designs on writing, a great Marlon Humphrey feature, and then the Marlon Humphrey feature, ends up being kind of half-baked because Marlon Humphrey doesn't want to participate in. And like I know maybe his perspective on the media is kind of softening. And listen, like I'm not telling anyone to love the media or hate the media, because what we do is not always in the best interest of fandom. But like he doesn't make himself all that available, which is a shame, because when he does talk, you get these great insights into what it's like to be a modern 21st century athlete. And I think obviously probably the thing that would be most appealing if I were a Ravens fan from that podium session on Saturday was him saying, like, I want to be coached. I want to be coached, especially by this coaching staff. I mean, I think Mike Mickens is great for what Marlon could be. I do wonder if maybe Mike Mickens and Marlon Humphrey were kind of like ships passing in the night, because the Marlon who got up to the podium on Saturday looks a little thinner than the Marlon I think we all remember from his prime playing days. Like I would have loved to see Mike Mickens, who played a lot of man coverage at Notre Dame, have gotten his hands on Marlon back when he was in his quote unquote physical prime. But I do think that there are certain situations where Mike and Jesse and Anthony Weaver have will be able to dispense wisdom that Marlon probably needs. And I was ready to kind of exclude him from my stock up, stock down that went up this morning, because I thought that his play was stabilizing a little bit, and he gives up 2 chunk plays to Jacoby Lane and also commits a DPI. So maybe it's just a byproduct of this Ravens passing game being better than we give it credit for. But I also would like to see his play stabilized before before I say that he is a full tier better than TJ Tampa on the Ravens cornerback depth chart.
We're speaking to Jonas Schaefer. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan. Jonas, heading into camp, we would ask you about the offensive line repeatedly, and they ended up bringing in Ethan Posick. And you were still skeptical of this unit, and since we last talked, they've, of course, put on the pads. How have you thought the offensive line has held up thus far?
Yeah, I don't think it's changed my expectations too much. I think it's hard to evaluate someone like Ronnie Stanley when you're going up against Trey Hendrickson, who's clearly in great shape, and I think always in these kind of scenarios, because of how long these play calls go on for without too much of the threat of sacks. It's really hard to make too much of a big deal of it, and obviously they haven't had their alphas in the middle because of Calais Campbell only getting back to work. I did see him have a nice win. I think in Sunday's practice that was a good sign, but Travis Jones hasn't been in there. Not a whole lot from Aeneas Peebles, and this is the kind of scenario where you would like to see him flash. So it's hard for me to make too much of the interior, but I think Roger Rosengarten's play has stabilized, which is a good sign after some of those iffy reps against maybe Tavius Robinson early on. But yeah, I think hopefully we can see as many of these guys in preseason play as possible, because I don't really have a too firm an opinion on whether this group is meeting my expectations or falling short.
So who's the person in camp that you would say your highest riser? And you can't say Jacoby Lane. You can't say Jacoby Lane. Other than him, who's the person that's really kind of caught your attention? I think, and I'll start this off for you, Jonas, because for me, I've really liked what I've seen out of Adam Randall. I'm sure you're not going to be surprised by that. I had a feeling he'd run behind his pads. I had a chance to talk to the running back coach Saturday. You were standing right behind me. I love the answers that he gave about Adam. But for you, who's your highest riser right now so far in camp?
Yeah, this isn't to discredit Adam Randall, because I think for me, like stock up, it's not just whether you're doing well, but whether you did well beforehand. And I think I was impressed sufficiently with Adam Randall in OTAs and in minicamp, where it's like, yeah, kind of what I've seen in training camp is what I saw during off-season workouts. And maybe this is like kind of a cop-out answer, because I think I saw similar flashes during OTAs and minicamp, but I guess I would say TJ Tampa. He's just done everything so well and so quietly, and I just really have been impressed with him. I think what makes the Jacoby Lane sensation so sensational is there wasn't really a whole lot of traces of this in off-season workouts. So I think the risers that I put on my list today at the banner are guys who we have seen do this pretty well. I think probably maybe if we want to give a shout out for guys at the bottom of the depth chart, I really liked what I've seen from Ethan Burke. Again, his play has tailed off a little bit over this kind of second week of camp, but I do think he's a guy that if you're going into this preseason game against Philly looking for someone to root for, to have a kind of Keon Martin rise out of nowhere, I do think that Ethan Burke could be a guy that we're all talking about on Sunday morning.
He's Jonas Schaefer, covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. Jonas, we appreciate it as always. We'll talk next week.
All right, guys. We'll see you soon.
You got it. Coming up at 4:45, we're going to get back into the O's, preview their series against the Twins. But if you missed it, the Orioles did make a roster move official. Cade Povich has been optioned to AAA Norfolk. They have recalled Cam Sanders, who, if you remember, he pitched out of the pen in the Houston series, got out of a couple of crazy jams. So right now, Orioles only operating with a 4-man starting rotation. That points towards Chris Bassett joining this starting rotation, presumably on Friday, because he'll have, 6 or 7 days since he has last pitched. So O's opting for an extra bullpen arm in the meantime. Coming up at 4:30, though, we're going to get into Jacoby Lane. Here's some of his sound from meeting with the media yesterday. But coming up next, Zay Flowers. Femi saw the injury happen, and thankfully it's not anything serious. Sounds like it's a day-to-day thing. That's what Jesse Minter said, but it's a quad contusion. What does that mean? Who does this give an opportunity to step up for during practice in the interim? We'll tell you next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the game that was against Dean Kramer and the Minnesota Twins and focus on Game 2 of the series. Ken McCusick joins us in studio as we'll continue to break down training camp and all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a shit.
It's Smiles for Miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com. Woohoo!
Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts. That's up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's Smiles for Miles. Shop AndersonBuickGMC.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist. Broken thumb can't make a fist. Busted knee, surgery. That patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid.
Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Carroll County in north central Maryland, northern Baltimore City in northern Maryland, northeastern Howard County in central Maryland, west central Baltimore County in northern Maryland until 4:45 p.m. At 4:14 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Randallstown, Oregon, 7 miles west of Pikesville, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, photos in the direct path of a tornado touchdown. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Damage to roofs, siding, and windows may occur. Mobile homes may be damaged or destroyed. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Baltimore, Pikesville, Towson, Randallstown, Owings Mills, Milford Mill, Reisterstown, Lockern, Mays Chapel, and Timonium around 4:20 p.m. Parkville and Kearney around 4:25 p.m. Rosedale around 4:30 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Henryton, Ruxton, Loveville, Eutawood, Riderwood, Granite, Brooklinville, Garrison, Macdonell, and Loch Raven Village. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist. Broken thumb can't make a fist. Busted knee, surgery. That patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Catholic schools embrace students and families from diverse, religious, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. Rooted in the belief that we are all children of God, our schools foster an inclusive environment. While our schools offer a comprehensive academic curriculum, we embrace a holistic approach that nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Learn more at archbald.org/schools. That's archbald.org/schools.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway with some volume from 95 to Wilkins Avenue. 95 northbound, the volume works its way from 695 to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. DW Parkway northbound has stop-and-go traffic between 648 and Monroe Street. 895 with a heavy volume from Route 2 heading northbound to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I feel really good about where that's at, and I think those types of things, may take a couple days, may take 1 day, 3 days, but I feel good that he'll be back out there being Zay here pretty soon.
That was Ravens head coach Jesse Minter meeting with the media yesterday. I was out at one winning drive yesterday. Femi, you were there on Saturday when the injury to Zay occurred. It ended up being diagnosed as a quad contusion. Jesse Minter said at that point it is a day-to-day situation. But what did you see? How did this occur? What does this mean for Zay Flowers?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a dig route or some deeper level crossing route. And I think Jalen Hawkins was just trying to simulate running through the tackle, just kind of trying to get his work in.
And they were not in pads Saturday,
they were not in pads, yeah. And it just kind of one of those things where Zay's leg happened to be where his knee was. There was no ill intent there. It's a little tight for me. Jalen Hawkins is not some first or second year guy. I mean, he's a veteran. He knows what's up. And you just got to err on the side of caution. And once again, look, it's easy for me to say this because something happened, but nothing happened in minicamp. Nothing happened in OTAs. Nothing happened the first, 10 practices. And then obviously you have a couple things that happen back to back and you just got to take care of each other. You know what I mean? And so my first thought, it was knee to knee. And I was like, oh no, knee to knee. Cause knee to knee is worse. The quad stuff is I've had a quad bruise before. And depending on how high it is, if the bone is hit, there can be a little bit of underneath bleeding, and that can drain into your groin, which is then just causes more stiffness. And the issue with the quad bruise is not acceleration so much as it is deceleration, right? And look, Zay's game is so much about his ability to tune up and tune down his speed, and kind of it's everything he does is kind of predicated on his agility. And a quad bruise is going to slow you down for a little bit. It's more irritating than long-term prognosis, scary or anything like that. But yeah, I was definitely concerned because I've seen some quad bruises go really far, but he looks like he's going to be fine based on what Coach Minter said.
Look, this is the time of the NFL calendar where time is on your side. You have more than a month until the season opener in Indianapolis, September 13th. So you err on the side of caution when it comes to a Zay Flowers. And I would expect him to miss at least tomorrow, maybe a couple more, maybe the rest of this week.
I was thinking a week when I saw it. I was thinking a week.
So who could benefit from this though, Femi? Because someone's got to take Zay's spot with the ones.
I think in a real in-game, if in a real game week, I think if Zay had to be out, I think everybody would benefit in regard to just opportunity, right? The tight ends you might have a little more 12 or 13 in there, but directly in the wide receiver room, I'm going to look at Bate. I mean, obviously, I don't see him probably playing in. Look,
no,
I don't see him playing in this preseason game. Would it surprise me if he asked to play a little bit? No, it wouldn't, because I can see Bate might be wanting to get some work, because that's the sense I get of him. But once again, the coaches will probably hold him back. LeJonte Wester is the closest thing to Zay. There's really no other Zay on this team, but he's the closest thing to it. Elijah Surratt and Jacoby Lane are going to get their work. You know what I mean? That's the bottom line. Now, Jacoby, because he's shown so much at practice, You might not give him as much work, but down the line, you already knew that Zay wasn't going to play in the preseason anyway, right? So my point is that going into this preseason game is that all these guys that are behind him are going to get more work this week going into the game, which should prepare them better to perform in the game. So I'm looking at Elijah, and I'm looking at Chris Moore, and I'm really looking at Tez. So I think the whole room picks up some of the extra work throughout the course of the week in regard to 11 personnel. But in the game, the guys that were going to play most of the game are still going to play most of the game. So it doesn't change anything in regard to the preseason, in my opinion.
A tornado warning has been issued for Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, Howard County, and the city of Baltimore, effective until 4:48 p.m.
I want to thank Michael Jordan for joining the show. It was a great interview over the past 60 seconds there, Femi. But coming up next, we are going to continue the Ravens talk. Jacoby Lane, he has been the talk of training camp. We're going to play some of his best sound from meeting with the media next.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the Anthem. On August 20th, it's country rocker Co Wetzel. Punk rock stars Social Distortion stops by on September 4th. Then catch the legendary Ringo Starr and his all-star band on September 28th. And check out the iconic Morrissey on October 15th. 4 unbelievable shows in one place. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound has the volume building from 95 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the northbound side, delays to the tunnel come from Route 2. PW Parkway northbound is stop and go between 648 and Monroe Street. 95 northbound, the volume makes its way from 695 to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway with some volume from 95 to Wilkins Avenue and along the top side from 83 to Lock Raven Boulevard. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Theo's offense mustered just 2 runs over their first 2 games of their series against the Rangers prior to scoring 10 yesterday. Manager Craig Albernaz was proud of his team salvaging the series finale to stay in the mix for the final wild card spot.
50-game season to kind of finish up strong, and the first 2 games were tough, but being able to salvage this win here and then taking it to Minnesota and kind of put our best foot forward there. So yeah, this one was huge.
The Birds road trip continues against another wild card hopeful in the Twins. Trevor Rogers will start for the Birds, while Dean Kramer will get a crack at his former team. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, with Ryan Ripken and yours truly, gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 91. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
I wouldn't say I'm super blessed to be able to be in this position. I know this in this sport, they can love you 1 second and then they can hate you the next. So I don't think it's one of those things where I don't love it. I just know at the end of the day I have to do what I'm supposed to and catch the ball as my job. So I think being able to realize that I can maintain a pretty level mindset and just maintain confidence in my ability and go out there every day and be myself.
That was Jacoby Lane, who met with the media yesterday, and I was out at the Castle and was at that press conference, obviously, and I came away very impressed with Jacoby Lane, the person, and that was him asked about, hey, man, the fan base has already fallen in love with you. You haven't even played a preseason snap yet, and I thought that was a great answer, right? They can love you 1 second, they can hate you the next, but I can also imagine, Femi, how difficult it must be being a kid his age, 22, 23 years old, however old, and you're already experiencing this success. And we know the social media age where everyone's blown up, oh man, you're the next big thing. But to have that tunnel vision where, hey, I haven't accomplished anything yet. This has only been practice. I got to just keep my head down and not get this inflated ego from the pub that I'm generating to start camp.
Yeah, I was really...
Oh,
there all right, cool. Here we go. We're back. I was able to watch Jacoby Lane's... I don't know if it was a documentary. It was something that was created, some content that was created on YouTube. It was pre-draft. I think I told you the story about how Ken and I met for coffee, and I said, hey, I think the Ravens are going to draft this kid, Jacoby Lane, or I think they should draft him anyway. I didn't know if they would. I thought he would be a good fit here. But I was able to dig into that documentary that was made, and I learned a lot about some of the character traits that he developed through suffering through high school in his early days at USC, where he questioned if he belonged and if he was good enough. And he talked about crying and how his mother really had to talk him up and tell him to just keep working, get bigger, get stronger, get more confidence. And what we're seeing now is a kid that went through it and came out the other side. He's very early in his pro days, but what I'm talking about is the mental maturity it takes to be a professional athlete. And you hear the answers and you hear how cogent he speaks and how thoughtful he speaks. And that's not on accident. Those things only happen when you go through a lot of pain and a lot of failure. And to be so self-aware that he's not, betting the farm on what he's done through an off season of NFL preparation and, 2 weeks in minicamp. He's very level-headed, and I really appreciate that. But he goes out there and continues to make plays. And one of the things that Coach Minter mentioned was that this isn't a fluke now. He's doing it every day. I had the first pass that I saw on practice, in practice on Saturday, was Jacoby dropping a pass, actually. Hadn't seen that yet. And guess what he did? He proceeded to make 2 one-handed grabs and catch the next 4 balls that were thrown to him, and finish the routes and, do all the things that you want to see. You look, I know it's cliche for us to sit here and say, well, I want to see what he does when he makes a mistake. Football, like baseball, like all the sports, you're going to make mistakes. And he took it in stride, and no one's going to bat 1,000 in anything. We know that. But for him to go up in front of the microphone and not only be praised, but then to simultaneously in his own way kind of say, hey, I'm pumping the brakes too. Like, I got to keep doing this. I know how flighty this can be. I got a lot of work to do still. And it's refreshing to hear a kid. Is he 22? I mean, he's probably 22 years old. To be able to sit there and speak his thoughts so eloquently. I'm impressed with Jacoby the athlete and Jacoby the human being as well, just like you are, Tim.
We know Jacoby Lane's game is the 50-50 ball. 33% of his targets were contested. That was the highest share by a wide receiver in this year's draft class. And you got to win these 50-50 balls in practice to build that trust with Lamar Jackson. And Jacoby Lane talked about that.
I don't think there's a certain area that the trust is maximized at. I think I'm just doing everything to build trust in the offense as a whole. I think it goes a long way to the defensive guys to be able to trust me as well, just to show that I'm there, whether it's on special teams, whether it's blocking in any shape or form. I think it's important for me to build trust in all areas, just besides not just with Lamar. So I think being able to be a grown man and be able to do what I'm supposed to every day, whether it's on the field or off the field, that just gives trust in the whole building. So
I thought that was another great answer. But Femi, it's imperative because we know this guy's game. This isn't a burner. This isn't a guy that's going to create a ton of separation. I just gave that number. He's got to prove to Lamar Jackson where, hey, even if I'm covered, I'm not. Give me a chance and I'll come down with it.
I think he's getting better since look, when you're getting ready for the combine and the draft, you're very focused on combine drills. You know what I mean? That's true. And combine drills don't always translate, but they give you a snapshot. They're data points to collect and aggregate and to make projections. I think Jacoby's, look, he ran 4.47. I know that's linear speed. I think he's going to be better in all areas than people think. I mean, I've been at 4 practices now. I've got a chance to watch him up close. I've been analyzing his college tape since before the draft. So it's not like I haven't seen. He looks better now than he did he was a true senior, I believe, last year. He looks a lot better now, a lot more flexible. I mean, he's got a 6'9" wingspan. The catch radius is undeniable. I think he's going to surprise. I can't wait for the first opportunity where he catches a slant or a crossing route and has a chance to show his separation ability. We're going to get a good sense of what his football speed is like. And prior to him being drafted, Tim, the comp that I had for him was Isaiah Likely. Now, he is a much better athlete than Isaiah Likely, but Isaiah Likely was a gamer and a heck of a football player. But Isaiah Likely ran like a 4.7. You know what I mean? We're talking about a completely different animal here.
Well, the comp that Declan Doyle gave Jacoby Lane was Michael Thomas, and Jacoby Lane responded to that.
That's where I got my Instagram name from, Can't Guard Mike. So that dude is the GOAT in my eyes, and I think being able to be compared by him is of nothing but a blessing. But at the same time, I haven't done half the stuff he's done in the NFL. So just trying to realize that and do it in my own way and just grow every day.
I think all 3 of us were together last Thursday when Declan Doyle met with the media and gave that comparison. I think I said, dude, if he's anywhere close to Michael Thomas, sign me up. Michael Thomas set the catch record Okay, I know it fell off quickly and injuries really derailed his career, but he had a 3-year stretch where he was one of, if not the best wide receiver in football.
Yeah, and the reason I use the Isaiah Likely comp is because he's a former Raven that everybody knows. So I'm trying to bring it to a level that people can kind of like make a fair comparison with. Man, as far as receivers go, I mean, that's probably as good a comp as I've heard. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a ton of receivers. What was the kid's name? I think he played at Carolina.
Kelvin Benjamin. Look, Kelvin Benjamin was probably more physical, but like the size and the catch radius, the big body, that might be the only similarities maybe in those two. It's been a long time since I thought about Kelvin Benjamin, but I could see a little bit of a comp there, but I like the Mike comp. I think that, Michael Thomas at his peak, like you said, I mean, he had I think his, what was it, 150? Was it 150 catches? Was that his, am I crazy? That sounds like a crazy number, but was that the record that he set? Was it, what was it? You have it, Tim. It was 149 catches, which is ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking 152.
In 16 games, by the way.
That's insane.
Not 17,
that's
16.
insane. How many targets did he have that year?
185.
That is insane. That's over 10 targets a game. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's like way over. Yeah, it's way over 10 targets a game. So, look, the
More
beauty
than
of
11.
Yeah, exactly. The beauty of Jacoby coming here is that he's got an ensemble with him. He's got a bunch of guys that are dogs already. He doesn't have to do anything extraordinary. He just needs to stay in his lane, pun intended. Ooh, look at that. Look at what I did. Look at what I did, Mom.
That was cute.
Yeah. So, we assumed we were getting a back shoulder, third down, red zone target. Tim, we might be getting a complete football player.
I hope so. I'm still.
I know you're still skeptical.
See it.
You're still skeptical.
See it,
I know.
Man.
Well, skeptical is probably not the right word. You're cautiously optimistic.
That's what I would say.
There we go.
I look. It certainly beats the alternative. If this guy is not doing anything and he's dropping a bunch of balls, I don't want to diminish the phenomenal, because it has been phenomenal camps that Jacoby Lane's done. It's just, all right, let's see it during the games. I want to see it during the games because we've gotten fooled in the past from guys. I'm not comparing Jacoby to them, but I do want to see it in the games. We're going to get back into the Ravens at 5:30. Play some more sound from Marlon Humphrey, who had a really insightful press conference on Saturday. 5:15, we're going to get back into Gunnar Henderson's struggles. What are we hoping to see from him the rest of the way? Cordell Woodland is going to be joining us at the top of the hour. But coming up next, we're going to preview the Orioles series against the Twins.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the game that was against Dean Kramer and the Minnesota Twins and focus on Game 2 of the series. Ken McCusick joins us in studio as we'll continue to break down training camp and all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online place for play, spins, and a chance to score must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn announced today that left tackle Laramie Tunsil will need surgery on his tricep. Reports say that Tunsil could miss significant time and up to the entire season. Not great news for an offensive line in charge of keeping QB Jaden Daniels healthy. Daniels missed 10 games last season. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Vinny Serrato here. I know what it takes to build a winning team, so if you've been injured, call the hometown team. Science and Kirk, don't let the accident sideline you. Remember, if you have a phone, you've got a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound with delays getting to the Fort McHenry Tunnel from 695. PW Parkway northbound has volume building up from 895 before it gets heavier between 648 and Monroe Street. 395 northbound is heavy from 95 to the end of the freeway. Route 2 northbound delays crossing the Hanover Street Bridge from Waterview Avenue. 895 northbound delays from Route 2 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles set to begin another critical series tonight in Minnesota against the Twins. 7:40 first pitch. Baltimore baseball tonight with Ryan Ripken and yours truly immediately following us at 6 o'clock. And this Twins team, much like the Orioles, very inconsistent, and they just played a weekend series against the Brewers, and they lost their last two games. They won the first game 8-6, then lost the next two games, each by a score of 4-3. And yesterday, they lost that game in extras. And with this Twins team, pitching is not that good at all. They're 26th in team ERA, but the offense is potent. They're 9th in runs scored, but maybe most importantly, Femi, they're tied for first in batting average with runners in scoring position, a .277 batting average in those instances. The pitching matchups, you got Trevor Rogers tonight, and Rogers was able to get back on track last time out against the Angels, went 6 innings, gave up 2 earned runs, tied a season high with 9 strikeouts. But all eyes on Dean Kramer, and there's going to be a lot of revenge games upcoming, right? You just had Grayson Rodriguez last week. Kramer tonight. You know Tyler Wells is going to pitch multiple times in the 2 series they have against the Rays upcoming. And then, of course, Adley Rutschman and the Red Sox come to Camden Yards at the beginning of September. But Kramer, in his Twins debut, he went 5 innings, 1 earned run against the Royals. We know the Royals stink, and the Twins actually ended up losing that game 2-1. I'm very interested in seeing Dean Kramer tonight against his former team.
It adds a narrative and a layer of suspense that I think is really intriguing, especially for us here, right? You know what I mean? Well, of course, we're more invested than anybody else, but now it's like on multiple levels. You know what I mean? And we know what a fan favorite Dean was, right? So, wish him nothing but the best, but not tonight. Not tonight. This cuts both ways. One, they know his pitch sequence and mix and what he wants to do. So obviously that's not going to be some hidden thing. And Dean probably knows how these hitters approach things as well. So is it a wash? I guess we're going to find out. The Twins are 4-6 in their last 10 games. You already mentioned the fact that, they're a much better hitting ball club than they are pitching ball club. I like where Trevor Rogers is. I like what I've seen from him. I like the command, the velocity on the 4-seam fastball. I'm expecting him to go 6 or 7 strong innings tonight. Hopefully he can keep that whiff rate up, because we know the issue, right? The issue is inevitably on defense. You get nervous. You get nervous that the pitching performances get diminished when the error rate starts to go up. And as we've mentioned numerous times, I think the O's have given up the most unearned runs in baseball.
If you missed it, Orioles made a roster move today. Cade Povich has been sent down. Cam Sanders has been called back up. Sanders was a waiver claim. He made his Orioles debut in that Houston series. That was the first series following the All-Star break, and boy, was he walking a tightrope in both those appearances. Remember, he got a win and a save in back-to-back days, and it was just a waiver claim guy. So he's going to get another opportunity. So right now, the Orioles starting rotation only has 4 guys in it. We know the projected starters this series. Trevor Rogers today, Brandon Young tomorrow, Shane Baz on Wednesday. O's are off Thursday before heading to St. Pete to take on the Rays. I would expect Chris Bassett to make his Orioles return on Friday. We've seen him have 3 rehab starts, and he's pitched well in those. And real quickly, starting lineup, we were speculating, could Gunnar Henderson get moved down? Gunnar is leading off for a 4th straight game. Gunnar at shortstop leading off. Pete Alonso, first base batting 2nd. Jackson Holliday, second base batting 3rd. Tyler O'Neill is the DH batting cleanup. Dylan Beavers in left field batting 5th. Leody Taveras in right batting 6th. Kobe Mayo, third base batting 7th. Colton Cowser in center field batting 8th. And Carlos Narvaez is the catcher batting 9th.
Yeah, I like this lineup. You know what I mean? There's some guys that obviously had a great day yesterday. Obviously, you worry about them following it up because that's been a little bit inconsistent. But, all eyes for me on Jackson Holiday. You know what I mean? I've been kind of talking about his catalytic effect when he's locked in. They had a stretch earlier in the season where they won 10 out of 14, and he was in the middle of it. And I like him closer to that leadoff position. Obviously, he's hitting third today. Cool, that's all right. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think that's it. There's not much to say. I mean, there's no secrets here. You know what I mean? It's kind of what's right in front of you. And what's been my motto? Just one step. We're just taking one step at a time. I'm keeping my eyes low. I think the biggest difference in the Twin series versus the Detroit series is that they got to win this game. You know what I mean? Like they have to come out and win this game. This puts them in line to take the series. I think losing the first game of a series on the road always kind of gets you behind the eight ball. You always kind of feel like you're playing catch up. So hopefully they can handle that tonight.
Coming up at 5:30, we're going to get back into the Ravens, play some more Marlon Humphrey sound. At 5:15, we'll get back into the Gunnar Henderson struggles. What are we hoping to see out of Gunnar down the stretch? But coming up next, Cordell Woodland is going to be joining us, our O's beat reporter, Ravens beat reporter, host of The Fresh Take with Ben Hall. We'll get Cordell's thoughts on the O's. What is he expecting out of Dean Kramer tonight? And also get his thoughts, Ravens training camp. He's been out at every single practice.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at Pro Football Week 1, Las Vegas, a 3.5-point home favorite over Miami. Total of the game, 40.5. And I like Miami, and I like the over, and I wouldn't be surprised if Miami won the game outright with Miami's new dual-threat quarterback. I think Miami could run for a lot of yards on this Vegas defense. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings. Top dollar for your trade and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Jacoby Lane has been a consistent standout throughout training camp. Declan Doyle recently compared Lane to Michael Thomas, which left the rookie very excited.
That's where I got my Instagram name from, Can't Guard Mike. So that dude is the GOAT in my eyes, and I think being able to be compared by him is nothing but a blessing. But at the same time, I haven't done half the stuff he's done in the NFL. So just trying to realize that and do it in my own way and just grow every day.
Trevor Rogers will take the mound in the series opener against the Twins tonight. Rogers got back on track during his prior start as he allowed 2 runs and tied a season high in strikeouts with 9 across 6 innings versus the Angels. Dean Kramer will start for Minnesota. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 91. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
O's about to begin another crucial series tonight against the Twins, game 1 of a 3-game series. Ravens 5 days away from their preseason opener against the Eagles, so why not bring on the guy that covers both the teams, also hosts the Fresh Take with Ben Hall. He is Cordell Woodland. And Cordell, let's start with the O's. We know that their offense was beyond ice cold, and then they woke up in a big way, dropped a 10-piece on the Rangers yesterday. Now they're playing Dean Kramer, and the O's playing a lot of these revenge games lately. Grayson Rodriguez last week, Dean tonight, Tyler Wells upcoming, Adley upcoming. What are you expecting this Orioles offense up against Dean tonight?
I'm honestly expecting Dean to shove tonight.
Wow.
How can I think anything else? I mean, Grayson, when he comes to Baltimore, has his best start of the season. That's typical for everybody. I mean, Ryan Johnson has been arguably the worst pitcher they've seen all year. They got to see him twice, and he looked untouchable both times. I don't know. I think Kramer's going to. One thing about Kramer, he is very, very competitive. He looks for a reason to get an edge, and we've seen Kramer come through in some big spots for this Orioles team at times. Now, Kramer's not great, obviously. That's why they were fine with trading him. But this has been a lineup that has struggled against mediocre arms all year.
So let's talk a little bit about the lineup. Last night you have the barrage of runs. You'd probably love to save some of those and spread that out. I think consistency has been one of the biggest issues. So fool's gold, or do you think they continue to rake tonight? I feel like Dean, I feel like he's hittable. I feel like the ball's going to be there. What are your thoughts, Cordell?
He's definitely hittable without a doubt. But it's you just don't know what version of the Orioles offense is going to show up. Yesterday was typical them. Their offense falls asleep for a couple of days, and then, they kind of explode out of nowhere. But you just said it. It's about consistency, and consistently this offense hasn't been able to be there for them. And, it's hard to look at this offense and talk about why they are in the spot that they're in without talking about Gunnar Henderson. Gunnar doesn't get a hit yesterday. He's 2 for his last 22. Gunnar only has 1 month this year where he's hit over 220 for the month. It's mind-blowing to me that this is the conversation. And we're way past maybe he'll turn it around. I guess in September he'll get hot maybe, and that'd be great. But to this point, it just feels like mainly due to him and the other guys, this offense, or really this team, can't do anything consistently but be inconsistent. So, they could go out there and, knock the cover off the ball. They could get guys on base. But you just don't. It's tough to ever really say exactly what this team is going to do. They are a true day-to-day baseball team.
Are you surprised that they haven't dropped him in the lineup yet? Talking about Gunnar, he's leading off again tonight after leading off the entire Rangers series, and he went 0 for 11.
Yeah, I'm not condoning him leading off at this point. Can I wrap my head around them not dropping him in the order? I can, because what are they? If you're the Orioles, if there's anybody you have to be okay with kind of going down with the ship with, it's got to be Gunnar at this point. And I give them credit for continuing to give him every opportunity possible to break out of this and show that they believe in him and show that they still believe that he can be the Gunnar Henderson that we all know him to be. But I just think that they feel like there's no going back once you drop him down. And, nobody should be above that. But they clearly are telling us to this point that they have no intentions of doing that. Why do it now? We're in August now. It's been this way all year, and he's been batting in the top third all year. So I don't expect that to change. And honestly, I don't know what good it'll do for Gunnar at this point, but maybe you do have to try something, but it just seems like it's not in the cards for him this season.
Cordell, when they moved practice in because of the rain and lightning on Saturday, you saw your boy trying to double dutch in on Jesse Minter. I kept trying to get that question, but I wasn't fast enough. You know what I mean? The question I was going to ask him, I'm going to ask you. The D-line, right? They're going to go into this preseason game with Philly. We already know some of the vets aren't going to play. Do you think they have enough D linemen to kind of get through training camp and the rest of these preseason games?
That's a good question. I think with guys coming back, they do now, to your point, most of these guys coming back aren't playing in the preseason. I'm not expecting to see Calais Campbell in any of these preseason games. John Jenkins, I don't know how much, if at all, we're going to see him in the preseason, considering he's just coming back from something. So, when you talk about preseason bodies, maybe they could use another one, or maybe even 2, to be honest with you. We'll see. But because Travis Jones hasn't started practicing yet, Matabike is still ramping up right now. And like I said, you just got Jenkins and Calais back, and they're not playing in the preseason at all. So, I would imagine you'd like to have a nice handful of guys that you can rotate to. You have to prepare for injuries both in practice and in the game. But they just added a DB the other day. So they chose to go outside of that D-line room. But I wouldn't be surprised if they add another one, especially if somebody goes down.
Yeah, let me just follow up with that a little bit. This is my concern, right? Because Zion, obviously, right? He's your second-round pick. I just, how much are they going to play him, right? The big kid from, is it Michigan?
Penny?
Nah, not him. I'm forgetting his name. Big white kid, tall kid. Outside backer.
Graves?
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, like, can they kick some of these guys down? Like, think about Tavius Robinson, right? Like, how much do you want to play him? And you answered the question as best you could. I just kind of figure, like, when I look at the depth and I look at the number of, it's like they have a bunch of maybe a small number of young guys that could potentially play. But this is that side of the ball, that front seven has gotten pretty veteran laden pretty quickly. And a lot of guys are kind of taking their time to kind of get ready. And there's a lot of good reasons for that. So, my concern is that are there some guys that you can kick down that could end up playing a little bit more inside? And are they kind of built for that? I don't mean to put you on the spot, Cordell. I mean, that's just the area that I'm concerned about. And I mean, if you think about it, we're still pretty early in camp. It's not like we're 3 weeks in, we're basically 2 weeks in, right?
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's the challenge that every team, faces going into the preseason and camp, especially a team like the Ravens that don't play any of their veterans. You are kind of playing with a hand tied behind your back in preseason games when it comes to figuring out who you are going to dress, who's going to play these games and how much are they going to play. I don't expect to see Zion play, a ton, but could he get a quarter into the second quarter, potentially? Like those types of guys I can see. I think that they are definitely, like I said, an injury or two away from having to add to that group. But I think, right, especially with Peebles not even practicing, that's another one that I would imagine they'd like to give a lot of run to in the preseason games that right now it doesn't even look like he's going to be ready for this game against the Eagles unless he comes back tomorrow. We'll see. So, yeah, I'm interested to see if they do add somebody. But at this point, it would just strictly be for camp and preseason games because I think when you talk about the regular season and these guys getting healthy, I think they have a pretty good amount of depth with the veterans mixed with some of these younger guys.
Cordell, I want to end here. Jacoby Lane, of course, has been the talk of town, but I want to get your thoughts on the tight end group. The Ravens drafted 2 players there. Mark Andrews is coming off the worst season of his career. We know what Durham Smythe is and why he was brought here, but what have you thought of the tight end group as a whole so far in camp?
It's tough because Mark hasn't looked like Mark to this point in camp to me. Just a lot of uncharacteristic things seen by him. You could talk about the games, and of course people are going to bring up the Buffalo game and some of the late game drops and stuff. But I'm talking training camp right now. At least to this point in training camp, Mark would be on his game. He'd be one of the sharper guys out there, and we would have had we're in the second week of camp. We would have had a couple of days where we would have called it the Mark Andrews day to where it just feels like Lamar has hit him multiple times. Now, this offense has changed. The dynamics of the offense has changed in terms of, the amount of guys around Mark and Lamar in terms of the pass catchers. It has evolved over the years. But even still, like as of last year, and I get it, they got 2 rookie tight ends now and 2 rookie receivers. But last year when Likely and Kohler were there and you had D-Hop, like Andrews would still find ways to make his presence felt. And to this point, it just hasn't been the case. He's suffering from uncharacteristic drops, which I deem more concentration drops than anything. But even some have been just some of the DBs just throwing a shoulder at him, and he drops the ball off contact. It's just things, at least in practice, I'm not accustomed to seeing from Mark. And then when you talk about some of the other tight ends, I mean, they're still coming along. Henry does a good job with some of the underneath catches, but all these guys have had drops. I've said it multiple times. The one that has consistently stood out to me, unfortunately, is probably the one that's on the tail end of the depth chart in the tight end room, and that's Ty Pezza. At least with him, he shows me that he knows how to find the soft spots in zone. He has really good hands. He's one of the few out of all of them that has pretty much caught everything thrown at him for the most part. And he's a wide receiver converted into a tight end. And when I've watched how they have used him in some of their alignment, he can do they can line him up in places that they can't really line some of these other guys up, and they pose the same type of threat. But unfortunately, again, he's behind all of those guys. So I don't know. When you talk about the tight end room and the guys that you expect to contribute, I think they know what they're getting out of Durham Smythe. They are hoping to get the usual out of Mark Andrews, or hopefully better than what you've got in the last couple of years. But behind that, I think it's still question marks.
He's Cordell Woodland, Ravens beat reporter, Orioles beat reporter, and host of The Fresh Take. Cordell, thanks as always, man. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up at 5:30, we're going to get back into the Ravens. Here's some more sound from Marlon Humphrey, who had a very insightful press conference on Saturday. But coming up next, we're going to get back into the Orioles. Gunnar Henderson, the numbers that he has since July 1st are shocking. We will give them to you next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the game that was against Dean Kramer and the Minnesota Twins and focus on Game 2 of the series. Ken McCusick joins us in studio as we'll continue to break down training camp and all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in back and neck care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The spine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care, with focus on changing your life for the better. You can schedule an appointment with one of our spine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the Anthem. On August 20th, it's country rocker Co Wetzel. Punk rock stars Social Distortion stops by on September 4th. Then catch the legendary Ringo Starr and his all-star band on September 28th. And check out the iconic Morrissey on October 15th. 4 unbelievable shows in one place. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jernavix.com.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd is even better. And that's Mount Washington Tavern. We've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, fresh, delicious, and something for everyone. But here's what you really need to know. Every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, $5 drinks all day. That's Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers. It's just a great place every day of the week. And if you're a baseball fan, the Tavern is your spot. You can catch the game because they got tons of TVs there. Grab a bite and hop the light rail if you have tickets. Goes right to the ballpark and right back to the Tavern after the game. Really easy. Reservations go fast, so call or book online today and say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck while you're there at Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Taxes could be your biggest expense in retirement. Do something about it. Listen to the Savvy Investor radio show and podcast weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Southbound 29 in Ellicott City dealing with a downed tree with one lane open and delays between 70 and 40. 95 northbound, the heavy volume makes its way from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. BW Parkway northbound, volume from before 695 to Monroe Street. 395 northbound, delays from 95 to the end of the freeway. Route 2 northbound, delays from Waterview Avenue to Cornwell. 895 northbound, delays from before Route 2 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Big chance for Gunnar Henderson now as the Orioles string together back-to-back hits off Montgomery.
And that's in there for a called third strike. Outside corner, top of the zone. And Henderson gets punched out for the final out of the inning. No runs, 2 hits.
That highlight courtesy of Masson and Rangers TV. That was Gunnar Henderson's second strikeout yesterday in the Orioles' 10-5 win over the Rangers. Gunnar was 0 for 4. He was 0 for 11 in that series. And it got me thinking. Let's go back. Let's dive into the numbers. Let's get into the lab, Femi. And I went to July 1st. And since that date, there are 256 qualified batters across Major League Baseball. Gunnar Henderson's batting average in that span, which is 31 games, 171. That's 245th. His on base is 285, 193rd. His slug is 282. That's 235th. His OPS is 567, 233rd. His RBIs 8. Tied for 214th. He has just 2 home runs in that span, 2 multi-hit games in that span. Femi, the numbers bear it out. He's one of the worst batters in baseball since July 1st, which is an unfathomable statement when you think about it, especially if you think back to March, where, look, we all thought this was going to be a massive season for Gunnar Henderson. I thought it was going to be a revenge tour for him from the World Baseball Classic. But it's been anything but that. It's been a nightmare of a season for Gunnar Henderson. And with 44 games remaining, what are your expectations? What are you hoping to see to end this season, at least on somewhat of a high note?
I mean, it's kind of, I think Cordell, he had a very matter-of-fact way of just saying that, like, I mean, I'm going to paraphrase here, like, the expectations really aren't high. You know what I mean? If I could just see him kind of just take control of the strike zone, maybe get some walks, just show some damage on that fastball high and tight, hit the ball to the opposite field, maybe just start doing some things that kind of like qualitatively look right. They look more like Gunnar. I think if we can just get back to that a little bit, that's a way to just kind of feel a little bit better about how things have gone. I mean, when you put the numbers out there and you actually say the numbers, like it melts my brain because I can't associate him with that kind of output. They just don't go hand in hand to me. It still doesn't compute. And you know that I was a huge fan of the World Baseball Classic, and I had a huge problem with the way the Mark DeRosa used Gunnar. And I thought, based on what I saw there, that he was going to have a monstrous season. You know, you made the point about his revenge tour, and it's been anything but. And this is going to sound really silly, but I don't think that anyone should dismiss any reason why. Like, all options and all discovery should be on the table to try to figure out what's going on. And I'm sure it's happening because, I mean, this is Major League Baseball, right? I mean, all the resources are at your fingertips. I mean, from glasses to, who knows, something mechanical in his swing, I'm not sure. A therapist, all of it. It should all be looked at. It's just mind-boggling to me. I mean, I'm out of answers. But you know what's crazy is that being the Optimus Prime type guy that I am, when he goes up to the plate every time, I'm just kind of waiting to see him hit a bomb. Like, my expectations are still like, oh, it's gonna happen still, you know? But here we are.
I'm just hoping for his sake. There's been so many moments, and not a ton lately, to be fair. But there's been moments throughout this season where, all right, he's going to get going now. This is what gets him going. And it just hasn't happened. And I hope for his sake, he's able to have one or multiple more big moments that he comes through in. Because he's done that so much early on in his career. He hasn't done that this year. And the last time he did it, it wasn't all that long ago against the Phillies, that 2-run triple and him, you know, punching the dirt, and just he was so overwhelmed by emotion. There just hasn't been many of those moments for him this year. And I hope for his sake, he's able to have another one or two or more of those moments down the stretch. Coming up at 5:45, we're going to hit the 2-minute warning. Dan Duquette had some interesting things to say in the Baltimore Sun. I want to touch on that. But coming up next, more sound from Marlon Humphrey. Had a very introspective press conference on Saturday. Was he surprised by the coaching change? John Harbaugh is the only head coach he had ever known. We'll hear Marlon's thoughts next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Play more, win big, all summer long during Horseshoe Casino's 12th anniversary celebration. Enjoy 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st, then join them on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes!
Download the Albert app and use promo code FLEX to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FLEX to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FLEX.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You already know Elephant in the Room is your place to go for orange and black, but football is just around the corner, and it's also your place to go for the men in purple. Right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville, go to eatdrinkelephant.com.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
In Hallathorpe, a down tree on 895 southbound has lanes closed between Route 1 and 95. 895 northbound delays getting to the Harbor Tunnel from before Route 2. Route 2 northbound delays from Waterview Avenue to Cornwell. 95 northbound stop and go from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. BW Parkway northbound has volume from 648 to Monroe Street. 395 northbound delays from 95 to the end of the freeway. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's The Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens, they certainly need a big bounce back year from Marlon Humphrey. Marlon Humphrey himself needs a big bounce back year. We've talked a lot. He's entering the final year of his deal. He's 30 years old. Depending on how this year goes, could kind of determine how the rest of his career goes. Does he have another decent contract in him? Well, if he has a good year, he certainly will get it. If he has a year like last year, he might be bouncing around. And Marlon Humphrey, he met with the media for the first time during training camp on Saturday. You were there, Femi, and cutting up the presser this morning, it really jumped out to me just how open he was, honest he was, and he has been like that for me for the past year and a half, 2 years. But Humphrey, the only head coach he knew at the NFL level was John Harbaugh, and he was asked if he was surprised by the coaching change.
It definitely caught me by surprise, but I wasn't around that much this spring, so the first, I don't know, maybe like 2 weeks in of camp, I've been really I'm really liking the coaches that they put together, especially in my room. I'm very appreciative to the coaching that is given. I think I saw someone sent me, it got posted, we were tackling the coaches, and it kind of, I know that's, was kind of different, but it goes to show how the DB coaches, Jesse, because he kind of coaches this as well, they really seem like they want to help us in every way they can. And, a 10-year vet, I think it's been very appreciated to me, just how much they've been willing to put in, just the time and effort. You can always coach. Coaching is coaching, but it seems like they really care a little bit more than what I can say I've experienced in the past.
They care a little bit more than what I've experienced in the past. Very interesting line there. And Marlon did harp on the fact that this coaching staff is all in. They tell it like it is. Jesse Minter, very hands-on during meetings. You were there at the presser. I'm just hearing the audio version of this. Like, what was Marlon's mannerisms? Like, what was he like at that press conference?
Yeah, he had no shoes on. He was really relaxed. He was very Marlon. I appreciated his candor. I appreciated the time he took to articulate his thoughts. He didn't want to be flippant about what he was saying. And I don't think there was any intent to be disrespectful. I just think that
it's matter of fact.
It's very matter of fact, but there is a difference in the way that coaches from John Harbaugh's era communicate. Jesse Minter's of that new breed. And it's not one is better or worse. It's probably more of a preference. But what I would say is that Marlon mentioned some of the, and I'm paraphrasing, some of the PTSD over things that happened last year, like during games. And some of that stuff probably wasn't addressed yet. It was being addressed in the moment. Well, let me not say in the moment, but it's been addressed since Jesse has been here. And I think Jesse has a way of calmly disarming and teaching that is probably what caught these guys off guard. Because I came from an era that was even a little bit more harsh, and disconnected. It was kind of like the players are here, the coaches are up here. And it wasn't like the coaches told us that that's the way it was. It was just the way that it was. I think that's the way that they knew it to be. That's the way that we knew it to be. And there was almost this glass ceiling that only certain guys could kind of get through to communicate with the coach, or unless you were welcomed or invited in. You know what I mean?
Femi, you played in the NFL for a long time. You had several different head coaches, and all of them are different because we're all different people. And heck, I can even think back to 2008. Brian Billick's fired after the 2007 season. In comes John Harbaugh. This is public. This is well known. A lot of the veterans, like Harb's kind of rubbed him the wrong way when he initially came in because his style was so much different than Brian Billick's.
Yeah.
And Jesse Minter, I'm sure he was under John at one point, but his style, I'm sure, is very different than John Harbaugh's.
Yeah, I think Brian was ahead of his time in a lot of ways. He welcomed the discussion. He did poll veterans and ask them about different things and how they were feeling and things like that. And when you talk to Brian, you can tell how intelligent and insightful he is. He doesn't have your typical coach profile. He looks more like a CEO for a Fortune 500 company. You know what I mean? That's how Brian comes across. But he's highly intuitive and highly emotionally intelligent. You know what I mean? And so I think John is too. I just think he does it differently. And maybe John isn't as direct with all the people the same way. He might communicate with different people slightly differently.
And it's worth noting, because Femi, maybe not everyone knows this. Yeah. Obviously, you played under Brian Billick, but you interned under John. So you know both of those guys very well.
Yeah, and my brother played for John for 5 years. You know what I mean? So I got to know, and remember, I was in the booth with Jerry Sandusky for a couple of years. So I got to see John in passing, and have conversations with him. I wouldn't say I was like super inside,
Sure.
but enough that I had his number. I could text him, and I got to learn about him by observing him and extracting information from the time I was a coaching intern and the time my brother played with him, and triangulate data and responses. And John is a passionate, emotional guy. You know what I mean? So I do think he evolved over time. But this is a new breed of coaches right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're doing it very differently. I welcome what they're doing, because I think that the idea, and once again, I talked about this whole kind of curiosity, connection, collaboration, conflict. This order of operation makes sense, not just in football. It makes sense in the real world too. It's an agnostic kind of sequencing and approach for building relationships. I mean, relationships are what you lean on when things really get bad. And when you don't have those relationships and things get bad, what do you think happens? Everything just falls apart because you have nothing to lean on. You have nothing to pull from. And so I think that the mantra that Jesse came in with, this whole thing about like, look, I want to learn about these guys. I want to build relationships, and I want us to be connected. It's a TED Talk. Like it literally is something that transforms an organization. It doesn't matter what the organization is. And then when you have a bunch of guys that are used to doing things that are a lot more, that are probably archaic in a sense, because football has, and you mentioned that kind of the whole macho thing with, the Raiders and Max. It's macho and it's silly, right? Because that's not real toughness. That's idiocy. And I love the fact that when we hear everyone in the organization, when I have private conversations with people that work in the building, I'm not talking about football people. I'm talking about the staff that allows the whole machine to run. Everybody is happy and excited about how light things are and kind of the transparency. When you hear that from everybody, unsolicited, it's a real thing.
Well, something you said there, Eric DeCosta really spearheaded this coaching search. And even Steve Bisciotti has been on the record saying, yeah, this is Eric's hire. This is Eric. And I'm sure Eric really prioritized the ability to connect with people, because clearly that was an issue last year. And especially when you consider Lamar Jackson. And that's even more important with Declan Doyle, who's the offensive coordinator. But this isn't just hearing it from Marlon. It's not just hearing it from Lamar. It's not just Zay. This is uniform in the fact that so far, that's 2 thumbs up that Eric picked the right guy and got the right staff, because, and I get it, this is still the honeymoon phase. They haven't played it down. I get all of that. But clearly, it's worked so far.
Yeah, you're going to go through your struggles. It's inevitable, right?
Yeah,
it's going to happen.
Totally.
But I do think that trust and the ability to let people be who they are and kind of look, I don't know if I got this right, but I was trying to talk about what I got the sense from the community around the Mike Elias situation, around the trade deadline, is it felt like he said one thing and then did another, right? And then on top of it, you trade a player who's beloved and who is supposed to be part of this renaissance, right? And I think that's what caught people off guard. Like, nobody wants to be surprised. Markets don't want to be surprised by inflation or rate hikes when you don't say you're going to do it. People don't want to be told you're going to buy something and then you don't. People don't want you to say you're going to be somewhere and you're not. Like, this is human nature. People don't want to be misled. And when you give them guidance, they want you to follow the guidance that you give them. And I feel like when I talk to all the people kind of around the building in regard to Jesse and his staff and the way that they do business, once again, unsolicited, I'm hearing the exact same thing. And it's not parroting. It's just a real thing that's happening. And I think that's really cool. And I can't really think of anything that I've seen quite like it, to be honest. Like, it's something that's of this generation and of this age, that is an evolution and a prioritizing of communication and relationship building that people would frame in not such a good way in years past. You know what I'm saying?
Coming up next, we got one more break to go before Baltimore baseball tonight takes over. Dan Duquette, former O's GM, he had some free time, man, because he put an entry in to the Baltimore Sun clapping back at some commentary surrounding himself, Duquette, how he left the organization. We'll tell you what it is next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the game that was against Dean Kramer and the Minnesota Twins and focus on Game 2 of the series. Ken McCusick joins us in studio as we'll continue to break down training camp and all things Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Braves pitcher Chris Sale committed a questionable balk on Saturday that resulted in him giving up the lead to the Yankees and the Braves, ultimately losing the game. But Sale wasn't ejected for arguing the call until the next day when he was seen yelling at the umps as they made their way to home plate to start yesterday's game. Sale was immediately tossed from the dugout for arguing the previous night's call. It was Chris Sale's 4th career ejection. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, Boston was trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,052 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Summer savings start now at Bob Bell Kia's Summer Sale-a-thon. Drive home in one of 5 amazing Kia models priced under $30K. Whatever your credit situation, we are here to help. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Hey, did you hear about Eric Sobel?
From Ace Law? You heard about him too?
Yeah. After my accident, I called Ace Law. Eric took my case, took everything out of my hands, and got me the compensation I deserved. Best decision I made.
I'm Eric Sobel, and when you've been injured, I'm your guy. I'll handle the insurance companies, find you the right doctor, manage all that paperwork, and fight for the compensation you deserve, so you can focus on getting better and getting back to life. Call Ace Law today. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back. On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Interloop delays in Towson between 83 and Loch Raven Boulevard. 895 southbound has the heavy volume from Boston Street to the Harbor Tunnel. Then further south on 895, a down tree has the lanes blocked between Route 1 and 95. Route 2 northbound is stop and go crossing the Hanover Street Bridge from Waterview. BW Parkway northbound is heavy from 648 to 95. 95 northbound delays are off and on from 695 to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
It's the Final Drive's 2-minute warning.
I was a little surprised when Saturday I saw a tweet that the Baltimore Sun, they have reader commentaries a lot, and typically you don't see them from former GMs, but you saw it with Dan Duquette in this case, and it was titled, Elias did not inherit a mess. And Dan Duquette was clapping back at our friend of the show, Jacob Calvin Meyer. Now, I think Dan was maybe misconstruing Jacob's point. Jacob was not taking a shot at Dan Duquette, and he responded with this tweet because Dan Duquette, who not only did the reader commentary, he was on the national foul territory. Of course, I do Birdland territory, the Oriole version, but the national one today, clapping back at Jacob Calvin Meyer's piece. Jacob tweeted this out, saying, I'd like to thank Dan Duquette for being a loyal reader of the Baltimore Sun and for the new nickname J.C. Meyer. That's what Dan said when he was on with Scott Braun and company, has a nice ring to it. The article he's upset about wasn't about him. Duquette's tenure in Baltimore was a success, and he should be remembered fondly by the fans. Now, I'm not going to read the whole blurb that Dan Duquette wrote out, but definitely taking some shots at how it went down. Duquette, of course, took over as GM in 2011. Orioles in the midst of 14 consecutive years. They had a very successful run from 2012 through 2016. And he talked about the end, and he also brought up great points, saying the 2023 Orioles that won 100 games had several players that were under Dan Duquette, including Felix Bautista, Austin Hayes, Dean Kramer, Mountcastle, Mullins, Grayson Rodriguez, Anthony Santander, so on and so forth. But there was also another line that Dan Duquette said on Foul Territory today about modern-day MLB general managers. Quote, how about these guys that come into these jobs and they tear it down and say, we got to get a rebuild. They go through the rebuild and then they say, oh, we've got to do another rebuild. I'm going to read between the lines, and maybe that's a shot at Mike, I guess.
I mean, look, this is a little too inside Orioles for me. I guess the question is that I would ask is as a person who's curious about this stuff is how valid are his points? And what did he get wrong, if anything?
I don't look. I bring this up all the time. Born in '95, first winning team I saw was 2012. I will always remember fondly 2012 through 2016. Dan Duquette was an executive of the year in 2014, and there was certainly a power struggle between him and Buck. They didn't have a good relationship. That's very much known. How it ended was not well, and everything has an expiration date going back to that. The Orioles hit their expiration date in 2018, and Dan Duquette did what he had to do. Obviously, you can debate whether he waited too long to trade Manny because obviously the return was not good, trading him as a rental. I don't think anything that Dan said was wrong, and I'm guessing Dan is kind of tired of sand getting kicked on him, so he stood up for himself in this instance. I find it interesting more than anything. I'm kind of surprised that, he did the commentary and then Foul Territory today. So clearly he wanted to say his piece. And look, I agree. I think people should look fondly on the run that Buck Showalter and Dan Duquette had here. It sucks they didn't win a World Series, but they brought back winning baseball to Baltimore after going 14 consecutive years without it. That is it for us. We are whole tomorrow. Ken Wyman's going to be back. Tomorrow's show, it's going to be busy. We got Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. Field Yates will be joining us. Malik